Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Seeing that Kyajuk didn't react, he quickly scrambled to his feet and rushed toward the rest of the group. You good? Manjiro patted Pachin on the shoulder, his expression easing slightly as he saw his comrade was still in one piece. Mikey, that guy took down our entire 3rd division all by himself. Alright, Pachin. You go rest now. I'll handle this. Manjiro cut him off with a small smile. But Mikey, he's seriously strong, that's enough. Go rest. Manjiro's voice was still light, but the weight behind it left no room for argument. Pachin, drop it. A tall blonde with braided hair Draken stepped forward, pulling Pachin back. Draken. Reluctantly, Pachin bit his tongue and retreated, his expression filled with concern. Manjiro took a step forward, now standing face to face with Kyajuk. My men gave you some trouble, huh? Kyajuk, still as relaxed as ever, replied lazily, same goes for you. My friends got quite the warm welcome from your guys. I don't care what my men did. You don't get to discipline them for me. Now, who the hell are you? If you're here, you must be another delinquent. Manjiro folded his arms, exuding an effortless confidence. Damn it, how does he make it look so cool? How do I pull off that level of swagger? And where the hell is Kisaki? Isn't his the part where a minion announces their boss's name? Just as Kyajuk was lost in thought, Kisaki Teta stepped forward finally. He had been watching since Tamon's main force arrived, and there was no way he was going to let his boss lose face. Hanagaki Takemiki and the others stood behind him, their legs shaking, but their loyalty unwavering. Sano Manjiro, is that how you treat your seniors? Kisaki flicked his tongue, emphasizing his words with a dramatic pause. Senior? Manjiro tilted his head, looking over at Kisaki Teta. Sure, the guy with the bamboo sword seemed imposing, but this shorty? He wasn't even taller than Mikey himself. Standing before you is. Kisaki took a deep breath, standing at attention before shouting at the top of his lungs, the boss of the rampaging angels. The handless demon. The one and only Hojikyuk. That was embarrassing. Kyajuk immediately regretted wanting someone else to announce his name. He cringed internally but maintained his usual bored expression. Manjiro remained still, but the Tamon members around him exploded into chatter. What? The handless demon? They say anyone who fights him won't be able to hold chopsticks for 2 days. I can hear you, you know. They said he single-handedly took down all of the rampaging angels to become their 2nd leader. Then wiped out the entire Shinjuku Mame gang. They say he's the most dangerous delinquent of the new generation. Manjiro looked up at Kyajuk, and his eyes narrowing slightly. The 2nd leader of the rampaging angels? Guess that does make you a senior. Yeah, I guess. I'm the leader of Tamon. Manjiro. Since you're my senior, shouldn't you introduce yourself properly? Leader of the rampaging angels Hojukyuk. So, is this a declaration of war against Tamon? Declaration of war? Kyajuk stretched lazily, his stomach growling. It was getting late, and all he really wanted was some food. I wouldn't call it a war. Manjiro frowned. He didn't understand what the guy was getting at, but he could feel the disdain in his voice. A war means both sides are equal in strength. But you, Tamon? Kyajuk chuckled softly, making his meaning crystal clear. Bastard. So what if you're from the rampaging angels? This is Shibuya. Boss, show him what's up. Tamon's members were getting heated, their captains itching to charge in. Hey. Then let's see if the so-called leader of the rampaging angels can back up that talk. Manjiro's eyes sharpened. 1v1? I'd suggest you all come at me at once. I don't have time to play games. Kyajuk sighed. He was tired of this defeat one, then another steps up nonsense. Hope you can still talk big after this. Manjiro shot forward, his uniform slipping off his shoulders as he lunged at Hojukyuk. Kisaki, step back. Kyajuk raised his bamboo sword with one hand, bringing it down in a casual downward strike. Just a basic swing, but with his strength, it was more than enough to be a finishing move for most people. Manjiro skidded to a stop, barely managing to throw up his arms to block the attack. Shit, that hurts. His right hand pressed against his left arm, absorbing the impact. I need to close the distance. Kyajuk had the reach advantage, and unless Mikey's legs magically grew 3 times longer, he wasn't going to land a hit. This was exactly why Kyajuk stuck with Kendo even with his newfound strength. Having a weapon gave him a huge advantage. Unlike those legendary fighters with skin tougher than steel, he wasn't invincible. So avoiding direct hits was the smarter move. And then, Tamon witnessed what true swordsmanship looked like. No matter how Mangekyō moved, how fierce his attacks were, he was always met with a precise strike that forced him back. Kyajuk's bamboo sword spun effortlessly, forming an impenetrable circle around him. So this is the famous nuclear kick. Huh? Super mobile, I'll give him that. Kyajuk grinned, effortlessly knocking Mikey away again. What a rare find, a training partner this good didn't come by often. It almost looked like a game. Mikey was like an eagle, swift and deadly, but no matter how he attacked, he couldn't get past Kyajuk's defenses. It was only a matter of time before the eagle tired out. As Kyajuk toyed with Mikey, the mood among Tamon's ranks grew grim. So this is the handless demon. I've never seen Mikey struggle like this before. Draken, Tamon's vice-captain, clenched his fists. Yeah. Mitsuya Takashi, 2nd Division captain, recalled how Mikey usually ended fights in a single kick. This guy's a monster. Our entire 3rd Division didn't last 5 minutes against him. Pachin, having felt Kyajuk's strength firsthand, was the most worried. Let's just jump him. He came onto our turf looking for trouble first, right? 5th Division Captain Muto Yasuhiro smirked. I'm in. Mikey's already burned a lot of stamina. As if on cue, everyone turned to Mikey. He had stopped attacking and was now crouched down, gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his face. Chapter 45, 45 Black Impulse. Exploding out of control? Not likely. What's wrong? Can't you keep up anymore? Hojo Kyajuk, as usual, did not press the attack. Elegance was the exclusive right of the powerful. In front of him, Sano Mangekyō could only keep jumping around, while Kyajuk could afford to let him attack and even rest before the next round. Still far from it. With one hand propped on his knee, Mangekyō struggled to stand up. In order to get close enough to Kyajuk to land his devastating nuclear kick, he repeatedly charged, changed direction, and charged again. Though he didn't manage to get close, he had already pushed his legs to the breaking point. When Draken saw Mikey's unsteady stance, he knew it was time to make a decision. Mikey would never want them to interrupt the duel, but... All of you, charge! Draken shouted, rushing forward. Yeah, The Tamon crowd, eager for action, immediately launched their attack. Oh? Looks like it's time for my favorite one versus an army? Kyajuk smiled happily as the crowd rushed toward him. Thinking about it, both of his past battles had been one against many, or rather, one person against an entire gang. You bastards, who told you to come over here? Unlike Kyajuk's enjoyment, Mangekyō was furious as he watched his subordinates charge forward. Mikey, this is the pride of Tamon. Draken didn't hesitate, charging past Mikey to face Kyajuk. Normally, Mangekyō would have boasted about how Tamon was his domain, but now, feeling the weakness in his legs, he fell silent. A punch that can send someone flying 10 meters, Draken, a monstrous man. Kisaki, who stood on the sidelines, saw Draken leading the charge and immediately tensed. He was about to step forward, but then froze. Well, it seemed that before Kyajuk, no one could really be called a monster. No wonder they call him the Handless Demon. Hanagaki Takemiki and his friends were excited. Meanwhile, a few of the henchmen were thinking something, but Kyajuk didn't care. When he saw the golden braid charging toward him, something inside him clicked. His eyes instantly locked onto the fist and the arm. Thump. The moment Draken entered his range, Kyajuk struck with precision, slicing through his arm with the wooden sword, and with the rebound force, struck Draken on the forehead with his backhand. Draken fell to the ground without a sound, his eyes rolling back. Draken. The Tamon crew shouted in fury and rushed forward. Kyajuk, now a seasoned veteran in group battles, swiftly dealt with Draken. Before the others could attack, he jumped back to dodge a punch from a Takabana-haired man. Mid-air, his bamboo sword was already raised, and when he landed, he slashed it down, knocking the Takabana-haired man to the ground. From the sidelines, Mangekyō watched as familiar faces fell one by one, the impact deeply affecting him. His eyes seemed to lose their focus as if the emotions inside him were evaporating. He didn't understand the peculiar nature of Kyajuk's attacks. He assumed his subordinates had been severely injured, but in the world of delinquents, unless someone was killed, no one stayed down for long. Even if an arm was broken, they'd keep fighting. Wait. Is he about to lose it? Or is he going full berserk mode? As Kyajuk continued to slash away with enjoyment, he noticed something off with that blonde, small guy, those vacant eyes. Wasn't that a sign of someone about to lose control? No good, don't act like you're some kind of magical girl, just don't have drama for no reason. With a sudden burst of speed, Kyajuk surged forward, effortlessly escaping the encirclement of dozens of people, and reached Mangekyō. Time to sleep. That teasing voice was the last thing Mangekyō heard before losing consciousness. Mikey. Just like Mangekyō, the Tamon crew thought their leader was done for. While it was true that Kyajuk had incapacitated him, his attacks only caused a temporary shutdown. Right, keep trying harder. Kyajuk smiled even more widely. Before a fight, he would avoid unnecessary trouble, but now that he was deep into it, he thought, please, don't break down first. Hojo, you're amazing, you're so cool. Hanagaki Takemiki and his 4 friends cheered on from the sidelines, their blood boiling with excitement. They almost wanted to rush in and fight alongside Kyajuk, but the pain in their bodies constantly reminded them that they were nothing but weaklings. Hearing Hanagaki's words, seeing him look at Hojo Kyajuk with such admiration, Kisaki felt a deep sense of betrayal. About 10 minutes passed, and as the night sky was covered by darkness and stars, the Tamon members were all knocked down by Kyajuk. Just then, the roar of motorcycles echoed from outside the park. Kisaki, did you call them? Kyajuk turned to look at Kisaki. Hey, the leader's busy fighting, while I'm over here eating and drinking. That's just wrong. Kisaki scratched his head with a sheepish smile. Kyajuk was about to give Kisaki a little scolding, thinking that if he wanted to help, he should have been here from the start. It would have saved Hojo the effort. But before he could say anything, a voice suddenly rang in his head. You have to remember to watch the comet on Thursday night. Make sure to watch it. I'll watch it with you. Not having time to process where the voice came from, Kyajuk felt a sudden urgency. This place had no view of the sky, with the wide tree canopies blocking it. Only a small patch of sky was visible above the open space. Tonight, I have to see the comet, Kyajuk told himself, as if the past him was urging him to act. Should he run upstairs to the outside? No, there wasn't time. The inner voice urged him again. At this moment, Maki Hojo entered with Kisaki Tera and Suzuki Ryao. Ha ha, a satisfying victory, boss. Maki Hojo's loud laughter echoed before he even entered. Maki, you're just in time. Help me pile up these guys. Kyajuk said before getting to work, grabbing a knocked-out Tamon member by the hand and tossing him to the only spot in the area where the sky was visible. Maki immediately understood the urgency in Kyajuk's voice and quickly started helping. His strength was enormous too. With one hand, he grabbed a member and casually tossed them, stacking them up one by one. The fallen members regained consciousness, but before they could move, another body piled on top, pinning them down. The Hitani brothers and Satoshi Katagiuri, who came with Maki Hojo, started moving as well. The Tamon members began waking up, but upon recognizing these notorious delinquents, they knew their place. Without a word, they let themselves be handled. With everyone working together, a mountain of bodies was soon formed. Kyajuk grabbed Mangekyō and Raken, who were still unconscious, and climbed up the pile, tossing them to the top and sitting down on Mangekyō's back. He'd made sure to give the little guy special treatment. He wouldn't be waking up until tomorrow morning. Looking up at the sky, free from obstruction, Kyajuk finally relaxed, his inner tension eased. Chapter 46, The Comet Falls. Hey, boss, what exactly are you trying to do? Maki Hojo asked, looking up. It wasn't just him and the members of the Rampaging Angels who were curious. The Tamon members beneath Hojo Kyajuk were also wondering, though they were too embarrassed to ask. Now that everything was set, Kyajuk no longer felt the urgency he had earlier. With a happy smile, he turned to Maki and said, watching the comet. Who would have thought our second-in-command is an astronomy enthusiast? Maki Hojo chuckled, surprised by the clear, joyful tone in Kyajuk's voice, his smile pure and untainted. The Tamon members felt even more awkward, realizing that their entire gang had just been defeated by one person. Now, they were being used as a makeshift viewing platform. Not really. It's just. There's this voice inside me that's been telling me to watch the comet. It sounds kind of forceful, so I didn't want to ignore it. Kyajuk mumbled while staring up at the sky. Well, it's a once-in-a-lifetime comet, right? To see something like this in person. It's a real stroke of luck. And the weather's great tonight, too, clear enough to see the stars. What a treat. Maki added, glancing up at the sky with him. Indeed, the weather tonight was unexpectedly clear. Despite the city's usual cloud cover, the stars were visible, which was almost unthinkable for a bustling area like Shibuya. The group fell silent as they watched the comet's arrival. Even the pile of Tamon members at Kyajuke's feet looked up in quiet awe. It's here. Ecchi Onizuka shouted with excitement. Hey, Reggie, quickly make a wish for a girlfriend next year. One of them called out. Oh, right. I want to. That's sneaky. I'll ask for 3, 1 a high school girl, 1 a lady, and 1 an older sister. Hey, you two, quiet down. Kyajuke yelled, his calm demeanor shattered by an inexplicable unease as the comet finally appeared in the sky. Something felt off, as though something bad was about to happen. Standing on the pile of bodies in his black school uniform, Kyajuke placed his hands in his pockets and stared at the blue comet streaking across the vast night sky, its tail trailing like an aurora. The same familiar yet distant voice appeared in his mind again. Hey, what's your name? Me? I'm Hojo Kyajuke. Who are you? But there was no answer, and the sense of unease only grew stronger. Where was this feeling coming from? He couldn't shake the feeling of melancholy that seemed to be following him. Forget it. He muttered to himself, trying to push the thoughts away. First, he had a strange urge to watch the comet, and now, an unknown voice in his head. He figured he must have been too tired today. Alright, let's head home. Kyajuke slid down the pile of bodies and spoke to Maki and the others. Boss, I cleaned your bamboo sword for you. Kisaki said, walking up with a slight bow. He no longer made any comments about wanting to take over Tamon. Thanks, Kisaki. Kyajuke replied, taking the bamboo sword and tossing it aside. He didn't bother putting it in its sheath, it was secured to his bike with a buckle. Hey! Kisaki called out as Kyajuke began walking away. He hesitated, then said with a sigh, Boss, how about we go grab some late-night snacks? My treat. Yeah, boss, you told Kisaki you had stuff to do, but now that it's done, why not grab a bite and go for a drive afterward? I found a new road that's perfect for cruising. Maki and the others chimed in with their invitation. Haha, I appreciate the offer, but I've got some things to take care of at home. See you all tomorrow. Hojo Kyajuke said, declining with a smile. He waved his hand and walked out of the park. The strange feeling in his chest made him want nothing more than to go home. Goodbye, boss. The Rampaging Angels members said, bowing as they watched him go. Riding his bike down the street, the cool evening breeze helped ease some of his irritation, but the comet still bothered him. Its beauty felt off somehow. He poured himself a large glass of cold water and chugged it down. Sitting on the couch, he turned on the TV. The news anchor was speaking, and now, let's look at the comet, which has split into 2, creating countless meteors. Kyajuke didn't want to hear the rest. He set the cup down and rushed to the balcony. Sure enough, he saw the blue comet above, but there was now a small, fiery red comet splitting off beneath it. The blue one continued along its original path, but the red comet was falling. At that moment, the voice from the TV sounded again. Statistically speaking, the possibility of it landing in a populated area is very low. Kyajuke scoffed at the so-called experts on TV. He knew they often hired people who were barely qualified to make such claims, but this time, the sense of foreboding that had lingered in his mind made him want to trust their words. His unease from earlier returned as he recalled that same feeling when the red comet appeared at the park. Could the comet be about to hit someone? He quickly grabbed his phone and opened it, a barrage of messages flooding in. Kyajuke, look at the comet, it's so beautiful. Yamauchi Sakura Kyajuke, do you miss me? Let's go shopping in Ikebukuro this weekend. Kyajuke, there's a super cute senior at school, blonde twin tails. Next time, I'll introduce you to her. Yamauchi Sakura. It was clear that Sakura treated Kyajuke's inbox like her personal diary. She even sent him photos of a fat cat she'd seen at school. The comet wasn't going to hit Tokyo, and Sakura's school wasn't far from him. So she was safe. Kyajuke quickly replied to her, agreeing to the weekend shopping trip, then turned to the next message. Kyajuke-kun, my classmates haven't noticed my hearing impairment. I'm so happy. Nishimiya Shouko. Kyajuke could almost imagine the pleased, shy smile on Shouko's face. She was still too shy, he hoped she'd make more friends. My chest has grown a whole cup size, but Shouko's grew too. How unfair. Ueno Naoka. Kyajuke opened the photo Ueno had sent, showing her and Shouko laughing together. Shouko had playfully made a peace sign for the camera, both in their school uniforms. Ueno had a blue jacket, while Shouko wore just a white blouse. Kyajuke couldn't help but appreciate Shouko's figure, noting the noticeable change in her chest. He shook his head. The school where they studied wasn't far from here, so he didn't need to worry about the comet falling on them. Chapter 47. The comet falls. The next thing on Hojo Kyajuke's mind was the people he truly cared about, his parents, all the way in Hokkaido. Before he could even open the email, he received a call from his mother, Hojo Mikiko. Kyajuk. Do you think the comet will fall near you? I saw that the comet split, and it looks like it's headed toward Tokyo. Alright, it's clear now, his dear mother was safe. Don't worry, Mom, the comet's still pretty far from me. If anything, I'm more worried it might fall in Hokkaido. Phew, you scared me. Why didn't you call me earlier to reassure me? Hojo Mikiko grumbled. Sorry. I was about to make a late-night snack with the beef you sent me. Kyajuk replied, trying to lighten the mood. Ugh, why are you eating so late? It's not good for your health. His mother chided. It's not dinner, it's a late-night snack. I'm pretty exhausted today. Really now? You need to take better care of yourself. And what's this about you being the leader of a delinquent gang? Hojo Mikiko couldn't hold back her curiosity, asking about a thing she'd been wondering about for days. Kyajuk knew his mom worried about him, so he decided to explain. I went to the kendo club the other day. Kyajuk spoke slowly, adding a touch of flair to the events that had happened, making sure to keep it entertaining. His mother listened intently, occasionally gasping in surprise. That sounds so thrilling. A biker gang, huh? When I was younger, I even dreamed of riding a motorcycle on the streets myself. Hojo Mikiko mused with a bit of envy. Kyajuk could hear his father's laugh, then her mom's frustrated voice. Huh? What are you laughing about? Is it my fault I can't ride a bike? Who said I can't learn to ride a motorcycle just because I don't know how to ride a bicycle? And then, Hojo Ikiru's voice could be heard, trying to calm things down. After a while, the phone switched hands. Hello, Kyajuk? Came the deep, commanding voice of his father. Father. Kyajuk replied respectfully. He always spoke to his father more seriously than to his mother, not out of formality, but out of respect. Delinquents are nothing to be afraid of. Youth is the most valuable time in a person's life. If you want to do something, go ahead and do it. You're a Hojo, so even if you choose the delinquent path, you should aim to be the best in all of Japan. But always be careful, and call home if anything happens. Hojo Ikiru's voice was steady, and Kyajuk could clearly picture him in his mind. Standing tall at 1.8 meters, his father was a rare sight in Japan. He always wore a navy blue yukata, the same one he wore when he came to Tokyo to pick up Hojo Mikiko. Kyajuk's face mirrored his father's strong features, but his eyes took after his mother's, gentle and soft, almost like a tranquil spring. It was only when he got angry that his eyebrows would furrow and his eyes would turn sharp. I'll remember, father. Thank you. Take care of yourself. Your mother worries about you. Hojo Ikiru added. I know, and you take care too. You and mom should get to work on giving me a sibling soon. Kyajuk joked, trying to lighten the mood. I am thinking about it. Hojo Ikiru coughed a bit, then laughed. The phone was quickly snatched back by Mikiko. Honestly, always talking nonsense with my precious son. Kyajuk. You better keep an eye on those potential daughters-in-law of mine. Don't let anyone steal them away. Kyajuk chuckled. Over the remaining months of elementary school, Nishimiya Shoko and Ueno Naoka, who often visited the Hojo home, had become close enough to Mikiko to be included on her daughter-in-law watch list. I know. Goodbye, Mom. You don't love me anymore. Kyajuk hung up, knowing that if he didn't, Mikiko would keep talking well into the morning. Phew. It seemed like the important people were all safe. What's this? After ending the call, Kyajuk's phone automatically brought up the call history. He saw an unread call from Hida City. Looking up at the sky, he noticed that direction. That must be Hida, right? Itamari, Hida City, Mimizu Shrine. Mimizu Mitsuo wore a beautiful blue kimono, decorated with Yotsuba grass patterns. How beautiful. Will I be as pretty as you when I grow up, sis? Her younger sister, Mimizu Yotsuba, finished putting the last decoration in Mitsuo's hair. She looked at her stunning sister in the mirror, her voice filled with admiration. You will. You two are sisters after all. Their grandmother, Mimizu Hitoa, adjusted Mitsuo's kimono and smiled. Hitoa couldn't help but remember when she had done the same for her daughter, back when she was young. Time had passed so quickly, and now Mitsuo was all grown up. Mitsuo looked at her reflection and silently thought, I wonder if Hojo would like to see me like this. Since returning to Itamori from Tokyo, she had been unable to get through to him on the phone, and the connection kept dropping. Yotsuba, can you take a picture of me? Mitsuo asked, handing her phone to her sister. Cheese. Yotsuba's voice echoed, and Mitsuo gave a faint smile, her lips slightly pressed together. Her expression was serene and composed, her eyes shining with a quiet elegance. She took the phone and saw the call history. Another failed attempt to reach Hojo. Mitsuo sighed, but still sent the photo. The notification read, failed to send. Kyajuk, what's going on? Mitsuo turned toward the window. Itamari, surrounded by mountains, was quiet and remote, but the night stars shone the brightest here. Mitsuo wondered if she should go back to Tokyo to find Kyajuk. She had spent all of her allowance just on the first trip, but she didn't regret it. However, with the festival preparations going on in Itamari, she, as the shrine's Maiko, couldn't just leave now. I'll go to Tokyo next weekend, she decided, then left to meet her friends. The comet appeared, its brilliant blue tail shimmering in the night sky, weaving between the stars. Mitsuo ran up the mountain, the night wind blowing, and the grass rippling around her. Her sleeves fluttered gently in the breeze. What's happening? It seemed the land of Itamari was especially blessed by the comet. Even if she didn't stop, it would leave something behind. The comet split. Mitsuo saw the most beautiful yet cruel side of her life. Meteorites, falling from the sky, plummeting between the mountains and straight toward her. Chapter 48, 48 Today with Sakura. It seemed that the defeat of Tamon didn't set off a chain reaction of events, and Hojo Kyajuk had a calm Friday. The day of his date with Yamauchi Sakura arrived on Saturday. At noon, Kyajuk rode his motorcycle to the gates of Shire Yuri Academy. From a distance, he saw Sakura. Yo. Sakura greeted him energetically as usual, already jogging toward him before he could even park his bike. You look great today, Kyajuk said, giving a thumbs up as he admired Sakura, who radiated youthful energy. Today, Sakura wore a wine-red t-shirt with some abstract art printed on it. Her fair skin looked even more luminous against the t-shirt, almost glowing in the midday sunlight, making her appear as though her skin had become translucent. Her hair was styled in an elegant updo with a decorative hairpin. The silver necklace around her slender neck had a pendant that disappeared into the collar, hiding its true form. Below, she wore tight-fitting jeans that perfectly accentuated her long, graceful legs. Isn't it pretty? I bought it when I went shopping with my classmates, Sakura explained, noticing Kyaju's admiring gaze. She pulled out the pendant from her shirt, revealing a pink cherry blossom with golden edges. It suits you well, Kyajuk commented. I thought so too. As soon as I saw it, I knew I had to buy it. Sakura beamed with pride. Sakura. Like a cherry blossom, vivid, beautiful, but short-lived. As Kyajuk thought about this, his previously relaxed mood suddenly took a turn for the worse. Tadie. Not noticing Kyajuk's shift in mood, Sakura stretched out her hand, which had been behind her back, to reveal another pendant. This one had a blue-green border instead of gold. This pendant is a pair with yours. Hurry, lower your head, I'll put it on you, Sakura said eagerly. Oh, all right, Kyajuk said, lowering his head obediently, having already removed his helmet. The knot of the string is something I made myself. By the way, Kyajuk, the knot on your wrist, where did it come from? I've noticed you've been wearing it since the start of the semester. Did Shouko give it to you? Sakura asked, curious. Oh, this. It's... Kyajuk paused, realizing he didn't know where it came from. Who gave this to me? He thought. If you can't remember, don't worry about it. Let's just get going, Sakura said, noticing Kyaju's silence and assuming he had simply forgotten. She grabbed her helmet, put it on, and raised her hand excitedly, shouting, go, go. Shaking his head, Kyajuk decided not to dwell on it, and with that, they set off for Ikebukuro. Ikebukuro, located in Toshima Ward, is a bustling commercial district. With the influx of numerous department stores and ever-growing shopping streets, it now rivals Shinjuku and Shibuya as one of the most famous commercial areas in Tokyo. It's also become known for being a popular filming location for movies and TV shows, lending the area a fashionable vibe and youthful energy. After parking the motorcycle in a parking lot, Kyajuk and Sakura began to explore Ikebukuro. Ah. This is the famous Ikebukuro West Exit Park? Sakura said, standing beside a fountain, looking around in disbelief. Well, that's what it says over there, Kyajuk replied, pointing to a black stone sign that read, Toshima Ward Ikebukuro West Exit Park. I can't accept this. It's so small. There's nothing here, Sakura exclaimed, clutching her head as if she had received a major shock. Didn't you watch those TV dramas? Didn't they show this place? Kyajuk asked. Right after they parked the motorcycle, Sakura had dragged him straight to Ikebukuro West Exit Park, expecting to do a pilgrimage of sorts to the filming location. Kyajuk thought she wanted to see the iconic place from those shows, but that wasn't the case at all. I never watched those dramas. I just heard my classmates talk about it, Sakura said, as if it was obvious. Well, do you still want to take a photo? Kyajuk asked, holding up a digital camera. He had borrowed it from one of his subordinates. Of course, Sakura cheered, dragging Kyajuk to take photos in front of the fountain, the sign, and even the subway station. Oh, and by the way, The person who took their pictures happened to be a member of a local gang who was also visiting Ikebukuro for the weekend. After thanking the gang member, the two of them continued their adventure, heading to the nearby Tobu department store. This store, located in Ikebukuro, is the flagship of the chain and is known for its vast sales floor, the largest in Japan. The moment they entered the store, they were greeted by a dazzling array of women's clothing. Seeing the excited look in Sakura's eyes, Kyajuk couldn't help but inwardly mock the unscrupulous shopkeepers how well they understood their customers. They knew exactly who would come to shop and who was most likely to spend money. Ah, Kyajuk. That store is my favorite brand. Sakura exclaimed, pointing toward a store with shining eyes. She immediately grabbed Kyajuk's arm and pulled him into the shop. Kyajuk, do you think this one looks good? Sakura asked, twirling in front of him in a black princess dress with puff sleeves. It looks great. Kyajuk said. I actually have the same dress. I was planning to wear it today to show you, but I didn't because I had to ride the motorcycle. Luckily, we found it here. Sakura explained, looking pleased. Kyajuk finally understood why Sakura was so excited when she saw the store. He then took a closer look at her. The black dress, paired with her hair up, made her look like a princess, graceful and elegant. Yeah, you really look like a princess, Kyajuk said, appreciating her beauty. Haha, you noticed. This is something I learned at school. Sakura laughed brightly, immediately ruining the elegant princess vibe. With a playful bend at the knees, Sakura lifted the skirt of her dress with both hands, giving Kyajuk a mock curtsy. Kyajuk quickly pulled out his phone, capturing the moment before sending the video to both his mother and Sakura's mother. Ah! What are you doing? This is so embarrassing. Sakura cried out as she saw what Kyajuk had done. She rushed over to punch him lightly on the chest, but since they were in the store, she soon went to change back into her own clothes. The two of them then left the store and moved to another women's clothing store. Watching Sakura look beautiful in everything she tried on, Kyajuk couldn't help but feel a pinch in his wallet. Before they left the house that day, he had made sure to bring exactly 200,000 yen with him, just enough for the day, but not enough to cover much else, especially after paying next month's rent. Without the living allowance from home, he'd have to be careful about food. Sighing as he felt the weight of his thin wallet, Kyajuk's desire to make money grew stronger. Let's go, Kyajuk. After changing back into her original clothes, Sakura walked up to Kyajuk and linked arms with him as they headed toward the exit. You tried on so many things, didn't you want any of them? Kyajuk asked. Sakura laughed and shrugged. I just enjoy the process of shopping. If I had to worry about my wallet getting thinner while I shop, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Kyajuk couldn't help but smile. Still, he knew there was no way a girl wouldn't want pretty clothes. At that moment, his earlier laid-back attitude shifted, and he decided he needed to get serious about making money, at least enough to buy her the things she liked. Chapter 49. The strange sushi restaurant. The two of them had been shopping at the mall all day and it was now time for dinner. I'm so hungry, Kyajuk. Sakura fluttered her big eyes at him and held her stomach, making a cute, pitiful face. I told you to eat earlier, but you got so caught up in the cosmetics section that we couldn't leave. Hojo. Kyajuk pulled Sakura's hand, trying to speed her up. But they were having a special on cosmetics. If I bought them, today's expenses would be totally worth it. Sakura responded enthusiastically, raising a small shopping bag with a satisfied grin. Kyajuk was too tired to complain about her cosmetic obsession, and instead just quickened his pace, pulling her toward the famous sushi restaurant in Ikebukuro that he had heard about from one of his subordinates. Hey, long time no see, little bro. A strange-sounding voice greeted them in broken Japanese. Kyajuk looked up and saw a towering black man, at least 2 meters tall, wearing a chef's uniform, handing him a flyer. Hey, Kyajuk, do you know this person? Sakura asked curiously, noticing the strange sight as well. The chef smiled and repeated the same greeting to her. Long time no see, miss. Sakura burst into laughter, clearly amused by the situation. She grabbed the flyer and saw it was for a sushi restaurant called Lucia Sushi. Are there any discounts? Sakura asked casually. No, if there were any discounts, I'd be dead from a Russian shipwreck. The man replied in his odd accent. Wait, do shipwrecks happen on land too? Sakura asked, baffled. Sakura, let's just go in. Kyajuk said, grabbing her hand and leading her into the restaurant, eager to get away from the peculiar encounter. As Kyajuk's power grew, he had started to pick up on the aura or vibes of people, almost like sensing a smell. For Sakura, it was a fresh, vibrant energy, like the morning dew, filling him with a sense of calm and ease whenever they were together. But for the black man, there was something much darker, a scent of gunpowder, a reminder of a more violent, bloody world. When they entered the sushi restaurant, Kyajuke's mood immediately soured. The chef was a towering black man, and the person working in the kitchen had the face of a zombie. Not exactly what he expected from a sushi restaurant. "Sakura, let's just find another place," Kyajuke suggested, ready to leave. "But we're already here. It's kind of funny, don't you think?" Sakura was looking around the restaurant, amused by its quirky decor. They were led to a small private room by the waitress, where they sat down to review the menu. Tempura sushi, cheese sushi, mapo tofu sushi, borscht sushi, sour cream sushi. Do they think everything can just be turned into sushi by putting it on vinegared rice? Sakura guessed, looking at the bizarre menu. Both of them exchanged a look. They all look so good. After a brief pause, Sakura exclaimed happily. These are clearly some dark culinary creations. There's no way they can taste good. Kyajuke muttered under his breath. But Sakura was so excited that he decided to let it go and stay. To experience so many foods in one lifetime that others might never even see, this is lucky. Sakura said, handing the menu to the waitress with a smile. "Please bring us this set." Kyajuke sighed helplessly, but the white zombie-faced chef brought their strange sushi creations to the table. Kyajuke quickly looked away, unable to stomach the sight. Everything could be tempura, and everything could be sushi with vinegared rice. The chef had somehow managed to combine them all, and Kyajuke wasn't sure whether to be amazed by creativity or horrified by what seemed like an ill-advised fusion. Is this really sushi from a master? He thought to himself. Sakura, however, picked up a piece of sour cream sushi without hesitation and stuffed it into her mouth. Watching her chew, Kyajuke couldn't help but feel a little hungry himself. Watching Sakura eat, even bad food seemed tasty, and the good food became divine. Kyajuke nervously picked up what looked like the most normal sushi and ice cream hand roll and took a bite. Surprisingly, it wasn't bad, so he decided it would be his last visit to this bizarre place. Sakura, on the other hand, devoured most of the sushi, enjoying herself without a care in the world. "Sakura, are you sure you're okay?" Kyajuke asked, genuinely concerned. "Can regular people eat this stuff? I hope this isn't going to cause any health issues for you. Should we go to the hospital right away?" he added, his voice full of worry. Sakura laughed. "Kyajuke, you're overreacting. These sushi are just a little weird looking. They taste fine, don't worry." Seeing his worried expression, she giggled and patted his shoulder before reaching for the last item on the table, a fortune cookie. People sure loved the idea of receiving a good fortune, as it could brighten their day. "Kyajuke. Look at mine," Sakura said excitedly, showing off her little fortune. "It says good health." At that moment, Kyajuke smiled, understanding why people loved these fortunes. Seeing Sakura so happy made him happy too. She would be healthy forever, until the day she lived to a ripe old age. "Quick, look at yours," Sakura urged. Kyajuke broke open his cookie, and inside was a message that read, "Family Harmony." He smiled, thinking about the peaceful night at Nezu's shrine and sincerely wishing that this fortune would come true for him, just like Sakura's. Family harmony. Of course, we'll always have harmony, right, Kyajuke? Sakura wrapped her arm around his and asked. "Yeah, we'll always be fine," Kyajuke replied, nodding seriously. Chapter 50, The Lucky People of Ikebukuro. After leaving the sushi restaurant, the tall African man disguised as a chef was still handing out flyers. Every time someone passed by, he greeted them with an overly familiar "long time no see." It made Sakura giggle so much that her stomach started to hurt. "Hey, little brother, would you like to join this fun chat room?" As they were strolling down the shopping street outside the sushi restaurant, a light-hearted voice called out from behind them. Turning around, they saw a man dressed in an out-of-season fur-collared coat, with black hair. "Do we know each other?" Kyajuke asked, raising an eyebrow. "Were people in Ikebukuro this forward?" "Let me introduce myself. I'm Morihara Aizen. I run an information shop. If you have any questions about Shinjuku or Ikebukuro, come to me," the man said, making a dramatic gesture as he handed Kyajuke a business card. Kyajuke casually took the card, and Sakura leaned in to take a look as well. The white card was simple, with 3 lines of text: Morihara Aizen, information broker, phone, 83,709,287 inches. "So, what's this about?" Kyajuke asked while fiddling with the card. The man's strange, out-of-season outfit, his claim to be an information broker, and the air of unpredictability around him made Kyajuke instinctively want to walk away. But he didn't want to seem rude, so he asked anyway. Sakura, sensing Kyajuke's discomfort, stayed quietly behind him, holding his hand. "Well, one reason is business expansion, and the other is to invite you to a fun chat room," Morihara Aizen said, reaching into his coat and pulling out another card, which he handed to Kyajuke. "Dollars?" the card said, followed by a URL. Upon seeing the word dollars, Kyajuke's interest peaked. A place to make money. This might be worth checking out. Don't misunderstand. This isn't the dollars like American currency. It's part of the unique borrowing culture here in Japan. Aizen explained. Ah, well, I'm not interested. Kyajuke said, ready to hand the card back. Before he could, a loud roar interrupted them. Oi! The voice was filled with aggression, and a large metal trash can came flying towards them. Kyajuke quickly pulled Sakura behind him and jumped to the side. Although they weren't the targets, Aizen was too close, and Kyajuke didn't want to risk hitting Sakura. Aizen, however, didn't have such quick reflexes and was hit squarely by the trash can. Kyajuke glanced at the trash can. It was solid metal, probably over 30 kilograms. Only then did he take a moment to see who had thrown it. Hey, isn't that the uniform of a waiter? Sakura asked, curious. The man walking over was massive, almost 1.9 meters tall, with golden hair and wearing sunglasses even at night. His white shirt, black vest, and black slacks made him look like a waiter from a fancy restaurant. He even had a black bow tie on. Yeah, I guess it's normal for waiters to have strength too, considering black and white people can be sushi masters. Kyajuke said, somewhat sarcastically. The man approached Aizen and snarled, didn't I tell you not to come back to Ikebukuro, or Ihara? Aizen, after being crushed by the trash can, stood up and grinned, despite the pain. Oh? But I heard you were working in the west side now, Hojima Shizuo. Hojima? Both Kyajuke and Sakura exchanged a glance, and both chuckled, holding each other's hands tightly. Hearing their laughter, the man who was called Shizuo frowned, veins bulging from his forehead. But instead of directing his anger at them, he chose to focus it all on Aizen. I was fired, and I told you not to call me that. He said, clearly irritated. Sakura raised her fist and clapped it into her other hand as if understanding. Ah, so your name is Hojima Shizuo, right? But Kyajuke, he doesn't seem very peaceful or calm, does he? Sakura whispered in Kyajuke's ear. Kyajuke, not looking overly concerned, gently nudged Sakura away, his gaze never leaving the action. Well, that name is probably a sign of his parents' expectations. You see, his dad's surname is Hojima. Oi, you two. Stop messing around. Shizuo suddenly shouted, his patience running thin. Sorry. Sakura immediately bowed, and Kyajuke offered a polite smile. Ugh, Shizuo, you're still mad about me pinning the blame on you, huh? Orihara Aizen teased with his usual smirk, despite the obvious pain. I'm not mad, I just want to beat you up. Shizuo growled, and with an almost frightening motion, he grabbed a road sign and yanked it from the ground, pulling up the cement below it. Wait, is this even possible for a human? Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide in shock. Kyajuke, more thoughtful, watched carefully. So, I guess I won't need to carry a bamboo sword around anymore. The road sign, a metal pole with a street name sign, wasn't something you'd normally think to use as a weapon, but given Shizuo's immense strength, he made it look easy. Shizuo hurled the sign like a javelin toward Orihara Aizen, but Aizen easily dodged. Not done yet, Shizuo picked up a nearby vending machine and threw it at Aizen. TSK, the people of Ikebukuro sure are lucky. Kyajuke muttered as he turned to Sakura. Let's go, Sakura. We should leave before things get worse. Pulling Sakura's hand, they walked away from the scene, heading toward where he had parked his motorcycle. Chapter 51, 51 Dullahan. Witness the power of the people. Hoja Kyajuke and Sakura had just hopped on the motorcycle, cruising down the highway, when a sound like a horse's neighing, mixed with the roar of a motorcycle engine, came from behind them. Before they could even turn around, a motorcycle zoomed past them. It was an all-black motorcycle, and the rider was a woman dressed in black leather, sporting a cute yellow cat helmet. Although the encounter was brief, Kyajuke's interest was instantly piqued, not because of her long legs, slim waist, or impressive curves, but because of the tag above her head, Dullahan's extraordinary record, Troublesome, protagonist. Dullahan? What was that about? Was it the Dullahan I know? Kyajuke had heard of the Irish myth, a headless knight who, after dying, becomes a ghost, riding a spectral horse and endlessly searching for its lost head. But now, was the ghost story modernized to riding a motorcycle instead of a horse? What's more, this was the fourth protagonist Kyajuke had encountered so far. How should he react? His excitement was building up. If only his driving skills were better, and if Sakura weren't on the bike with him, he'd chase after her immediately. Wee woo, a few police motorcycles with flashing red and blue lights were trailing behind the black motorcycle, chasing after it. Kyajuke? You thinking about joining them? Sakura asked, a little amused. Ever since entering middle school, This childhood friend of hers seemed to have changed a lot. While still lazy and laid back, his interests had broadened quite a bit. Yeah. Kyajuk replied honestly. Well, if that's the case, should I just take the subway back to school? Sakura teased. No way am I letting you go back alone. Kyajuk immediately responded. He knew Sakura was serious when she said something like that. She always looked out for him, despite her constant witty remarks. Sakura sighed softly, then tightly wrapped her arms around his waist. Damn it, why did I have to wear a helmet? The helmet made it so that Sakura couldn't feel the warmth of Kyajuk's body, and that frustrated her. Kyajuk took out his phone, opened a chat room, and quickly sent a few messages before revving up the motorcycle and heading toward Okanamazu Academy with Sakura. By the school gate, Sakura, holding several shopping bags, stood beside the motorcycle, bidding Kyajuk goodbye. I had such a great time today. That's good, but next time we go shopping, I'm buying everything you tried on. Kyajuk said with a mock scowl as he slapped the gas tank. Hee, how could I ever wear all that? Sakura giggled. I don't care. Well, I'm going in now. She said. Yeah, see you. As she said this, Sakura suddenly jumped forward and planted a kiss on Kyajuk's cheek. Be careful on the way back, Kyajuk. After feeling the surprise kiss, Kyajuk touched his cheek where she kissed him, then put on his helmet and sped off, aiming for Ikebukuro. Sakura stood there, watching as the taillights of the motorcycle disappeared into the distance, before turning and heading into the school. Once Kyajuk entered Ikebukuro, he pulled over and took out his phone. Immediately, countless messages popped up on the screen. The chat room was for all members of the Rampaging Angels, the group Makihoju had mentioned earlier. The Ikebukuro branch of their group was based here, but they didn't officially call it the Ikebukuro branch because they hadn't yet fully dominated the area. Instead, it was named after the principal of Kaiju High, Satoshi Katagiuri, who was leading their efforts in Ikebukuro. The Roppongi branch, on the other hand, was named after the area itself, as the Hasegawa brothers had completely cleared and taken over Roppongi. Kyajuk had always wondered why Satoshi Katagiuri, who seemed to be stronger, hadn't been able to take control of Ikebukuro. After seeing so many strange people tonight, Kyajuk immediately understood, even feeling a little sympathy for Katagiuri. He had sent a message to his subordinates in Ikebukuro, asking them to keep an eye on Kelty, the Dullahan riding the all-black motorcycle. He hadn't ordered them to corner her, though. After seeing the ominous black mist surrounding her, he could tell she wasn't human. There was no need to risk his subordinates' safety, just following her quietly would suffice. As expected, the chat room lit up with updates, as if a chain of events was unfolding. She just passed by Tobu department store. She's at Sabon now, turning west. She's at the Yamano Teppanyaki. She's at the fire station. The updates seemed pretty normal at first. Then, one of the messages caught his eye. She's on the outer wall of the building. I saw her too. She climbed up the wall to the roof of the Tokyo Art Theater. She flew off. The cops are chasing her. For a moment, the messages stopped. It seemed like the subordinates had lost track of her after she flew. Wait, no, she didn't leave. She's still on the rooftop of the Tokyo Art Theater. The one that flew off was a decoy. I saw that too. She's coming down the wall again. The cops didn't even notice they were tricked. She's slowing down and heading toward Hotel White City. She stopped and entered a residential building. The updates stopped there, and no one dared to send more messages, giving Kyajuk space to read through the logs. Good job, everyone. Thanks for your hard work. Hojo Kyajuk typed. No trouble at all. Came countless replies. Once his ID appeared in the chat room, the screen flooded with messages. Boss, do you need assistance? That person is a local urban legend here, Dullahan. Something's definitely off with her. Satoshi Katagiuri messaged. If possible, could you send me a katana? Deliver it to the residential building where Dullahan last appeared. Kyajuk had initially thought about refusing, but decided it was safer to be prepared. Against such a non-human being, he didn't feel secure without a weapon in hand. Got it. I'll send it right away. Satoshi Katagiuri thanks, Katagiuri. Kyajuk gave a satisfied stretch while sitting on the motorcycle. Now, it was time to see what this so-called Dullahan was really all about. Chapter 52, 52 Why are urban legends so cute? Standing beneath a 7-story building, Hojo Kyajuk looked up. Wait a second, wasn't this the same place where he and Sakura had just run into Hajime Shizuo and Orihara Izaya? Why did all the weird people in this city seem to gather in one spot? After a few minutes, Satoshi Katagiuri pulled up on a motorcycle with an absurdly high backrest, over a meter tall. Boss, sorry to keep you waiting. He got off the bike and carefully handed over a wooden box with both hands. It's no trouble at all. If anything, I should be apologizing for calling you out so late. Kyajuk replied, taking the box and opening it. Inside was a sleek katana with a black sheath and a red and black wrapped hilt. Ha! For us spikers, the night is still young. Katagiori laughed heartily. Kyajuk smacked his forehead. Right, he hadn't been in the delinquent world long enough to fully adjust his mindset. This isn't exactly a famous blade, but it's sturdy enough. I actually wanted to get you that rumored demonic sword, Ska, that's been showing up around Ikebukuro and Shinjuku. But there wasn't enough time. Give me another week, and I'll have it for you. Katagiri said, scratching his head, looking a bit embarrassed. No need to go that far. But what's this about a demonic sword? Something like Muramasa? Kyajuk asked while testing the weight of the katana. Ska is a blade that supposedly takes over people's minds. And it's said to be able to cut through souls. Cutting through souls aside, that sounds like a cliché ability. But possession? That sounds familiar. Like a cursed sword that turns against its wielder? Not quite. Ska apparently controls anyone it wounds. A few years ago, I saw a homeless guy in Ikebukuro. His eyes were glowing red, and he was attacking people at random with a katana. Kyajuk raised an eyebrow. Man, this city is always eventful, huh? It's not always like this. As long as you don't get mixed up with the urban legends, it's just an ordinary city. But for some reason, these urban legends seem to attract each other, all gathering in one place. I see. Kyajuk glanced around the street, recalling the superhuman strength of Hajime Shizuo. Then, he looked back up, as if he could see through the walls of the building to the woman in the cat-eared helmet. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. Go take care of your own stuff. And about that sword, just do what you can. No need to force it. Kyajuk said. Understood. Wishing you victory in battle. Katagiori bowed briefly, then hopped back onto his bike and rode off. Now then. Time to see what this Dullahan is really about. With thoughts of that curvy figure in his mind, Kyajuk stepped into the building. Looking at the elevator panel, he noticed that the first 6 floors were all cafes, beauty salons, or nail and makeup studios. The only unmarked floor was the 7th. Without hesitation, Kyajuk pressed the button for the 7th floor. He placed the katana back in the wooden box. Showing up at someone's door with a weapon? That would just be asking for trouble. He wasn't some thug looking for a fight. His system didn't operate on the defeat enemies to get stronger logic, after all. When he reached the 7th floor, he pressed the doorbell, putting on his most charming smile. His eyes softened into an irresistibly warm gaze. Inside the apartment, Kelty stiffened in surprise. Huh? Who would be visiting at this hour? Are they looking for Shinra? But he already went out for work. Normally, the only people who showed up here were shady underworld figures seeking Shinra's services as an underground doctor. And those guys never rang the doorbell, they just banged on the door like maniacs. Kelty hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the remote to pause the anime she had been watching. She was still a bit shaken from the intense police chase earlier, and the show had been helping her calm down. Could it be the traffic cops? A shiver ran down her spine. The terrifying face of the officer who had been chasing her flashed through her mind. Fighting the urge to summon her beloved bike and escape through the window, Kelty crept to the door and cautiously peered through the peephole. The moment she saw the man outside, she froze. Wow! He is handsome. Even through the distorted fisheye lens, Kelty found herself captivated by those soft, gentle eyes. Before she even realized it, her hands had already moved on their own. She unlocked the door and pulled it open. Sorry to intrude, Kyajuk grinned and quickly stepped inside. His smile widened when he confirmed that the person standing before him was indeed the same leather-clad, cat-helmeted woman from earlier Dullahan. Kelty snapped back to her senses, suddenly realizing what she had done. Startled, she took a few steps back like a frightened rabbit. Then, she hastily pulled out a small tablet, typed something rapidly, and held the screen up to Kyajuk. This has to be magic. Huh? Kyajuk blinked, utterly confused. Where was this coming from? And was she using a tablet to communicate because she didn't have a head? Why did I open the door for you without even thinking? You must have used some kind of magic. Kelty typed again, her fingers flying across the screen. How should I know? Maybe you just instinctively felt I was trustworthy? Kyajuk chuckled, flashing another warm smile. That's it. That's the look. Just seeing those eyes makes me feel like I can trust you. Kelty's typing became even more frantic, her excitement almost palpable. Do we really need to have this conversation standing in the doorway? Kyajuk gestured to their surroundings. Ah, sorry, hold on a second. Kelty quickly put down the tablet and rummaged through a cabinet near the entrance. Kyajuk found her choice of words amusing. Unlike another silent girl he knew, Kelty actually typed out little speech quirks. From just her movements alone, he could almost hear the flustered tone in her non-existent voice. I don't usually have guests, so I only have disposable slippers. Kelty crouched down and placed a pair of brand new paper slippers in front of Kyuk. His gaze instinctively followed her movements and was immediately caught by the deep valley between her curves. Luckily, Kelty didn't seem to notice. Thanks, Kyuk said, slipping on the slippers before following her into the living room. Would you like some tea? Though she still didn't know who he was, Kelty followed human etiquette and offered hospitality. Appreciate it. By the way, I'm Hojo Kyuk. And you are? Kelty Troublesome. She gave her name without hesitation. Kyuk already knew from his system, but now it was officially confirmed. A foreigner, huh? Could she really be the Dullahan from Irish folklore? Kyuk eyed her cat helmet thoughtfully. Hojo, are you here to see Shinra? Kelty asked. Nah, never met the guy. I just saw you on the road and got curious about Ikabukuro's famous urban legend. At that, Kelty jolted. You're not a monster hunter, are you? She leaped back onto the couch, body trembling. The air around her darkened as black mist poured from her body, filling the space above them like storm clouds. Kyuk was momentarily stunned. How the hell was she the one acting scared? Weren't urban legends supposed to be terrifying? Chapter 53, 53 Why urban legends are always super beautiful. With his hands raised in a gesture of surrender, Hojo Kyuk did his best to appear harmless. At the same time, he flashed a smile, the kind that Kelty had described as magical. So unfair. Looking into those eyes, no one could possibly bring themselves to hurt him. Kelty, who had originally planned to conjure black mist to tie Kyuk up first and ask questions later, hesitated. The swirling black fog that had filled the living room slowly retreated into her body. You're really not working with that person? Kelty cautiously held out her tablet toward Kyuk. Of course not. I'm the leader of a biker gang. Why would a traffic cop ask me for help? As he spoke, Kyuk pulled out his phone and found the photos Sakura had taken of him street racing on the Tokyo Loop. He handed it to Kelty. Kelty lowered her head, glancing at the images. Kyuk, dressed in a special attack jacket, astride a massive motorcycle, surrounded by a gang of delinquents. Then, she looked up at him again at that incredibly gentle smile. Then back down at the photos. Then back up at him. I don't see it. She didn't specify what she couldn't see, but Kyuk understood anyway. Haha, well, I've only been a delinquent for less than a week. But it looks fun. Kelty said, pointing at a photo of the gang riding together along the highway. It really is. Riding with friends is a blast. The guy next to me is Maki Hojo. He's pretty famous in Tokyo's biker scene. Ah. I've heard of him. Maki Hojo, the guy who rides the Crimson Z. Seeing how excited Kelty was as she shoved her tablet closer to him, Kyuk could practically hear the enthusiasm in her voice. What followed was an endless stream of questions about biker gangs. Kelty was genuinely interested, and Kyuk, despite being a rookie leader, did his best to sound knowledgeable. He pieced together bits of information he'd heard here and there, spinning them into a compelling story. Want to come ride with us next time? He offered. Sure. Kelty immediately typed. Then, she hesitated and pulled the tablet back. But, you know, right? You're what? Kelty clutched the tablet against her chest as if steeling herself for something. Then, she turned her body slightly, as if sneaking a glance at Kyuk. Slowly, she reached up and removed her cat-shaped helmet. The alluring figure before him should have had an equally beautiful face. But where her head should have been there was nothing. An empty space. Dark mist billowed endlessly from her neck, rising like flames from the depths of the underworld. I'm a Dullahan. The exclamation mark at the end of her sentence made it easy for Kyuk to imagine what her expression might have been if she had a face, probably something adorably fierce. Ha 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 ha. Kelty, you're way too cute. What? Kelty hurriedly shoved her tablet toward him, as if making sure he read it properly, then just as quickly pulled it back, suddenly embarrassed. What's with this guy? He saw my true form, and instead of being scared, he thinks I'm cute? Kelty couldn't understand. Kyuk wasn't like Shinra. He didn't have some weird obsession with non-human beings. So, does he actually think I, as a person, am cute? Dark mist began to rise from her neck even faster. You're not afraid of me? She asked hesitantly, typing out the words and holding her tablet close, her fingers gripping it tightly as she waited for his answer. Afraid? Kyuk stroked his chin, looking her up and down. Seeing his thoughtful expression, Kelty tensed up, straightening her posture. Afraid? More like, damn, apostrophe, why would I be afraid? Are you going to hurt me? He asked with a smile. Of course not. Kelty frantically waved her hands. Then there's nothing to be scared of. If you won't harm me, that makes you a good person. A good person. You think I'm a good person? Kelty typed quickly, then gestured at the empty space where her head should be, waving her hand as if to emphasize her not humanness. Ha 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 ha. Kelty, what are you even doing? That's way too cute. Kyajuk burst into laughter. I don't even have a head. Can I really be considered a person? Kelty typed. She had been searching for her head for so long. She had traveled from city to city, slowly integrating into human society. Now, with no leads on her missing head, her purpose seemed to be shifting. She worked harder than most humans, never taking a day off. She followed the law, feared traffic cops, enjoyed anime, loved small animals. She helped girls in trouble and assisted elderly people who fell on the street. Could someone like that still be considered non-human? Lately, she had even noticed a growing affection for the person who let her live here. Was that love? Or just gratitude? She wasn't sure. She only knew that he, the one who claimed to love her, was obsessed with the fact that she wasn't human. It didn't matter that she was a Dullahan. As long as she was non-human, it was enough for him. It was frustrating. Confusing. Difficult to understand. But now, sitting across from her was this man, Hojukyuk. She had shown him her true form, yet he still called her cute and said she was a good person. Kelty could tell this man wasn't like Shinra. Yes, even though Shinra loved her, she knew deep down that his fascination with non-humans, his willingness to dissect her with his father as a child, made him a little off. But Kyajuk was different. He really saw her as a person. And she needed to know why. There was something deeply ironic about a non-human being wanting to be seen as human. Of course. Kyajuk nodded firmly. Humans are not so easily defined. Wait, wrong reference. He chuckled awkwardly before continuing with a more serious tone. Kelty, just now, when I said you were cute, you blushed, right? Huh? Well, if someone says that, of course I'd blush. She even reached up to where her face should be, fanning the air as if trying to cool her imaginary blush. Ah. Wait, I don't have a face. Ha ha ha. I could see you getting embarrassed, so don't sweat the details. But what does blushing have to do with whether I'm human or not? Kelty asked quickly, feeling like she was on the verge of an answer she had been seeking for a long time. It has everything to do with it. Humans are the only creatures that blush. Have you ever seen an animal do it? Kyajuk was bending logic, but it didn't matter. The line between human and non-human wasn't something he could define, it only mattered that Kelty believed it. Wait. You're right. Kelty typed rapidly, the mist around her neck swirling with excitement. See? That means you're undeniably human. Kyajuk declared. Blushing. That's all it takes. Kelty put her tablet down and leaned back against the couch, gazing at Kyajuk again. His eyes were so warm, warmer than anything she had ever felt. No one has ever treated me this way before. People either screamed monster and ran, or stared at her like she was a curiosity. Even those who accepted her only saw her as a friendly non-human. No one had ever looked at her and treated her like a person. Staring into those warm eyes, Kelty felt herself blushing again. So, Kelty, want to go for a ride? Kyajuk asked once more. Before she could answer, the door opened. Kelty, I'm home. Chapter 54, 54 Betrayal. A person in a white coat walked through the door. Visitors? Is it one of your friends, Kelty? After putting down the medical kit, Shinra noticed an unfamiliar face in the living room. Kelty stood up and quickly typed out the words Kyajuk had just spoken, passing the tablet to Shinra. Then, she anxiously looked at Shinra, hoping for reassurance or encouragement. After all, he was the person she cared about the most. You're joking, right, Kelty? You're non-human you. How could you possibly become human? To her surprise, after reading the words on the tablet, Shinra's face darkened instantly, and he immediately rejected everything. If I can find my head, I can truly blush and become a real human. Kelty had imagined Shinra would share her joy, but when that didn't happen, she urgently typed truly twice. Shinra, not even bothering to change his slippers, excitedly strode over to Kelty. Startled, Kelty retreated quickly. Kelty, you, the non-human you, are so beautiful, so captivating. Why would you want to become human? Even if you find your head, it won't change anything. Uh-oh. He'd let something slip. His face changed, and Shinra quickly turned to flee outside. How did you know? How could you possibly know that even if I find my head, it's useless? The black mist inside Kelty's body surged, transforming into a spider web that blocked the door, trapping Shinra. Shinra, why are you running away? Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered I left the scalpel inside the patient's stomach. I need to get it out quickly. Shinra grabbed the medical kit and tried to squeeze through the gaps in the web. Shinra, don't even think about escaping. Kelty extended the black mist, wrapping Shinra tightly in the web, then handed him the tablet. What do you really know about my head? Why wasn't I mute? Shinra cursed his own well-functioning body at this moment. Your head and body were never really connected, so even if you find your head, it won't turn you into a human. Shinra said with a pained expression, knowing he had no way out now. How could you know that? Kelty was stunned. She had spent so long searching for her head, and the clue had been right beside her all along. Your head was stolen by my father. He used the cursed blade, Zai to sever the soul connection between your head and body. Shinra said, defeated. How could that be? The words came straight from Hojo Kyajuke's mind. He watched as Kelty staggered back, looking as though she had just received a huge blow. When Kelty had returned from Shinra's place, she had shared her joy with him first. It was clear she trusted and depended on this man deeply. You've known all along? Kelty's mind raced. Maybe Shinra had only learned this recently and had been trying to figure out how to get her head back from his father's clutches. Perhaps he hadn't told her because he wanted to surprise her? Tell me, Shinra. Why didn't you tell me? She wanted to know. Of course I knew. But I was afraid you'd leave me once you found your head, so I couldn't bring myself to tell you. Shinra confessed. Kelty's mind reeled as she connected the dots. So when I was following the scent of my head and ended up at the beach, that's when I met you and your father on the cruise ship headed to Japan. It was then you stole my head and went back to Japan. She was in disbelief. The kind-hearted people who had given her shelter, the ones she trusted and cared for, had betrayed her. I remember your father saying, if you let me dissect her, I'll give you a place to stay. And you, a 4-year-old Shinra, were part of the dissection, weren't you? Kelty trembled as memories of that horrifying time surged, and black mist poured from her neck. Kyajuke, standing behind Kelty, could clearly see the words she typed. He was filled with dread, his skin prickling with goosebumps, as an intense, painful feeling flooded him. Dissected while conscious? A child involved in dissection? What kind of twisted father-son duo is this? Do you know how terrified I was when I woke up to find my head gone? Kelty's body trembled with emotion. Kelty, when I participated in that dissection, I didn't know any of this. I only found out later. Shinra tried to explain. Do you know how it feels to have memories from my body fade away, and not knowing how many memories my head still holds? Kelty's frustration boiled over. Does it really matter if it's hundreds of years of memories? You're fine just as you are. Shinra said, eyes closed in pain. He felt like he was losing Kelty. Hey, even I can't stand this. Hundreds of years of memories don't matter? You can't even handle losing 20 years of memories, can you? Hojo Kyajuke interjected, unable to hold back. Shut up. I haven't even started dealing with you yet. If it weren't for you, Kelty wouldn't be like this, and I wouldn't have slipped up. I'm going to kill you. Shinra struggled, desperate, knowing he couldn't escape Kelty's black mist. Enough, Shinra. Do you know how close I am to forgetting what my own face looks like? Kelty's words rang out with despair, her emotions clearly conveyed. Kyajuke could feel every ounce of Kelty's anger, sorrow, and desperation as he read her words. Her trust had been shattered, and she was questioning the meaning of her existence. Hojo, let's go for a ride. Kelty typed, finally dropping the tablet. She shrank the spider web around Shinra, opened the door, and motioned for Kyajuke to join her. Coming right away. Kyajuke replied, stepping over to grab the wooden box containing the knife, and deliberately bumping Shinra's stomach as he passed. Hey, you jerk. Get back here. You're not going anywhere with Kelty. Shinra yelled. By the time Kyajuke had sat on Kelty's motorcycle, he turned to give Shinra a mocking grin. Normally, he wasn't the type to act childish, but against such a selfish creep, he took pleasure in this small act of defiance. Watching Shinra fume, helpless and furious, was satisfying. Hold on tight. Kelty typed, lifting the tablet one last time for Kyajuke to see. Then she used black mist to secure both their bodies together. And with a roar, Kelty's motorcycle leaped off the ground, crashing through the window of the hallway and speeding out. Kyajuke now understood why Kelty had wrapped him up with black mist. As the bike fell, the mist extended and pulled the motorcycle toward the wall, creating a path for them to ride safely to the ground. Where to? Kelty typed. Go straight along Theater Avenue for 2 kilometers, then turn onto the 5th Ikebukuro Expressway. My men are waiting there. Kyajuke said without hesitation. His associate, Satoshi Kitagiuri, had told him about the plans before leaving. They would meet at the headquarters after having some fun here. As for his own ride, Kyajuke didn't even mention it. Could his bike ever compare to the warmth and comfort Kelty provided? Chapter 55, 55 The Warrior of Love, Who Does Not Exist. Kelty rode her motorcycle, carrying Hojo Kyajuk as they sped down the road. They quickly reached the Ikebukuro line. Although the black rope that had bound them was undone by Kelty once it touched the ground, Kyaju's grip around her waist didn't loosen. Despite Kelty's slim waist, he could distinctly feel the muscle beneath. It wasn't the sharp definition of ABS, but the smooth curve of her side, even making it so that his pinky finger brushed against her mermaid line further down. That's the group up ahead. Slow down a bit, Kyajuk said. As they made the turn onto the highway, he noticed Satoshi Kitagiori and his crew. All their motorcycles had their lights on, and people were gathered in small groups chatting. If Kelty continued at this speed, the gang might think she was provoking them. Kitagiori! Kyajuk shouted loudly. With his powerful voice, the noise of the gang was immediately silenced. Is that the boss's voice? Satoshi Kitagiori jumped off his bike and walked toward the direction of the voice. That's the familiar all-black motorcycle, the cute yellow cat helmet. Dullahan. The people from the Kyoto branch recognized her and were immediately surprised. No way, the boss actually took down the urban legend. Are you serious? Did the boss actually catch Dullahan? Damn it, I told you to wear your glasses. That's Dullahan riding the bike, and the boss is sitting behind her. The gang members started discussing amongst themselves, remembering the tasks their boss had assigned them earlier. Let's go, Kelty. We'll head over together, Kyajuk said as he saw his gang recognize him. He wasn't worried about his subordinates harming Kelty, but he was afraid they might act unfriendly and spoil her impression of them. Are you sure? Won't they be scared when they see me? Kelty asked, looking nervous as they approached. Though she had been living among humans for a long time, she mostly interacted with a select few, most of whom were also outliers, like her friend, Hajime Shizuo. Kelty was extremely anxious. She was about to meet so many fellow motorcycle enthusiasts. Haha, relax, Kelty. Those guys, all you have to do is ride a lap with them, and you'll get to know them quickly. Don't be fooled by their tough appearance, they're surprisingly easy to get along with. Listening to Kyajuk's words and feeling his strong hands on her waist, Kelty gathered her courage and twisted the throttle to ride toward the group. Whoa, here they come. The boss really made Dullahan his exclusive ride. So strong. As Kelty got closer, the gang members got an even better view and were excited. Good evening, boss. They all greeted as soon as Kelty stopped her bike. Kyajuk jumped off the bike, barely steadying himself, and his gang immediately bowed and greeted him. Wow, this is what the leader of the delinquents looks like? Kelty was struck by how different the atmosphere here was from the Ikebukuro gang she knew. She was amazed by this entirely different delinquent culture. Well, good evening, everyone. Kyajuk casually responded, noticing the way the gang members kept staring at Kelty. He quickly introduced her. This is Kelty, the strongest rider in Ikebukuro. I'm not. I didn't. Don't say that. Kelty quickly typed out a response. Haha, tonight the Ikebukuro bikers are all here. We'll find out who's the fastest soon enough. Kyajuk intentionally said that, knowing that his gang had a strong sense of competition and cared a lot about face. A little bit of teasing would help them accept Kelty as just a fellow rider, rather than the urban legend, Dullahan. Miss Kelty, welcome to the Rampaging Angels meeting. I'm Satoshi Kitagiori from the Kyoto branch of the Rampaging Angels, said Satoshi Kitagiori, a tall, broad-shouldered young man with a confident smile. Welcome to the Rampaging Angels meeting. The Kyoto members yelled in unison. Thank you, everyone. Kelty felt happy as she realized, just like Kyajuk said, that they had easily accepted her. She quickly typed her thanks on her phone. Let's go. Maki told me they're waiting for us at the usual spot. Kyajuk checked his phone. Because of the orders he gave earlier, his crew was waiting for updates. Just a moment ago, one of the Kyoto members had posted a photo of Kelty riding her motorcycle, which set off a wave of excitement among Kyajuk's subordinates, who were all eager to meet him. These guys. He would have to make sure they never took photos of him again. The idea of a picture of him with a girl being leaked, especially if one of those photos ended up in the hands of another girl, was something he didn't even want to imagine. Kelty, let's go. Just follow behind them. We've got other friends waiting for us. Kyajuk put his arm back around her waist again. He couldn't help but appreciate how good it felt to hold her. There are more people? Kelty asked, surprised. There were already more than 50 people in the Kyoto branch, and she hadn't expected that to be just a fraction of the whole group. Haha, there are about 3 times as many waiting ahead. Kelty is so cute. Kyajuk leaned his face against Kelty's neck, thinking about how he hadn't felt any trace of a bra there. Could it be that her clothes were made from the black mist emanating from her body? If that's true, Kelty would be. He paused and then asked, Kelty, without a head, how do you sense the outside world? Though her bike, Shirata, could run by itself, Kelty still held the handlebars with both hands, afraid of traffic cops, and used the black mist to type a response on the pad. The black mist from my body lets me sense the outside world. It can also change shape to do anything I need, just like you saw before. I've got a question. Since that's the case, why not let the black mist help you talk? Talk? But I don't have a head. You know that sound comes from the vibration of objects, right? If I say I don't know, will you think I'm an idiot? Ha ha ha. Kyajuk couldn't help but laugh. You really think I'm an idiot? No, no. It's fine. You never had compulsory education, so it's understandable. Kyajuk quickly reassured her. But have you ever thought about why phones and computers can make sounds? They don't have heads either. If you use the black mist to create a phone, you could speak with it just like you wanted. Kelty clearly wasn't well versed in physics, so Kyajuk didn't continue explaining the science behind sound but used a simple example. As for whether the black mist could mimic something so precise, well, couldn't she just create a simple sound device? The black mist was completely under Kelty's control, and she could easily manipulate the amplitude and frequency to produce any sound. She could even become a voice actress, capable of making any voice she wanted, and even surround sound 360-degree audio was no problem. Imagine that. Kyajuk couldn't help but feel a little excited at the thought. Wow, there's actually a way to do that? Why didn't Shinra ever? Right. He liked non-human beings. Just like he had said earlier, he thought that the way she was now was perfect. For him, Kelty, who couldn't talk and had to rely on a pad to communicate, fit the kind of non-human he loved. Alright, we'll figure that out later. For now, let's enjoy the ride. Kyajuk said as he noticed Kelty's sudden change in mood. Without saying anything, Kelty accelerated, and Kyajuk immediately leaned closer to her. The Kyu members saw only a blur of black mist as they zoomed past. Speed up, guys. Otherwise, Ikabukuro's fastest name will be stolen. Hearing the roar of engines from behind, Kyajuk knew that Kelty was excited too, as the black mist around her neck swirled even faster. Chapter 56, 56 Want to came to my place? After meeting up with the main office and the Roppongi branch members, Kelty's appearance caused quite a stir. Then, Hojo Kyajuk proposed a race again. The Speed King, Maki Hojo, driving the Crimson Z2, would challenge Kelty in a showdown. As soon as the suggestion was made, the stubborn delinquents started getting loud, no longer seeing Kelty as just an urban legend. They believed that in front of Maki Hojo, no matter the opponent, they would end up swallowing defeat. By the way, should I name my own bike too? It seems like everyone else's bike has a name. What should I call it? Rocket 3? Rocket 33? Or maybe Rocket Sensei? Haha, that sounds pretty fun. But with my riding skills, is it really okay for people to call my bike Sensei? Watching the two motorcycles speeding off into the night, Kyajuk stroked his chin, thinking idly. The race ended with Kelty's defeat, and Kyajuk didn't know whether Kelty had used her full power, but after the race, the delinquents had accepted her as a skilled rider only a little bit weaker than the first-generation Baosu Tenshai, Rampaging Angel. Some even tried to comfort Kelty, saying, it's not embarrassing to lose to Maki-sama. He's Maki Hojo. Any biker in Tokyo who hasn't lost to him can't even call themselves part of the gang. Of course, the one saying this was none other than Ecchi Onizuka. Kyajuk immediately kicked him out, grumbling, damn it, I saw that perverted look in your eyes. Extra swordsmanship training on Monday. That night, Kyajuk spent the whole evening racing around the Tokyo outer ring with Kelty. Honestly, if he couldn't hold Kelty's waist, he wouldn't waste such a beautiful night racing with a bunch of old men. But Kelty had a blast, and on the way back to Kyaju's place, she kept sharing her excitement on her pad. This is the happiest night I've had in over 20 years. Kelty typed to sum up the evening. There will be more happy days waiting for you. Kyajuk replied. If Kelty had a head, he would have wanted to pat it gently, feeling a sense of affection. Well, goodbye then, Hojo. Kelty typed, bidding him farewell outside his apartment. Wait a minute. Where are you planning to stay tonight? I take it you won't be going back to your old place, right? After hearing Kelty's conversation with someone named Shinra earlier, Kyajuk had a rough idea of what happened. Shinra's father had stolen Kelty's head, and then, as a condition for providing a place to stay, tricked Kelty into letting them dissect her while they looked for it. That's just plain messed up. Could they have been demons turned from dead dogs? Wait, no, scratch that, apologies to dogs. These two are just pure weirdos. Even without considering all that, Kelty had driven her motorcycle out of her apartment in front of everyone, probably with the area surrounded by all kinds of people. Kelty didn't respond. Kyajuk noticed that she lowered her head. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place for now? Kyajuk smiled as he invited her, knowing well that his smile had a certain effect on her, so he wasn't shy about using it. Sure. Without even thinking, Kelty immediately typed her response. What am I saying? How could I just go home with someone I just met tonight? Kelty felt her face burning, but her body obediently followed Kyajuk into the apartment building. Nay. Her beloved bike made a horse-like sound from behind, and Kelty hurriedly turned around, lightly pressing her hands on it before quickly following Kyajuk into the elevator. Will your family? Kelty nervously typed. I live alone, you don't have to worry at all. Kyajuk assured her. Come in. You don't need slippers, the floor is clean. Kyajuk turned on the light and entered, motioning for her to follow. Sorry for the trouble. Kelty typed on her pad, even though Kyajuk was already out of sight. What would you like to drink? I only have Coke and cold water. Kyajuk opened the fridge and showed her a can of Coke. Oh, sorry, I forgot you don't have a head. He realized it as soon as the words left his mouth. It's okay. Once I find my head, I'll be able to drink it. Kelty typed, unfazed, but still hopeful. By the way, since we know Shinra's father stole your head, why not just ask him for it back directly? Kyajuk sat on the living room carpet, offering the couch to Kelty. Their relationship wasn't close enough yet to sit together on the same couch. It's probably not that simple. Shinra's father is a strange guy, and my head might already be lost by now. Kelty recalled a strange old man named Gishitani Shinjin. Wait. He might be working with a company called Yagiori Pharmaceuticals. They might be researching my head. Kelty suddenly typed excitedly. Kyajuk couldn't help but feel a little strange hearing her calmly talk about her missing head. Well, at least there's a clue. I'll help you dig up some more info. He said, pulling out his phone to contact his subordinates, who were just as capable as Doorman. Hojo, do you know anyone at Yagiori Pharmaceuticals? Kelty asked eagerly, moving closer to Kyajuk to look at his phone. Maybe? I'm not sure. He replied and began typing into the group chat. Less than a second later, someone responded. My sister works there as a pharmacist. Underling my dad works in the pharmaceutical workshop. Underling B. Kelty was dumbfounded at how quickly they found so many people connected to the company. Kyajuk thought it was normal. Yagiori Pharmaceuticals was a big company in Ikebukuro, and of course, many of the delinquents' families had connections there. Has anyone seen a disembodied, super beautiful, brown-haired female head? Kelty had mentioned earlier. The chat group went quiet. The few who had spoken earlier had stopped. Looks like they had no information. I've seen it. Underling C. Oddly, this person wasn't one of the ones related to Yagiori Pharmaceuticals. Kyajuk and Kelty stared at the screen as Underling C continued. Once, a middle school student who seemed to be running away rented a room at my place. One time, my father saw that the door was open, and after calling out with no answer, he walked in. I followed him, and we saw a head in a glass jar, submerged in some kind of liquid. It was an unusually beautiful brown-haired female head. At that time, both my father and I were shocked. We thought about calling the cops, but in the end, we decided against it since weird things like that happen often in Japan, right? We found it. That's my head. Ask him where it is. Kelty typed urgently. 16, Kichijaji Minami Chouenshome Underling C, whose real name was Tsukazaki, gave the address of the rental property and promised to keep an eye on the person. Thanks a lot. Kyajuk typed and closed the chat. We need to go now. Kelty typed. Don't rush. It's so late. Let's go tomorrow. But. Okay, listen to me. You'll sleep well tonight. I'll go buy you a set of pajamas since I don't have any that will fit you. With a gentle smile, Kyajuk grabbed his phone and wallet and headed out. Kelty sat on the couch, reflecting on tonight's surreal experiences. First, she made a new friend in Kyajuk, then discovered Shinra's deceit, went on a Tokyo outer loop joyride, and finally ended up at his place. Oh my god, things are moving too fast. Kelty didn't know what was happening to her. Could it be that spring had come, like they say in the animal kingdom? Kelty, you should shower first. I'll practice swordsmanship on the balcony for a bit. Kyajuk quickly returned with a set of pajamas from a convenience store. Earlier, he'd mentioned that his bathroom didn't have a door, just a waterproof glass partition. Since Kelty wasn't like Yamauchi Sakura, he went to the balcony to give her privacy. Thanks. I'll pay you back. Kelty reached for her wallet. No need. It wasn't expensive. Hojo Kyajuk declined. The night passed quietly, with nothing particularly intimate happening. Kyajuk slept on the tatami in the living room, while a curtain separated the living room from the bedroom. Chapter 57, 57 The Garden of Words. Sunday early in the morning, Kelty couldn't wait to drag Kyajuk to the house of one of his subordinates, Kazekage. Using a spare key, they opened the apartment where Kelty's head was hidden. Why is it gone? Kelty typed furiously, using her black mist to grab everything in the room, searching for any sign of her head. Nothing here. Not here either. No sign of it anywhere. Even the tenant's belongings were gone. Strange, he came back yesterday. Kazekage scratched his head, confused. It looks like he's already left. Do you have any information about him? Kyajuk asked. Renting a place required registering identification, which might be the reason why Kelty, despite having money from her various jobs, still lived at Shinra's house. I do. His name is Yagiori Seiji. He's a middle schooler, and he should be the son of Yagiori Pharmaceuticals family. That matches. Kelty, stay calm. The clues aren't gone just yet. Kyajuk said, looking at the frustrated Kelty. He understood how it felt to have hope suddenly dashed. Hojo, what should I do? Kelty typed, her words reflecting how helpless and pitiful she felt. Tsukasa, do you have any available rental apartments? Kyajuk asked. We do. Then, rent me one using my information, right now. At the new apartment, this was the new place that Kyajuk had arranged for Kelty. As long as Yagiori Pharmaceutical still has a presence in Ikebukuro, Yagiori Seiji won't leave. Stay here, and I'll have my subordinates help you look for more clues. If it were possible, Kyajuk would have preferred to rent a place closer to his own, as it would have been easier to build a relationship with Kelty. However, considering Kelty had lived in Ikebukuro for so many years, moving her suddenly might leave her feeling disoriented. Plus, this area gave her more chances of finding her head. This is the closest I've been to my head. Kelty said, still feeling down. Just one more step. I'm so foolish, getting lost in Hojo's kindness and forgetting about my head. How stupid of me. Sorry, Kelty. If I had come with you last night. Kyajuk regretted his decision. It's not your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have found a clue about my head, and I'd still be deceived by Shinra. Though still disappointed, Kelty quickly typed her response, trying to reassure him. Kelty, you're really kind. Kyajuk smiled, watching her cheer up, despite her earlier disappointment. She was comforting him instead. I'm just telling the truth. While we still have time, let's try to figure out how you can speak. As he spoke, Kyajuk pulled out a small speaker he had bought at a store earlier. Can you mimic this? The structure inside, too? Instead of having Kelty start with vibrations, Kyajuk chose to go with the Chinese method of imitation. Even without advanced technology or knowledge, with enough effort, he could hammer out something identical. I can do it. Kelty typed, then immediately summoned black mist to form an identical speaker. Kyajuk disassembled the speaker, pointing to the diaphragm. A speaker works by converting electrical signals into motion in the diaphragm, creating sound. The vibrations of the diaphragm change as the electrical signals vary. I know you use your black mist to sense the environment, so now, I'm going to play the 50 sounds on this speaker. Focus on how the diaphragm moves and remember how each sound corresponds to the changes. Got it? I'll remember. It turned out, the end of theology is science. Kelty quickly learned to make sounds, and after practicing, she no longer needed to mimic the speaker to produce sound. I'm so happy. I don't even remember the last time I spoke. Kelty excitedly spoke, adjusting her voice to match her original tone from memory. Just as I thought, it's a mature, refined voice, Kyajuk thought as he listened to Kelty. Kelty, now able to speak, was thrilled, as if she had 1,000 things to say. She spoke about her time as a Dullahan in Scandinavia and her experiences as a courier in Ikebukuro. If there was enough time, Kyajuk would gladly spend the next 3 days and nights listening to her, but not now. Sorry, Kelty. My mother messaged me this morning. I have something to take care of today. He glanced at the time. It was already nearly 5 p.m. It's already this late. If you have something to do, go ahead. I'm about to get back to work. Kelty realized. Then, see you later. Kyajuk smiled as he waved goodbye at the door. See you. Kelty almost called out to stop him, but she restrained herself, watching him leave. At the restaurant, after hopping onto the motorcycle that Kazekage had brought him, Kyajuk opened the message from his mother. Since you never eat properly, I found a place for you to eat. It's a restaurant run by our aunt in Tokyo. Starting today, you must have dinner there every day. The manager will report your attendance to me. The message included a foreign restaurant name and address. Kyajuk entered the address into the GPS, and the app helpfully translated the restaurant's name, the Garden of Words. He raced to the restaurant located near Shinjuku-Joan's North Gate. Parking his bike, he stood outside and observed. It seemed to be an Italian restaurant. Kyajuk quickly recognized the similarities to another Italian restaurant where Kisaki Teta had taken him before. One thing stood out: the head waiter was stunning, and a celebrity? Your name, Akudramiki, supporting character. Wait, why is she walking toward me? It was the busiest time at the restaurant, and Akudramiki had just arrived from school, already overwhelmed with work. Wasn't there supposed to be a new server today? Why haven't they shown up? Akudramiki glanced outside, looking for the newcomer. And then she saw Kyajuk, standing by the door and looking around. That must be him, right? Is he too shy to come inside? Thinking this, Akudramiki quickly handed over her work to a colleague, then opened the door and walked toward Kyajuk. Are you the new person starting today? Yes, that's me. Kyajuk answered, wondering if this was the person his mother had assigned to keep an eye on his eating habits. Would it be too much to ask to eat lunch here too? She looked like she wasn't much older than him. Was she a student working part-time? Her name tag read Akudra. As she spoke, Kyajuk couldn't help but notice her full lips, the curve of her bust stretching her white shirt, and the smooth outline of her black pencil skirt. He realized he had found something else to appreciate during his meal. Then why are you still standing out here? Don't you know this is the busiest time for the restaurant? Akudramiki suddenly became more stern and grabbed his arm, pulling him inside. As she touched him, a scent of cigars wafted into his nose. A woman smoking cigars? Kyajuk was puzzled but quickly realized it wasn't a real scent, it was the unique smell he sensed from people. The woman in front of him had a subtle scent of cigars, mixed with fruity sweetness and a hint of bitterness. It was the first time he had encountered this in a woman. Of course, Kelty was a special case. Tanaka, take him to the changing room to get his uniform. Akudramiki said, handing him over to another waiter. Akudra-senpai, is this the new server? Tanaka asked. Yes, really. He shows up and just stands there, looking around. Hurry up, get him changed, and have him help out. Akudramiki instructed before turning to greet the customers entering the restaurant. Come on, kid, follow me. Tanaka waved at Kyajuk. Chapter 58. Akudramiki Hojo Kyajuk mechanically followed Tanaka into the changing room, put on a waiter uniform, and started working, still in a daze. He worked until the restaurant closed. His stomach was growling loudly, and he was still lost in thought. Who am I? What am I doing? No, what Kyajuk was really thinking was, didn't I come here to eat? Why did I suddenly become a waiter? Am I supposed to work for my food? TL note, welcome to real life, kid, but mom never told me about this. Working as a waiter wasn't nearly as satisfying as practicing kendo, and since it was his first time doing the job, Kyajuk slumped in a chair, too tired to move, watching the other waiters clean up. Probably because he was new, the others allowed him to slack off. Akudra, you really worked hard tonight. A person who seemed to be the manager said, walking over. Thanks to the new waiter, or we wouldn't have made it through tonight so easily. Akudra said with a smile, brushing away her falling hair and glancing at Kyajuk, who was sitting in the chair. New waiter? But didn't the newcomer who was supposed to come today tell me he wasn't coming? The manager asked, confused. Then who is he? Akudra gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. As soon as she said that, everyone in the restaurant turned their attention to Kyajuk. He lowered his gaze to his hands, wondering if he had once again been tricked into doing manual labor. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Akudramiki apologized repeatedly, her hands pressed against her stomach, bowing deeply. Why is this happening? Akudramiki groaned inwardly. The boss's relative had come to the restaurant for a meal, but she had mistakenly treated him like a waiter and made him work all evening. Kyajuk, still ravenously eating, had just shoveled a large bite of spaghetti into his mouth with his fork before he looked up at Akudramiki, or rather, at the sudden springtime view before him. It's so dazzling. It's fine, I should have clarified things myself, he said after swallowing his food with difficulty and taking a sip of water. The manager had long since disappeared, probably because he knew that this situation would be better handled by the charming Akudramiki herself. In any case, you've worked all evening. Would it be alright if I gave you my wages for tonight as compensation? Akudra asked. When she said this, her heart ached. The purse she had been eyeing for so long would have to wait a little longer. That's not necessary. It was actually a good experience. Kyajuk immediately refused. Even though he was almost running on empty, paying for a woman's stuff. Well, at least not now. Still, I'd feel uneasy. Please, let me make it up to you. Akudramiki insisted, her hand resting over her chest. She felt genuinely guilty. This young man, though dragged into this mess, worked without complaining all night. Now that she knew it was a misunderstanding, he still didn't blame her at all. Well then. Kyajuk put down his fork and knife, crossed his arms, Unstudied Akudra Miki. Is he going to ask me for something bad? Akudra felt nervous, but then she saw him smile gently. In that case, next time I come here for dinner, would you join me? Kyajuk asked. Eh? Akudra Miki almost thought she misheard. Was that supposed to be a compensation? Was he compensating her? If I eat with you, the food will taste better. Kyajuk said, waving a piece of foie gras on his fork toward her. If the restaurant isn't busy. Akudra blushed. She didn't expect that a guy younger than her could make her feel shy with just one sentence. Then it's settled. Kyajuk finished his last bite of food and glanced around the restaurant. The entire dining area was now empty except for the two of them. By the way, Akudra-senpai, aren't you going home yet? Just call me Akudra. I'm waiting for you. After you're done, I'll lock the door. Akudra Miki said, showing him her keys. Then call me Hojo. Should I just leave the dishes here? He asked. Wait a moment, I'll take them to the kitchen. Akudra Miki replied, then hurried to the back with a stack of plates. Kyajuk started his motorcycle and parked outside the restaurant. Akudra Miki was locking the door, and while waiting, he admired the night view. Do you need me to give you a ride home? Kyajuk asked. No, I live in Mangekyō Ward. The subway is quick. Akudra Miki replied, already out of her uniform and wearing an off-shoulder top that revealed her collarbones. She wore stylish gold jeans and white belt pants. Mangekyō Ward? I live there too, near the Sentogi station. Kyajuk said. I live near Okanamazu Women's University. Akudra Miki said in surprise. In that case, let's not waste time. Let's go together. Kyajuk invited again. Akudra Miki hesitated for a moment but then agreed. She couldn't help but feel drawn to the city guy with the cool vibe, and the good impression Kyajuk left on her made it hard for her to keep refusing. Here, take my coat. It's pretty chilly at night. Kyajuk said, taking off his jacket and handing it to her. Thanks. Akudra Miki said as she slipped it on. The faint scent of his cologne made her blush. Hold on tight, I'm taking off. Kyajuk said, revving the engine. Soon, Kyajuk followed Akudra Miki's directions to an apartment building in Mangekyō. Because of the many schools in the area, there were a lot of apartment buildings. Well, see you tomorrow. She said, standing by the entrance and holding the sleeve of her coat. See you tomorrow, Hojo-kun. She added with a smile. Akudra watched as Kyajuk's motorcycle taillights faded into the distance. Oh no, I forgot to return his jacket. Oh well, she thought. She'd just bring it back tomorrow, and she might as well wash it tonight. After entering the building, she closed the door behind her. Meanwhile, Kyajuk returned home. He turned on the TV, dialed his mom's number, and shared the awkward events of the night with her. Ding, a message notification popped up from Yamauchi Sakura. Kyajuk clicked on it, and a large photo of Sakura popped up on his screen. Her face took up most of the photo, her mischievous smile lighting up her face. Her chestnut-colored eyes sparkled in the sunlight, and her bright white teeth were in full view. Kyajuk, I went to Akihabara today with some friends. I saw so many cosplayers. You wouldn't believe it, the diplomat's daughter agreed to came to Akihabara with me. You remember the blonde lady I mentioned last time? Isn't she pretty? Seeing the message, Kyajuk took another careful look at the photo. In the gap between Sakura's fingers, he could just make out a small hint of blonde hair. He couldn't even get a good look at her face. I don't know if she's pretty, because my eyes are all on you. Kyajuk replied helplessly. Hee, Kyajuk, you're so cheesy. Say that kind of thing more often next time. Looking at the message, Kyajuk imagined Sakura's cheeky grin. Get some rest, don't eat too much tonight. Don't trouble your liver. Got it. Good night, Sakura. Kyajuk smiled when he saw the cat emoji at the end of her message. He took a sip of water, thought for a moment, and sent a message to Shouko. Shouko, want to hang out the next Saturday? He knew that if he didn't take the initiative, that shy girl wouldn't have the courage to ask. And if she finally did, maybe Kyajuk would already have other plans. It was better to make the first move. Sure. Shouko replied almost immediately, as if she had been waiting. In fact, Shouko had been thinking about asking Kyajuk out on the weekend since Friday. But when she saw that Sakura had already booked him for the weekend, she decided to give up. So for the last 2 days, Shouko hadn't been as happy. Even though Noka took her to the Meow Meow Cafe to play with cute cats, it only cheered her up a little. TL note, I need more information with this Meow Meow Cafe. Lying in bed with her phone, Shouko was debating whether to ask Kyajuk about next weekend. She kept typing and deleting a message, with Noka beside her, getting frustrated and almost sending it for her. Then, Kyajuk took the initiative to invite her. Let's invite Noka to join us. Kyajuk wrote. Noka, Kyajuk-kun invited us to hang out the next weekend. Shoko texted Noka excitedly. Noka, however, was busy removing her makeup. I have a part-time job this weekend. You and Kyajuk should go ahead. Noka said, focused on her eye makeup remover. Noka says she has a part-time job. Shoko typed back. Alright, then you can think about where we'll go next time. Good night, Shoko. Kyajuk replied. Okay, good night, Kyajuk-kun. Has Noka been working part-time since middle school? Is she really that short on money? Kyajuk put his phone down and thought to himself. Maybe he'd ask her about it next time. And he wondered where Noka worked. He could go and support her. Chapter 59, 59 Me, Mimizu Mitsuya, the boss. Monday when Kyajuk arrived at school, Hanagaki Takemiki and his 4 companions were already standing by his desk. Hojo, thank you so much for saving us. They all said in unison. Click. Kyajuk thought he heard the sound of glass breaking. He turned his head in confusion and saw Kisaki Teta. Oh, so it was the sound of the superhero's heart shattering. Kisaki, don't blame me if you had seized the opportunity, it wouldn't have been like this, he thought to himself. Kyajuk smiled at Hanagaki and the others, telling them not to be so formal, as they were all classmates. The day passed with a mix of sleeping and studying. That night, Nezu's shrine, Kyajuk sat at the top of the stairs, fingers interlocked, his chin resting on them, elbows on his knees. He gazed down at his chaotic subordinates below, lost in thought. He was seriously wondering if one of those subordinates had a relative working as a priest at this shrine, as they always seemed to hold meetings here. As usual, everyone from the branch had gathered. Kyajuk had realized that these people really loved their meetings, or more accurately, they enjoyed the after-meeting hangouts. They could turn the smallest thing into a reason for a gathering, just like tonight. The leader of Kando Manji has issued a challenge to us, claiming they want to wash away the disgrace of being beaten by you alone. Ha 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 ha. The leader can take them all down by himself. How dare they challenge us, the rampaging angels? Because the issue being discussed at the gathering wasn't important, the mood was more light-hearted. As soon as Maki Hojo finished speaking, Ecchi Onizuka started egging them on. Ecchi, did you forget? The person who almost killed you, Amy, was also taken out by the boss alone. Seigra Takeshi from the Kyu branch teased. Ah, that's true. The boss is #1 in all of Japan. Ecchi Onizuka laughed without a hint of shame. No need for our branch or Kyu to handle this. Roppongi can take down Tamano ourselves, right, Ru? Haitani ran, sporting a small golden braid, said flirtatiously while nudging his brother, Haitani Rindu. Right. Rindu adjusted his glasses. This isn't something we should leave to Roppongi. Kyu can handle Tamon before tomorrow night. Satoshi Katagiri added, his usual stern face softened from being with his friends. Quiet down and see what the boss says. Kisaki Teta interjected. The chatter stopped immediately as everyone turned their attention to Kyajuk, who hadn't spoken for quite a while. Silence. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone waited, and even Ecchi Onizuka stopped smiling. They thought their boss might be upset with them for earlier. What they didn't know was that at that very moment, Mimizu Mitsuya was about to burst into tears. Why? Why did I end up here? I was just tying knots with my grandma, then I opened my eyes and found myself in such a scary place. And why is my body like this? Oh gods, are you punishing me for not being devout enough? I'm your only shrine maiden. Please, save me. Mitsuya tried her best to hide her face in the shadows. Thankfully, this body's hands were long and delicate, with defined joints. As long as she rested her hands on her head, it would perfectly conceal her face. Down below, the atmosphere grew more serious by the second. Feeling the tension, Maki Hojo stepped forward nervously. Boss, what's your order? Mitsuya peeked through her fingers and saw countless eyes staring at her from below, glowing faintly in the dark. What should I do? What should I do? Is that giant talking to me? The silence in the air made everyone uncomfortable. Even Mitsuya was so scared her eyes filled with tears. When she didn't respond, Kisaki grew confused. He was the one who knew Kyajuk the best and knew he wouldn't be upset about what had just been said. So why wasn't he speaking now? Could he have fallen asleep? Boss. Kisaki raised his voice, calling out. Kisaki, what the hell? You scared me. Ecchi jumped at the sudden shout. I'm just checking if the boss is asleep. Kisaki replied honestly. Is that possible? The boss can sleep in this kind of chaos? Ecchi widened his eyes, clearly impressed. The others, hearing Kisaki and Ecchi's exchange, turned to look at Kyajuk, who had been motionless the whole time. Maki stared at him carefully. Indeed, Kyajuk hadn't moved since earlier. Seeing the others' hopeful looks, Maki sighed and reluctantly walked up the stairs. Ah! The giant is coming. Mitsuo screamed internally, why are you bothering me while I'm pretending to be dead? At this point, there was no avoiding it. Mitsuo gathered her courage and slowly raised her head. Boss, you're not asleep? The sudden movement made Maki flinch and immediately step back down. I'm not asleep. Mitsuo replied, only to be shocked by the sound of a deep male voice coming out of her own mouth. What? Everyone looked up, confused. They'd never heard their usually imposing boss sound so cute and girly. Ahem, I'm not asleep. Mitsuo quickly corrected herself after hearing the oddness in her own voice. During her silent period, she had gathered some information. It seemed that this body was the boss of the gang. As long as she spoke, no one would dare contradict her. Even if they doubted her, they wouldn't challenge her orders. Boss, what's your decision about Kanto Manji? Maki asked. I think fighting is bad. Mitsuo said nervously, but this was honestly how she felt. Even bad guys should have a sense of justice, right? Fighting was never the answer. Below, the gang members exchanged puzzled glances. What was the boss saying? The boss means Tamon, who was taken down by him alone, is not worth the trouble of fighting back. Kisaki shouted. Yes, that's what I meant. Mitsuo quickly confirmed when she saw someone backing her up. Of course, the boss doesn't even care about Kanto Manji. Someone shouted. You're all saying nonsense. Kanto Manji, including the boss, was wiped out by our boss alone. How dare they declare war on us? Someone else added. Chapter 60. How could I not find my own home? Mitsuo listened to the discussion below and her eyes widened in shock. Me? This body single-handedly defeated over 100 people? Without thinking, she raised her hand to examine it carefully, then clenched her fist. So this is what strength feels like? No wonder he could defeat so many people on his own. One punch from me could probably send that giant who scared me earlier flying. When the bad guys saw Kyajuke's fist clenching, they immediately fell silent, waiting for their leader's next command. Why is everyone staring at me? Why aren't they saying anything? The atmosphere grew tense once again, leaving Mitsuo completely puzzled. After a long, awkward silence, Maki Hojo had no choice but to speak up. In that case, tomorrow, I'll send the Onizuka duo to deliver the boss's message to Tamon, telling them that defeated subordinates shouldn't be declaring war. Hey, who said that? I never said anything like that. I just said fighting is bad. I never looked down on anyone. Mitsuo's large eyes were filled with confusion, but she dared not argue, fearing that the giant would ask her what orders she had. Boss, are we done here? Ecchi Onizuka asked eagerly. Out of everyone, besides Maki, only he would have the courage to ask such a question, knowing full well that he wasn't the brightest. Hearing the mention of wrapping up, Mitsuo immediately cheered, let's call it a day. The bad guys scattered immediately, heading toward their motorcycles. Hojo, what's up with you tonight? Want to go for a ride? Kisaki asked, noticing that Kyajuke still hadn't moved from his spot. Huh? A ride? Who is Hojo? Is this body's name Hojo? Yes, every time after a gathering, don't we all go and for a ride? Kisaki continued. Wow. These guys know how to have fun. A gathering, followed by a motorcycle ride, and they all wear matching clothes. It looks like so much fun. Back in her place, unless you were someone who enjoyed drinking, this time of night was mostly spent in front of the TV, with some people already heading to bed. Mitsuo had never imagined there could be so much nightlife, and her eyes sparkled as she was about to agree. Wait, I don't know how to ride a motorcycle. I think I'll pass tonight. I'm not feeling well. Mitsuo quickly made up an excuse. I see. Then let Kisaki take you home. Maki, who had been observing from the side, said. Oh, okay. Mitsuo obediently agreed. After all, she couldn't get home on her own anyway. She followed the giant and Kisaki out of the dark shrine, and the dazzling lights and noise of the streets flooded her senses. It's so lively. Mitsuo couldn't help but comment as she watched the busy street. Lively? Hojo, are you confused from tiredness? This is one of the quieter places in Mangekyō. The shopping street by your place in Tanimaki is far more lively. Kisaki looked at Kyajuke, puzzled by his strange behavior tonight. There's something more lively than this? Mitsuo asked, astonished. Didn't you just go to Ikebukuro on Saturday? You made such a big splash there. Isn't that more lively than Mangekyō? Kisaki was bewildered by Hojo's sudden exclamation. Alright, I think it's best if you just keep quiet and get some rest. Should I help you take the day off tomorrow? Kisaki asked with concern. No need. Just take me home. Mitsuo waved her hand dismissively, not knowing what was going on, trying to make as few mistakes as possible. Kisaki quickly took Mitsuo to the apartment building. "Do you know how to get home?" Kisaki asked. Haha. Mitsuo gave an unconvincing laugh, then quickly came up with an idea. "How could I not find my own home? I think it's you who forgot where my house is." Kisaki looked at Kyajuk, who was awkwardly using such a poor tactic, and sighed. "Your place is at Chikabukamaki 49, singles apartment 701. Take the elevator, turn left, and it's the first room. Don't get lost." "Stop nagging. I won't get lost." Mitsuo blushed and used a tone that felt oddly familiar to her, like she was speaking in a cute, spoiled voice. Then, realizing she had just messed up, she quickly turned and ran into the apartment building without looking back. "What's going on with the boss?" Kisaki wondered, watching Kyajuk run in a rather feminine manner, his eyebrows twitching. 701, 701, I didn't make a mistake. "It's here." Mitsuo softly muttered as she confirmed the room number, then pulled out 2 keys from her pocket. "One of these must be the motorcycle key, so this one must be it." Feeling a mix of excitement and curiosity, Mitsuo inserted the key into the lock, wondering what kind of hidden traps or enemy bad guys might be lurking inside Hoju's lair. Slowly turning the key, her mind wandered as she imagined what she might encounter inside. "Sorry to intrude," she whispered, feeling a rush of excitement at this uninvited intrusion. The door opened to reveal a clean kitchen. Huh? Does this person not wear slippers at home? Since this was an older house, Mitsuo had the habit of not wearing shoes at home either. No bad smell. She squatted down to remove her shoes and nodded with satisfaction. What a nice carpet. And his duvet is pink with Hello Kitty on it. Mitsuo, almost like a child discovering a new treasure, jumped onto the bed. I've wanted something like this for so long. They don't even sell it in my old town, and I couldn't find it in Hida City either. Ding. A notification sound startled Mitsuo as she rolled on the bed holding the blanket. Flustered, she unlocked her phone. Thankfully, it was fingerprint locked. She didn't know the password. Why weren't you at the gathering tonight? Shudia still wants to meet your Rocket 33. Kelty. That cat head icon is so cute. Mitsuo clicked on Kelty's cat head avatar and found herself on Kelty's full profile page. Is this even a human body? Staring at Kelty's picture in a black, tight leather outfit, with a figure that was to die for, Mitsuo was in awe. Then, without realizing it, she glanced down at her own less than impressive figure. Huh? Wait, isn't this Hoju's body also in great shape? Mitsuo cautiously placed her hand on her chest and gently touched the firm muscles beneath her clothes. Yawn. Why am I so tired? Struggling to keep her eyes open, she opened the phone's memo app and quickly typed, Who are you? Chapter 61, 61 Is body swapping and time travel the new trend? Time moved forward, and the meeting had just started. Kyajuk, feeling bored, looked at his subordinates below, who were excitedly treating Tamon as a minor obstacle. He really wanted to warn them Tamon's leader is someone who can go berserk, so they better be careful or they'll end up in trouble. So boring. Can the meeting end soon so I can go for a ride with Kelty? This time, I'll be the one driving her. Thinking about the thrill of it made Kyaju's heart race, and he stretched lazily. Yawn. Before he even opened his eyes, Kyajuk realized something had changed in the environment. Some light had already filtered through his eyelids and reached his retina, but the light at Nezu's shrine was never this bright. He quickly calmed himself and cautiously opened his eyes. Mitsuo, what's wrong? If you're too tired, you can rest for now. A silver-haired old woman, dressed in a black yukata, spoke to him. It seemed she was talking to him. I'm fine. Kyajuk smiled and shook his head, pretending to get back to work. As someone who had traveled to another world before, he was quite familiar with this type of scenario. It was just another body swap, no big deal. But, wait. Did she just say Mitsuo? This body is actually female. Kyajuk looked down and easily noticed the chest of the brick red yukata, which was propped up by her body. Then, as he focused on the sensations, he realized something was very off. Is it trending now to travel into a woman's body? He muttered to himself as he quickly scanned the surroundings. In front of him were several weaving machines, and the thing they were weaving appeared to be something called knotting. He had seen one of them earlier in his hands. Next to him, a little girl with 2 pigtails, dressed in a pink yukata, was wrapping thread around a spool, looking focused. Kyajuk grabbed one of the spools to examine it more closely. Put it in the 3rd slot on the opposite side, Mitsuo. What are you spacing out for? The silver-haired old woman tilted her head slightly and peered at him through her glasses. Okay. Kyajuk smiled again and began to follow the instructions. But looking at the weaving machine in front of him, he fell silent. 3rd slot? Should he count from left to right, or right to left? Should he start from the blue or the red one? Big sis, you're so dumb. You said I should focus, but you're the one being an idiot. Grandma means this spot. The little girl, Yotsuba, dropped the spool and grabbed Kyajuke's hand, placing the spool in the correct spot. So, this grandmother was Mitsua's grandmother. Mitsua, you should guide Yotsuba for a bit. The grandmother said. Yay! Yotsuba cheered and squeezed past Kyajuke to sit in front of the machine. This body is so weak. A little girl can shove me around. Kyajuke silently knelt down to the side, surveying the room as he thought to himself. Unsure whether the grandmother was trying to educate him or tell a story to keep her granddaughter alert, the old woman began telling a tale. To hear the voice of the knot, one must let emotions flow between time, people, and the knot. She said with a deep tone. Kyajuke understood she was trying to educate him, but he kept smiling. Yes, when you don't know what's going on, just keep smiling. Yotsuba, however, piped up. Nodding doesn't talk. Yotsuba, you made a mistake with that thread. The grandmother scolded. Ah. Yotsuba quickly fixed it. I think Grandma wants you to focus more. Kyajuke chimed in with a grin, shifting the blame. As a pro at pretending, he knew that nodding along, agreeing, and applauding would prevent people from realizing he was a complete novice. The grandmother continued her story. In the knots we weave, we inscribe 1,000 years of history. Listen closely. The story goes back 200 years. The fire in the bathhouse of the Kuwago-Ru family burned down the whole area. The shrine and ancient documents were lost. This is what we call the Kuwago-Ru Great Fire. A bathhouse fire? And it destroyed the whole area? Kyajuke thought it was probably some sort of fabricated story made up to scare kids, especially since it was hard to find any historical records. The Japanese love making up these kinds of cautionary tales, don't they? Yotsuba directly responded, huh? They even used his name? Poor Kuwago-Ru. Haha, what a cute little girl. Kyajuke couldn't help but laugh inwardly. See? It worked. If you don't want your name used for disasters, just behave. And my stupid son-in-law, not only did he abandon his priestly duties and run away, but now he wants to enter politics. What does he think he's doing? The grandmother fumed. Oh, now it's about priesthood and politics. This backstreet is getting complicated. Yawn. Though he usually felt full of energy speeding down the roads, Kyajuke was already starting to feel tired. Mitsua, if you're sleepy, you should rest for now. Just make sure you're numbered before the Kagura dance. Yotsuba, you should go rest too. The grandmother said. Okay, Grandma. You rest too. Kyajuke immediately stood up, feeling too tired to stay any longer. He quietly followed Yotsuba out of the room. The house was large, with different corridors connecting unfamiliar buildings. Big sis, why are you following me? Your room is next door. Yotsuba turned around and asked. Oh, I just realized I didn't say good night yet. Kyajuke said casually. Good night, dumb big sis. Yotsuba said with a playful tone and slammed the door shut. Shaking his head, Kyajuke entered the room next door. He switched on the light, revealing a somewhat messy room. A plush teddy bear sat against the wall, with scattered books, a hairdryer, and a jewelry box. And then, there was a full-length mirror. Your name, Mimizu Mitsua, main character, weird, there's a cursor. Does that mean I'm trapped in some kind of event? Kyajuke thought of Kelty, the Dullahan from Dullahan Chronicles. If even non-human beings exist, then entering a girl's body named Mimizu Mitsua didn't seem that strange. But she's actually a pretty good-looking girl. Kyajuke stared at himself in the mirror, seeing the Mitsua in a plain yukata. I can't sleep in this yukata, can I? It'll get wrinkled. He reached behind and tugged at the knot on the waist belt, loosening it slowly. The yukata loosened, and Kyajuke pulled it off, revealing the body beneath. Staring at the glowing figure in the mirror, Kyajuke's throat tightened. Since it was a yukata, Mitsua wasn't wearing a bra. So real. He hesitated, then raised his hands, but quickly scolded himself. No, I can't do this to someone else's body. Kyajuke scolded himself harshly. Yawn. He stretched, turned off the light, and lay down under the covers. His hands naturally rested on his chest. Huh? Does the owner of this body sleep like this? I can't help it, Kyajuke thought, closing his eyes. Chapter 62. 62 Was I possessed? Tuesday. The morning sun streamed through the windows, waking Hojo Kyajuke with its rays piercing through his eyelids. He groggily blinked a few times. Strange, did I forget to close the curtains last night? He raised his hand to shield his eyes, still half asleep. Wait. Why am I wearing clothes? Sitting up, he looked down at his wrinkled school uniform, confused. He glanced at the clock. Since he'd been awakened by the sun, it was still far from the time for school. Hastily, Kyajuk stripped off his uniform and tossed it into the washing machine. Then, he went to the bathroom for a quick rinse. After changing into a fresh school uniform, he pulled out a Japanese language textbook and began studying. Since he could choose social for his college entrance exams, he didn't need to focus too much on English, just enough to pass the high school entrance exam. With his natural aptitude for science, he had no worries about the science subjects, only Japanese language stood between him and university. Despite spending a lot of time studying Japanese while his peers focused on science and English, there was still more to learn: ancient Japanese poetry, Japanese-style poetry, and classic Japanese texts. Before long, the laundry was done. His old-fashioned washing machine didn't have a dryer, so Kyajuk took the clothes to the balcony to dry. Once finished, he hopped on his motorcycle and headed to school. Some people, who appear to want to be the toughest delinquent in Japan, are secretly diligent students. Talking about you, Kisaki Teta. As soon as he entered the classroom, Kyajuk noticed Kisaki Teta studying intently. Good thing I studied at home too. Don't think you'll beat me on next week's quiz, you scheming little rat. Good morning, Hojo. Kisaki greeted, noticing his arrival. Good morning. Kyajuk replied, hanging his bag on the side of his desk. He sat down and then turned to Kisaki. So, how did your discussion about Tamon go last night? Kisaki looked at him oddly. Didn't you say that Tamon wasn't worth challenging, and asked the vice president to send Kibaku to scold them? Huh? What are you talking about, Kisaki? I never said that. Kisaki raised an eyebrow. Do you remember how you got home last night? Of course, I rode my motorcycle home. How else would I have gotten there? Kyajuk trailed off. Wait, how did I get home? How did I leave Nezu's shrine earlier? Why was I wearing clothes when I fell asleep? These questions were starting to bother him. Noticing Kyajuk lost in thought, Kisaki Teta went back to his book. If there's an issue, he'll tell me during lunch break. He thought. By the way, Kisaki added, I used to call you Aniki. But you always refused. Why? You're not a cute girl, so why would I let you call me that? Kyajuk had once replied, even though he didn't quite understand the connection between being an Aniki and being a beautiful girl. Kisaki had let it go. Soon, the morning reading session ended, and the first class was Hojo Kyajuk's favorite, Japanese language. Though his memory was still foggy, he tried his best to focus and listen attentively. Lunch break, rooftop. While the rooftop had become a sort of private space for Hojo Kyajuk during lunch, members of the delinquent angels often visited to hang out before he took his nap. Right now, Maki Hojo, a student preparing for exams, was sitting under the shelter, eating fruit enthusiastically. Seriously? Everyone was freaking out last night. Right, Ecchi? I saw your legs shaking. Maki said, looking at Ecchi Onizuka with amusement. Yeah, the boss was like a demon from hell. Ecchi Onizuka nodded vigorously. You idiot, it's supposed to be a devil from hell. Danmariji corrected, tapping Ecchi Onizuka's head. He swiftly snatched the apple from his hands and took off running. Give it back. That was the last one. Ecchi yelled as he chased after Danma. Ignoring the noise from the two clowns, Kyajuk speared a piece of peach with a toothpick and chewed while massaging his temples. But I really don't remember what happened at Nezu's shrine last night. Not even how I got home. Maybe you were possessed by a ghost from the shrine. Ecchi chimed in after getting his apple back. It's a shrine, not a haunted house. Danma immediately retorted. Maybe it was a foreign ghost. The gods here can't control them. Ecchi argued. That actually makes some sense, boss. Want to go to the church and have an exorcism? There's a church near Roppongi, and one of the staff is related to a senior member. Danma suggested. Will you two shut up? Kyajuk was getting a headache from their bickering, his temples throbbing painfully. The cool melon in his mouth seemed to turn unbearably hot, making him uncomfortable. If you're not feeling well, you should rest. We'll go ahead. Maki said, standing up and grabbing the collars of Ecchi and Danma, dragging them off. Suzuki Ryowa followed them, jogging behind. By the way, are we still handling Tamon the same way? Maki stopped at the stairwell and looked back. As long as they don't come into Mangekyō, leave them alone. Kyajuk replied, his eyes already closed. He waved a hand dismissively. The balcony door was gently closed by Kisaki, who came up next to Kyajuk and asked quietly, Hojo, do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Even though Kisaki Teta no longer wanted to rely on Hojo Kyajuk to become Japan's strongest delinquent, he still considered him his best friend. In just a week, Kisaki had completely come to admire Hojo Kyajuk, who outshone him in every aspect: intellect, strength, and even charm. I'm fine, I just need some rest. Kyajuk replied. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was the reminder for his latest nap time. He picked up the phone and swiped away the nap reminder. Just before closing it, a strange note appeared. "Who are you?" A bolt of realization hit Kyajuk like a flash of lightning. He suddenly sat up. Wait, that's it. The night the comet fell, that voice in my head. The note, written in Japanese, said "Who are you?" but meant "What is your name?" in a more subtle way, considering the language nuances. He looked at the unfamiliar note in his phone, his mind racing through the fragments of the night before, all the events he couldn't remember. And then it clicked. I've been possessed. But wait. Didn't I cross over into a world full of beautiful girls? Possession doesn't fit that narrative. One thing was clear, someone else had used his body last night, and it had to have been a woman. His system wouldn't allow any man to do such a thing. Hold on. Your name? Isn't Hisakudra Senpai's world? And if my body was used, does that mean I'm using hers as well? That would explain why I have no memory of that time. As soon as he realized this, everything in his head felt clearer. He turned to Kisaki, who had been nervously watching, and reassured him. Then, Kyajuk began typing in the note. My name is Hoju Kyug. What about you? Chapter 63, 63 High school student. The afternoon was as uneventful as usual, spent studying hard. After school, Hoju Kyajuk went to the Kendo Club to help guide the members in practice. Even though the National Kendo Tournament and the All Japan High School Kendo Selection Contest were still 3 months away at the end of July and early August, respectively, the high school team had already entered full preparation mode. They weren't satisfied with their previous training intensity and collectively asked Kyajuk to actively attack them during practice. If we can stay sharp under your pressure, then winning the competition will be a breeze. One of the members said, encouraging him. Despite the praise, when Kyajuk launched his attacks, the members still couldn't react quickly enough, even though he was deliberately holding back. Hojo, are you participating in the National Middle School Kendo Tournament at the end of July? During a break, Maki Hojo approached Kyajuk and asked. There's a middle school tournament too? Kyajuk responded, surprised. He hadn't stopped practicing, still swinging his sword with full effort, as he planned to finish early. He had dinner plans with the beautiful older woman, Akudra Miki, and needed to get the day's training done quickly. Of course. It's held at the Wetlands Sports Arena in Kushiro, Hokkaido. I remember your admission materials said you're from Hokkaido, so why didn't you know about this? Maki replied, a little puzzled. Oh, it's in Kushiro? That's quite far from my hometown, Otaru. I think it's a 3-hour drive. But I've only been to Hokkaido a few times when I was younger. Most of my time was spent in Mizuman City. Kyajuk explained. I see. So, are you going? It's a good excuse to visit home, and the school covers travel expenses. If I go, wouldn't it be a bit too much of an advantage for me? Kyajuk couldn't help but feel a bit tempted at the thought of returning home without having to pay for it. No way. Actually, it's more like they're bullying you, a first-year middle schooler. Besides, Higashi won first place last year, so this time, with such a strong newcomer like you, we'll be able to win first place for 3 years in a row. Maki said, eager to convince him. Alright, just sign me up when you do the registration. Kyajuk agreed, though he was still half joking. After another round of practice, Kyajuk quickly showered, changed into his casual clothes, and said his goodbyes to the team. To be honest, he would have preferred a simple family meal at a regular restaurant, as he could only tolerate Italian food in small doses. But since it was his mother's request and he was also looking forward to seeing Akudra Miki, he made his way to the Kotonoe no Niwa restaurant on time. Riding his motorcycle, Kyajuk swiftly reached the restaurant. While most office workers were still at work, the upscale Italian restaurant already had several patrons, many of whom weren't just ordinary office workers. Welcome. Greeted Tanaka, who had helped Kyajuk with his uniform the day before, opening the door for him. Upon seeing Kyajuk, he quickly pointed to the east side of the restaurant. Kyajuk turned his head and saw Akudra Miki taking an order from a table of customers. He quietly chose a secluded table, sitting down to observe her with interest. It was clear that one of the female customers at the table was a bit of a handful, constantly asking Akudra Miki questions about the menu. Despite this, Akudra Miki's smile remained unchanged as she patiently explained everything to the customer. Even the difficult woman became quiet, seemingly charmed by her demeanor. It wasn't the troublesome woman who was charmed, though. It was her male companion, who, after being scolded by his partner, quickly placed the order and flashed Akudra Miki a self-satisfied smile, thinking himself quite the gentleman. That's the power of an older woman, she can captivate any age group. Akudra Miki, still smiling, handed the order board to another waiter and gave a few instructions. Then she walked over to Kyug. Thanks for coming. She said, sitting down in the chair he pulled out for her. Did you have a tiring day? Kyajuk asked. I just got here. That table was the first I served today. Akudramiki replied with a laugh. Really? Do they treat their staff that well here, where you only need to work half a day? Well, I'm actually just a part-timer. My main job is as a university student at Okanamazu University. Akudramiki said playfully, noticing the confusion on Kyajuk's face. Wow, that's impressive. So, should I call you Akudra-senpai from now on? But why would someone like you work part-time at a restaurant? Surely you could find something better? Kyajuk complimented her, impressed. Okanamazu University was often referred to as the female Todai and held high recognition in Japan's social ranking. Hee, senpai sounds nice. I'm actually in the Department of Life Sciences, majoring in food and nutrition, so I wanted to do something related to that. Also, even though I'm just a waitress, my pay is probably better than some of the part-time models around here. Do you know why? Akudramiki asked with a mischievous smile. Kyajuk quickly understood, because you're the poster girl. Right? Haha, you got it. She said, laughing. Then what about you? Living in Mangekyō Ward, you must be a student too, right? Akudramiki asked. Well, I'm at Higashi. Kyajuk scratched his head, trying to figure out how to casually mention that he was still just a first-year middle school student. Luckily, Higashi was a combined middle and high school, so he wasn't lying. Wait, you're still in high school? Akudramiki was surprised. From his mannerisms, she had thought Kyajuk was a university student like her. Yeah. Kyajuk nodded. Sometimes, a little exaggeration about age worked wonders. No one at Higashi knew him as Hoja Kyajuk anyway. From your motorcycle, I thought you were one of those Tokyo handsome guys who'd already entered the workforce. Akudramiki remarked, pointing at the motorcycle key Kyajuk had placed on the table. If it had been a regular key, Kyajuk wouldn't have left it on the table. But his Rocket 33 was keyless, so the key looked as sophisticated as those of high-end cars, stylish and luxurious. Thinking about it, Kyajuk was reminded of his own troubles. The official retail price was 4 million yen. How was he going to repay this? Did he have to ask his dad to sacrifice another cow for the money? After all, the 3 years of tuition he was exempted from only barely matched that amount. That was just the fee for a private, prestigious school like Higashi. Anyway, I'm from Hokkaido. This bike was a promotion gift from a friend. Kyajuk quickly said, trying to brush off the topic. Oh, everything's ready based on what you ordered yesterday. I'll have them bring the food right out. Akudramiki said, though she was still curious about the expensive gift. Because there were fewer customers tonight, Akudramiki stayed with Kyajuk the entire time. He showed her just how much of a food monster he could be. I'm so full. Seeing you enjoy your meal so much, I couldn't help but eat a little myself. She said, rubbing her slightly bulging stomach. Don't blame me. Your beauty makes the food taste even better, so I ended up eating more than I usually would. Kyajuk replied, taking a sip of juice. I need to work off some of this weight tonight, or I won't be able to control it. Akudramiki said, blushing slightly. Can you show me the kitchen? I want to learn how to make Italian food. Kyajuk suddenly asked as he stood up. Well, you'll need to ask the manager for that. Akudramiki replied. Right, I'll let you get back to work. I'll walk you home when you finish. Kyajuk said, walking away without giving her a chance to refuse. You're going the wrong way. The manager's office is over there. Akudramiki said, smiling as she watched him leave. Walk me home, huh? The memory of how his muscles felt when she hugged him on the motorcycle a few nights ago made Akudramiki blush again. She also realized she still hadn't returned his jacket. Her mind filled with various thoughts, some healthy and others not so much, causing a few small mistakes at work. Meanwhile, Kyajuk successfully found the manager's office and, after explaining that he wanted to learn to cook, the manager agreed but explained that the chefs were too busy at the moment. If Kyajuk really wanted to learn, he could come back when there were fewer customers. Having heard this, Kyajuk decided not to disrupt the kitchen and instead relaxed in the manager's office, checking his phone and chatting with his friends, including Hueco, about weekend plans. Chapter 64, Targeting Kabukicho. Kyajuk entered the hall with the manager. The last table of customers had already left, and the staff of the Garden of Words restaurant began cleaning up. Akudra-san, if you don't have anything else to do, you can head home. The manager said, glancing at Akudra, who was wiping down a table, then looking at Kyajuk standing beside him. Huh? Akudramiki paused, lifting her head in confusion. Then she saw Kyajuk standing next to the manager and quickly understood what was meant. Yeah, Akudra-senpai, if you need to leave, go ahead. There's not much left to do, we'll finish up here shortly. Said a girl from the staff, one of Akudra's closest friends. She gently bumped Akudra's shoulder and smiled. The rest of the employees looked at Kyajuk with a mix of envy and jealousy, wishing they could bite this guy who might steal their goddess away. No, I'll help too. It'll go faster this way. Kyajuk quickly replied. He didn't want to cause any awkwardness or make Akudra uncomfortable. Besides, he'd be coming here more often in the future, and creating any special treatment would only lead to exclusion. With that, he went straight to his only acquaintance in the restaurant, the server Tanaka, grabbed the mop from his hands, and began cleaning the floor. The manager watched him, then looked at Akudra, as if realizing something, and smiled before leaving. As a kendo expert, Kyajuk was fast and efficient with the mop. With his help, the restaurant's closing duties were quickly finished. Let's go, Akudra-senpai. Kyajuk said, as usual, bringing his motorcycle to the door of the restaurant. He naturally took off his jacket and handed it to Akudra, who was dressed in stylish yet breezy clothes. Thanks, Hojo-kun. Akudra said, blushing as she put on the jacket, climbing onto the motorcycle, and holding onto Kyajuk's waist tightly. Although this was the second time she had received this treatment, she was still touched by his considerate gesture. After all, this wasn't something common in Japan, even in anime, where the cool, caring male leads rarely showed this kind of thoughtfulness. The time was only around 10 p.m. and the nightlife of Shinjuku was just starting to come alive. Akudra-senpai, if you're not in a hurry to go home, how about we take a slow ride down Meiji Avenue? Kyajuk asked, looking at the busy streets. There were two ways to get from the restaurant in Shinjuku and to Okanamazu Women's University. One was to take the Metropolitan Expressway No. 5, the Ikebukuro line, which was the route Kelty had taken with Kyajuk before. Though the route was longer, it was faster since it was an expressway. The other way was a nearly straight line along Meiji Avenue, passing through Kabukicho, East Shinjuku, and Shinjuku 3-Chome, the liveliest parts of the city. However, this route was much more congested, though it offered the opportunity to stop and have fun along the way. I don't have any plans, so I'm fine with whatever. You decide, Hojo-kun. Akudra said. In fact, she didn't usually head home right after work, but would hang out with friends and enjoy Tokyo's nightlife. 2 nights ago, she had to cancel plans with her friends because of Kyuk. She had planned to go to a new bar in Kabukicho, but ended up apologizing to her friends and letting them down since she was waiting for Kyajuk to pick her up from work. Then let's take Meiji Avenue. Kyajuk said happily. The last time he had came to Shinjuku with Maki Hojo, the whole time was wasted on pointless fights. But now, with such a beautiful girl riding on the back of his motorcycle, it was the perfect opportunity to explore Shinjuku, one of Tokyo's 3 major commercial districts. Before long, they reached a crossroads on Meiji Avenue, and to the left was Kabukicho, one of the most famous entertainment districts in Japan. Although Kyajuk had planned to go there from the beginning, he still asked Akudra, Akudra-senpai, should we go to Kabukicho? I'm fine with whatever, Hojo-kun. If you want to go, I'll go with you. Akudra said softly. Great, maybe they'd even have time to meet up with Shizuka, Akudra thought. Although Kabukicho was a special zone, it wasn't all adult establishments. It also had plenty of regular businesses like restaurants, cinemas, arcades, and shops. Kyajuk quickly found a place to park the motorcycle, and then he and Akudra walked side by side down the street. As the crowd thickened, the temperature rose, and Akudra handed Kyajuk's jacket back to him. This was why so many cyberpunk works were set in Japan, Kyajuk thought, as he walked through Kabukicho. The flashing neon signs, the giant advertisements on the buildings, the outdoor screens playing loops, and the car lights streaking down the streets under the overpasses. It felt like stepping into a cyberpunk world. Hojo-kun, I want to check out that store. Akudra said, tugging at Kyajuk's sleeve, noticing he had spaced out. Sure. Kyajuk replied, snapping out of his thoughts. He looked at the shop she pointed to, a cute store dominated by light pink hues. As they walked into the store, Kyajuk immediately backed out. The store was filled with girls, and the moment he stepped in, they all turned to look at him. If he had a thicker skin, he might have rolled his eyes dramatically and strutted in pretending to be one of them, but there were even a few classic gyro girls inside wearing long fake lashes, bright red lipstick, and chewing gum. Seeing Kyajuk awkwardly retreating, Akudra chuckled, offering him an apologetic smile before continuing her shopping. She didn't make him wait long, soon returning with a small stuffed doll. What's this? To hang on a bag? Kyajuk asked, eyeing the little figure dressed in a black dress. Of course, it's for my phone. Akudra said, holding up her phone, which was covered with rhinestones and featured an elaborate artistic design. This is the first time I've seen your phone. Kyajuk remarked, a bit surprised. It's a bit flashy, huh? Ha, You're shocked, right? I used to be a Gyaro for a while. Akudra explained, smiling as she attached the doll to her phone case. Though I've retired from that life, I can't help but still like these things. Really? I never imagined someone as stylish as Akudra-senpai would have been a Gyaro. Kyajuk said, genuinely surprised. Her outfit and makeup were so well put together that she could easily pass as a fashion model. He had wondered before why she worked as a waitress rather than pursuing modeling. Isn't a Gyaro just someone who's ahead of fashion? Akudra giggled, winking at him. Guess that's true. Kyajuk agreed, smiling. By the way, Hojo-kun, there's somewhere I'd like to go. If it's inconvenient for you, I can go alone. Akudra said hesitantly. Since Kyajuk wasn't of drinking age, she felt a bit guilty about bringing him to a bar. It's no problem at all. Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. After all, I brought you here, so I'm not leaving without you. It's a bar, though. Are you sure it's fine? It's okay, it's okay. I don't drink, but I should be fine as long as they don't check IDs, right? Kyajuk asked. That's not an issue. It's a quiet bar, and even people who don't drink go there to listen to the owner play the piano. And besides, you look like a typical Tokyo handsome guy. Akudra observed, glancing at him. Indeed, after changing out of his kendo gear, Kyajuk now looked like a young city professional in black casual pants and a brown jacket perfect for an evening out. Let's go then. I'm looking forward to it. Kyajuk said, smiling. Chapter 65, 65 single, but fierce. One of my friends is here too, and she's a super beautiful woman. Akudra Miki said with a smile as she led the way. I don't believe it. Can she really be more beautiful than you, Akudra-senpai? Hojo Kyajuk quickly followed, walking side by side with Akudra Miki. Her name is Hiratsuka Shizuka. She's a senior from the same university, although she graduated many years ago. We met at a career-sharing event at school where she came to give advice. She's a really nice person. Akudra gave a brief introduction, explaining it in advance to avoid making Kyajuk uncomfortable later. As for her friend still waiting at the bar, Akudra knew she didn't mind such details. Well, if she's out with you, she must be easy to get along with. Kyajuk said. Yeah, maybe it's because she's a teacher. She taught me a lot. Oh, by the way, Shizuka is a high school teacher now. It's a pity you're already in school, otherwise, you might have been her student. Akudra Miki added, glancing at Kyajuk. Hey, if I could, I'd love to be her student. But it's too late to transfer now. Kyajuk chuckled, as if he had heard the voice of destiny. I see, we've arrived. It's just around the corner. They opened the door, and inside, under the dim yellow light, there was a piano gleaming with walnut wood. A woman dressed in satin that matched the color of the piano was playing with full concentration. Hearing the doorbell, the woman stopped playing and stood up to greet them. Your friend is already waiting for you. Akudra Miki said with a smile to the woman behind the counter, then pointed to the friend who was waving at them. If you need anything, just let me know. The woman said, preparing to sit down and continue playing. Just a non-alcoholic drink for us, please. Akudra Miki replied. I'll have a cola. Kyajuk quickly added, not out of fear of not being able to pay, but because he was worried about encountering a cocktail master. Please wait a moment. The woman said as she moved to prepare their drinks. Come on, Hojo, Shizuka's waiting over there. Has little Miki finally gotten herself a boyfriend? The woman who spoke, Hiratsuka Shizuka, had long, black hair that reached past her hips, and she was wearing a brown knitted sweater and straight-leg jeans. Her voice was lively and straightforward. Nope, his name is Hojo Kyajuk, a friend I met at the restaurant where I work. Akudra Miki replied as she pulled out the chair next to Hiratsuka Shizuka and sat down. Hi, I'm Hiratsuka Shizuka, Miki's friend. Hiratsuka Shizuka said, waving at Kyajuk. Actually, Kyajuk already knew her name from the anime My Teen Romantic Comedy Snafu where she was a supporting character. Sorry for the interruption, I'm Hojo Kyajuk. Kyajuk said, sitting across from the two women. Would you like some beer, Hojo? Hiratsuka Shizuka asked as she picked up an unopened beer bottle. Hojo-kun isn't old enough to drink. Akudra Miki quickly intervened, taking the beer from Shizuka. Beer? Kyajuk had assumed women preferred drinks with a softer, richer taste, like cocktails. Huh? A younger guy? Come on, tell me how you two met. Hiratsuka Shizuka said excitedly. This was why single people often had so much experience. She had been lectured by her family for not having a boyfriend and came out to drink with friends to vent. But seeing a potential romance unfold before her eyes, Hiratsuka Shizuka couldn't help but get excited. It was a very normal meeting, nothing special. Akudra Miki said, taking a sip of the beer, trying to cover up her slight awkwardness. You're such a tease. Hojo, you tell us. Since Akudramiki refused to elaborate, Hiratsuka Shizuka turned her attention to Kyuga. Haha, like Akudra-senpai said, it was just a very normal meeting. Nothing special. Kyajuk said, of course, not wanting to make Akudramiki more embarrassed. Really? And you're still saying you're not a couple? Hearing Kyajuk defend Akudramiki, Hiratsuka Shizuka suddenly remembered she was single, and in her frustration, she took a big gulp of beer. Shizuka-chan, why don't you tell us? Didn't you say you were feeling down over the phone? Is it something to do with school? Akudramiki quickly changed the subject, sensing her friend was feeling a little too emotionally involved in the romance talk. Miki, you're doing this on purpose. Hiratsuka Shizuka, embarrassed by the repeated jabs, angrily grabbed Akudramiki, and the two older women began playfully tussling, much to Kyajuk's amusement. Here's your cola. The woman from behind the counter arrived with a glass of cola filled with ice. Hearing the voice, the two women stopped their playful bickering. Hey, little guy, you having fun watching? Hiratsuka Shizuka noticed Kyajuk staring at them intently and said in a not-so-friendly tone. Hojo-kun, be careful, Shizuka is trained in martial arts. Akudramiki added, playfully warning him, though the hint was clear that Shizuka was quite good at fighting. Miki. Hiratsuka Shizuka growled, her black hair near her ears flaring out. Hee, sorry. Akudramiki giggled, knowing that while she couldn't compete with Hiratsuka Shizuka in terms of physical strength, bringing up romantic topics would immediately shut Shizuka down. Ugh, I wish I could have a boyfriend like Hojo. Hiratsuka Shizuka grumbled, taking another large gulp of her beer and slumping on the table. I told you, we're not a couple. And besides, Hojo-kun is a high school student, are you interested in teacher-student relationships? Akudramiki teased. What? Hiratsuka Shizuka said in surprise, sitting up straight and giving Kyajuk a closer look. His timeless, stylish messy hair, soft amber eyes under the dim light, a straight nose, a sharply defined face, and a noticeable chest under his jacket. If it's someone like Hojo, I could be into a teacher-student relationship. Hiratsuka Shizuka muttered. Actually, you could ask Hojo if he has any friends to introduce you to. After all, handsome guys' friends are probably handsome too. Akudramiki added, unaware that Hiratsuka Shizuka's voice had been quiet and thought it was still about Hojo's age. Not necessarily. Some people intentionally hang out with average-looking friends to make themselves seem better, right? Hiratsuka Shizuka quickly recovered her mood and remarked, reminding herself that Hojo was much younger. Hojo-kun doesn't need to do anything like that, right? Akudramiki said, picking up a French fry and slowly eating it. Her full lips, now covered in ketchup, looked even more tempting. I do have some great friends. Some of them are even certain to get into the University of Tokyo, but they're all high school students. Kyajuk said with a bitter smile. Let's not talk about that, let's drink. Hiratsuka Shizuka interrupted, feeling like the focus had shifted from fun to matchmaking. Hojo-kun, did anything interesting happen at school today? Akudramiki asked with a smile, eager to steer the conversation back. The most interesting thing today was having dinner with Akudra-senpai, other than that, it was just studying and kendo practice. Kyajuk replied. You do kendo? Hiratsuka Shizuka, ignoring his possible hint of affection, immediately became interested in the subject. Yeah, my school's kendo club is competing in the Jimmer Cup at the end of July and the National High School Kendo Championship in early August. I'll be going with them. Kyajuk said, sharing only the parts he felt comfortable revealing. Are you a main member? Hiratsuka Shizuka asked. Yes. Hojo Kyajuk answered, considering that even the swordsmanship instructor wasn't a main member. From that point on, Hiratsuka Shizuka and Kyajuk talked about high school life, leaving Akudramiki little chance to speak. Chapter 66. 66 I'm investing in you by selling my bike. Ah, that silly Shizuka, she's drunk again. Doesn't she worry about some creepy guy picking her up and taking her home? Akudramiki complained, looking at the now drunk Hiratsuka Shizuka. Hee, if anyone dares, I'll knock them straight to the hospital. Shizuka said, leaning on Akudramiki and laughing foolishly as she threw a mock punch. Surprisingly, even though she was clearly drunk, her punch still seemed strong, cutting through the air with impressive force. Miki, you drove here, right? Akudramiki asked. Yeah, the car is parked in the lot behind. Shizuka responded, her head spinning. If she were sober, she never would have drunk so much, but with Miki there and constantly talking to that Hojo kid, she had unintentionally drunk too much. Sorry, Hojo-kun, I need to find a designated driver to get Shizuka home, and I might have to return your jacket another day. Akudramiki said apologetically. Why don't I come with you, take her home, then drop you off afterward? It's late, and I can't let you two drunk women go home alone. Kyajuk offered, holding Shizuka steady. Right, Hojo-kun, you're sober, but do you have a driver's license? I don't, but I have friends nearby. I'll get in touch with them now. Hojo Kyajuk pulled out his phone and started typing in the chat room of the Rampaging Angels group. Even though he didn't have a license, he knew some of the older guys in the high school department had one. Sorry for the trouble. Akudramiki said, a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, really. I should be thanking Hiratsuka-sensei for treating me to food. Kyajuk replied. Indeed, Shizuka had already paid the bill when she was still sober. Kyajuk had almost said something when Akudramiki interrupted him, laughing, saying that Hiratsuka Shizuka was a rich lady, and drinking with her was the best way to show concern for her. By then, 4 of Kyajuk's underlings had accepted the job. As they left the bar, they found 2 motorcycles and 4 of his subordinates waiting outside. Hojo-kun, who are they? Akudramiki asked, glancing curiously at the 4 who were greeting Hojo-kyuk. They're my juniors from school, motorcycle enthusiasts. Kyajuk answered. The motorcycles they had were quite a sight, one more bizarre than the next. He quickly delegated tasks. One of his underlings, who could drive, would follow him, Akudramiki, and Shizuka to get the car, while the others, on motorcycles, would follow them. Once they arrived at Shizuka's home, the 4 would head back. The reason for all these people was simple. Kyajuk had plans to ride Akudramiki home on his bike afterward. At the parking lot, Akudramiki pressed the car key, causing the lights of a large white vehicle to flash. Hiratsuka-sensei likes this kind of car? Kyajuk asked, holding Shizuka steady as they approached the white SUV. Even Kyajuk, with his limited knowledge of cars, recognized it as a Toyota Land Cruiser. Haha, given how Shizuka loves fighting, I guess it's not surprising. Akudramiki said, opening the door and helping Kyajuk get Shizuka into the back seat. Maybe it was because Akudramiki was near, but Shizuka had already fallen asleep with a peaceful expression. Right. Kyajuk nodded in agreement, recalling how fierce Shizuka looked when throwing punches. But she also has a red sports car. She usually drives that one. Akudramiki added, sitting in the back and resting Shizuka's head on her lap. She really is a rich lady. Kyajuk said. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Kyajuk reminded his subordinate to drive slowly. If you speed, you're going to practice 100 rounds with me in kendo tomorrow. As for the other 3, Kyajuk had already sent them the address. As expected, it was a luxury neighborhood, not far from their current location, just a few kilometers to Bunkyo Ward, next to Shinjuku. Akudramiki explained that the apartment was close to the Tokyo Sobu High School where Shizuka worked, and her family had bought it for her. After dropping off a few subordinates, Kyajuk followed Akudramiki upstairs. She expertly found Shizuka's keys and led him to the bedroom, where they laid her on the bed. Sitting down in the living room, Kyajuk idly played with his phone while waiting for Akudramiki. He had asked earlier if she needed to stay and look after the drunk Shizuka, but Akudramiki had laughed, saying Shizuka would just sleep soundly until morning and the only concern was whether she'd be late for work. Shall we go, Hojo-kun? Sorry for all the trouble. Akudramiki said as she returned from the bedroom. Do you want to rest for a bit? I'm worried you might catch a chill after sweating. Kyajuk asked with concern. I'm not that fragile. Besides, you're going to lend me your jacket, right? Akudramiki laughed. Well then, let's go. They made their way downstairs, Kyajuk found his motorcycle, and they drove off. Soon, they reached Akudramiki's apartment building. Want to come up for a bit? I'll also bring your jacket, it's been washed. Akudramiki asked, a little nervously, holding down her hair that the breeze had blown up. I'll take you up on that. Kyajuk said as he quickly parked the motorcycle. The building had designated spaces for bicycles and motorcycles, which made it easy. The jacket's already washed? You really didn't have to. Kyajuk said, entering the elevator with her. It's nothing. I'll give it back to you after I clean it. Akudramiki replied, tightening her grip on the brown jacket she was wearing. You're too kind. Kyajuk said, realizing that the jacket was just an excuse to visit her apartment. He didn't mind, though. Once inside, Akudramiki offered him disposable slippers and apologized for the mess, since she usually didn't have anyone over. It's not messy at all. It's clear you've been putting effort into your studies. Kyajuk said, glancing around. The apartment was small, but the kitchen was large and well-equipped, with various tools for cooking and even some chemistry lab equipment. Books on chemistry, biology, and nutrition were scattered around. Akudramiki mentioned that she had always wanted to run her own restaurant, making healthy and delicious food. It had been her dream, even though her family didn't support it. She joked that she might only be able to open a small shop in a remote area, and it might fail quickly. I'll invest in you. I believe in you, Akudra-senpai. Kyajuk smiled confidently. Really? You believe in me that much? Akudra Miki laughed, a little touched but unsure. Absolutely. I'd even sell my Rocket 33 to fund your dream. Kyajuk said, shaking the motorcycle keys in his hand. Rocket 33? That's such a cute name. Akudra Miki giggled. Time's late, I'll be going now. Kyajuk said, taking his jacket, which still smelled faintly of laundry detergent. Ah, it's that late already? Akudra Miki exclaimed softly. Next time I'm here, I'll bring some food for you. She said as he put on his shoes. Looking forward to it. He smiled, waving goodbye as they shared a quiet understanding. Take care on the way back. She said. See you tomorrow, Akudra-senpai. See you. Chapter 67, starting today, I'm a girl. Wednesday. The piercing sunlight seeped through his eyelids, landing directly on his retinas. Hojo Kyajuk turned over, trying to escape it, but the stubborn light relentlessly followed. Damn it, did I forget to close the curtains again last night? Frowning, Kyajuk had no desire to wake up. His phone alarm hadn't rung yet, which meant it wasn't time to get up. So annoying. Irritated, he finally opened his eyes. This place is. The sunlight was still glaring, but the old-fashioned house before him, both familiar and unfamiliar, made his eyes widen. Oh right, I swapped again. Kyajuk suddenly remembered. This was his second time waking up in this place. But why is it that every time I return to my own body, I lose all memories of the swap? Maybe that's just how it works? When I go back, I forget everything, but once I swap again, I recall it all. Scratching his head, Kyajuk didn't bother wasting brainpower on something that seemed trivial. As he sat up, the blanket slipped off his body, and he looked down. A loose-fitting pink t-shirt with yellow polka dots. Sis. The door was already open, and standing there was the same little sister he had met during his last swap, Yotsuba. Damn, this body's guard is way too low. Ah, looks like I've grown a bit again. Must be the struggles of puberty you wouldn't understand yet, Yotsuba. Kyajuk said smoothly, turning his head with a natural smile. Like you've grown at all. Hurry up and eat breakfast. Yotsuba muttered, scratching her head, still feeling that her sister was acting strangely. With a loud slam, she shut the door. Kyajuk got up and walked over to the full-length mirror. The oversized t-shirt hung loosely down to his ankles. The underwear was pink too, with a butterfly pattern. Mimizumitsuya, huh? This girl sure has cute taste. After admiring the reflection for a moment, he grabbed the school uniform from the wardrobe and began changing. Gotta say, wearing a pleated skirt feels interesting. Next time, I should get some safety shorts. This is way too risky. As he was thinking this, he caught sight of Yotsuba in the hallway, carrying 2 plates of food into another room. Wait, does this little kid make breakfast? Or was Mitsuya supposed to cook, but I woke up too late? Inside the room, Mitsuya's grandmother was already talking with Yotsuba. Kyajuk quickly walked in. Good morning, Grandma. Good morning. Trying to act as naturally as possible, he knelt on the empty cushion, picked up his bowl, scooped some rice, and started eating. Why do we have to eat such a big meal in the morning? Even in Japan, only places that cling to old traditions still do this, right? Grumbling inwardly, Kyajuk quickly finished his bowl of rice. Out of habit, he wanted to get more, but his stomach protested it was already full. Alright, fine. No need to make this girl gain weight. She'd probably cry if she got fat. After grabbing the school bag, putting on shoes, and bidding farewell to Grandma, Kyajuk, still in Mitsuya's body, followed Yotsuba out the door. As soon as he stepped outside, he turned around for a better look. Are all shrine families this wealthy? Before him stood a massive, traditional 2-story wooden house. The blue-tiled roof blended harmoniously with the surrounding greenery. Come on, sis, we're gonna be late. Yotsuba, already on the stone steps below, called out. Kyajuk hurried to catch up. Just as he was about to ask Mitsuya himself where the school was, Yotsuba spoke again. Aren't you gonna tie your hair? I want to, but I don't know how. Oh, I just forgot. Do you have an extra hair tie, Yotsuba? Lend me one? Ugh, first you refused to braid my hair, and now you're taking my hair tie? Yotsuba grumbled but still pulled a black hair tie from her school bag. Sorry. I promise I'll braid your hair tomorrow morning. Tying his hair into a quick ponytail, Kyajuk casually made a promise. Not like it mattered, he'd be back in his own body tomorrow anyway. You said it. No backing out. Yotsuba said happily. Yeah. Just wake me up tomorrow, and I'll do it. Kyajuk replied with a mischievous grin. The shrine was located at the highest point in town. As the two of them walked downhill along the winding mountain road, Yotsuba soon waved goodbye, running off with a group of kids her age. Standing by the roadside railing, Kyajuk looked out at this unfamiliar town. A vast lake shimmered under the morning sun, surrounded by lush forests. The entire town was built around the water, consisting only of small, two-story houses. Huh. Guess I don't even need to ask for directions. This town is so small there's probably only one school. Actually, maybe the middle school and high school even share the same building. Probably a lot of empty classrooms too, since there aren't enough students. Mitsuo. A voice called from behind, accompanied by the sound of a bicycle bell and spinning spokes. Since he still wasn't used to the name, Kyajuk took a second to react. A bicycle rolled up beside him. The rider was a boy with thick eyebrows, and sitting on the back seat was a girl with twin braids. Your name, Natori Sayaka, supporting character, morning, Sayaka. Kyajuk greeted naturally. Huh? Just Sayaka? What about me? And get off already, you're heavy. The thick-browed boy complained. Geez, don't be so stingy. Sayaka huffed, hopping off the bike and making a face at Kyajuk. Mitsuo doesn't greet you because Teshigawara, you're an ill-mannered cheapskate. You little. Teshigawara Katsuhiko reached for her school bag, but Sayaka had already stuck out her tongue and walked ahead with Kyajuk. Alright, no need to start flirting so early in the morning, you two. Kyajuk teased. Huh? Who's flirting with him? Huh? Where'd you even learn that word? That's hilarious. Both of them blushed instantly. Wait, they're not a couple? I totally thought this was one of those boyfriend picks up girlfriend for school moments. But looking at their flustered faces, Kyajuk got it. Oh, they like each other but haven't confessed yet. Looks like I just did them a favor as their love guru. Come on, let's go. He urged. The three of them continued downhill along the winding road. Despite being a mountain road, the sides were lined with houses and shops. At the foot of the mountain, the scenery changed again. Fields and greenhouses started appearing. Kyajuk hadn't experienced rural life in ages, so he found it fascinating. Most importantly, for the sake of revitalizing our town's agriculture. A loud voice boomed from up ahead. Kyajuk turned his gaze away from the small stream by the road and looked forward. In an open lot, a white van with massive speakers was parked. A giant yellow banner displayed the name Mimizutoshiki. A man in a suit, wearing a sash with the same name, was giving a speech with a microphone. Wait. Mimizutoshiki? Isn't that Mitsuo's politician father? But from what Grandma said the other night, it sounds like he's already cut ties with the family. Just as Kyajuk was processing this, whispers spread through the watching crowd. People were murmuring about how Mimizutoshiki is powerful and he's definitely winning this election. Chapter 68, A small town like Itomari has. Hey, Mimizu? The voice came from a boy wearing the same school uniform as Hoju Kyajuk, standing next to two girls. Good morning. Kyajuk greeted with a polite smile, assuming the boy must be someone Mitsuo knew. Oh? The town mayor's daughter and the construction company president's son, such close friends, huh? The boy sneered, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Huh? Was that sarcasm? It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to Kyajuk like that. Although the boy's words were aimed at Mitsuo, the one inhabiting this body now was none other than the strongest delinquent in Tokyo. The smile on Kyajuk's face vanished instantly. Without saying a word, he walked past the boy. Thinking he had successfully struck a nerve, the boy chuckled along with the two girls beside him. Both Natori Sayaka and Teshigawara Katsuhiko, Mitsuo's friends, exchanged worried glances. They knew how sensitive Mitsuo was about her relationship with her estranged father. Just as Kyajuk brushed by, he suddenly shifted his weight, slamming his shoulder into the boy's chest hard. The boy stumbled back, landing flat on his butt with a loud thud. Shunya. One of the girls cried out. Ha ha, Shunya. Did you forget how to walk or what? Teshigawara snickered, clearly enjoying the payback. Sayaka tried to hold back her laughter, covering her mouth with both hands. Kyajuk simply rolled his shoulder with a smug smirk. Basic operation. Though Mitsuo's body wasn't as strong as his own, with proper technique, even a delicate girl could send a guy like that flying. Mitsuo. A stern voice cut through the commotion. It was Mimizutoshiki, the current town mayor and Mitsuo's estranged father, interrupting his campaign speech. Kyajuk turned his head. He had no idea how Mitsuo usually dealt with her father, so he played it safe. He offered a small smile and gave a polite bow. Toshiki's eyes widened, visibly caught off guard. She smiled at me? For years, Mitsuo had only glared at him with resentment. This was the first time she had acknowledged him with anything resembling kindness. He stood frozen, microphone in hand, completely forgetting his speech as Kyajuk walked away with Mitsua's friends. Mitsua. That was so cool. Sayaka gushed once they were out of earshot. Shunya's face when he fell priceless. Kyajuk chuckled, rolling his sore shoulder. Even with perfect form, Mitsua's smaller body wasn't built for shoulder tackles. Basic operation. He muttered. Huh? What's that mean? Teshigawara asked. It's nothing. Kyajuk brushed off, quickly realizing he'd used slang from his own world. By the time they reached the school, Kyajuk had a clearer grasp of his new surroundings. The town of Itamari was nestled around a massive lake, with mountains stretching along the horizon. It was too small to have more than one school. The building itself housed both middle and high school students, with Itamari High School on one side and Itamari Middle School on the other. Inside the classroom, Kyajuk instinctively headed for the last seat by the window, the classic protagonist spot, only to realize his mistake. Wait. This isn't Higashi. However, when Sayaka plopped down beside him without a word, Kyajuk figured he'd made the right guess. The first period was Japanese literature, taught by none other than Yukino Yukari, another protagonist with a glowing name tag above her head. 2 protagonists in such a small town? What was this, a crossover episode? Yukari-sensei was absolutely stunning, with delicate features and short, neatly trimmed hair. Her warm smile exuded both elegance and gentleness. Even in this rural backwater, she carried herself like she belonged on a magazine cover. Kyajuk half-listened to her lecture on ancient poetry while flipping through Mitsua's notebooks. Her handwriting was tidy, with different colored pens and cute little doodles. Compared to his own chicken scratch, Mitsua's notes looked more like a bullet journal than classwork. Memizu-san. The sound of his borrowed name broke through his thoughts. Memizu-san? Memizu-san, oh, that's me. Kyajuk abruptly stood up, earning a few giggles from his classmates. Yukari-sensei's smile remained patient. Can you tell us what Tawamura means? Luckily, Mitsua's meticulous notes had the answer highlighted with a tiny star. It means twilight. The time when the boundaries between worlds blur. Yukari-sensei nodded approvingly. Well done. That's why they call it the magic hour, a fleeting moment when the world becomes uncertain, and the gods might walk among us. Kyaju's mind buzzed. Magic hour, huh? Was that what caused their body swapping? Or was it the ancient rituals Mitsua's family still practiced at the shrine? He was about to jot down the theory in Mitsua's notebook until he remembered. Even if he wrote something down, the memories of this day would vanish the moment they swapped back. At lunchtime, Yukari-sensei called him to the staff room. Kyajuk followed, trying to maintain Mitsua's usual mannerisms. As soon as they were alone, Yukari-sensei leaned in with a conspiratorial smile. You've been different lately, haven't you? Kyajuk's heart skipped a beat. Shit. Did she notice? Before he could answer, Yukari-sensei reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a small packet of sweets. Here. For your little sister. Kyajuk blinked. Was this Mitsua's daily routine? Or had his more polite attitude won him unexpected bonus points? After school, Kyajuk walked home alone, still trying to process everything. With the sun sinking behind the mountains, the lake glimmered in orange and gold, the very definition of Tawamura. That night, he left a new note in Mitsua's phone. Chapter 69. 69 Going to the bathroom is a tough task. Sit down, please. Yukino Yukari pulled over an empty chair beside her and gestured for Hojo Kyajuk to sit. Thank you. Kyajuk muttered, scratching his head in confusion. He had been trying to avoid causing any trouble for Mimizu Mitsua, yet here he was, being called to the teacher's office on the very first day of class. Mimizu, are you feeling unwell today? Yukino Yukari asked softly, her voice filled with concern. A bit. Kyajuk replied, trying to muster up a sick expression. However, he had never been sick in his life, so his attempt at acting sick looked awkward. Yukino Yukari blinked, perplexed. What was that expression supposed to mean? But, she thought, everyone has their quirks. She remembered what little she knew about this girl. Mimizu Mitsua, her mother had passed away, her father had run off, and she was being raised by her grandmother, who was the head priest of the Mimizu shrine. She had overheard other girls at school gossiping about how Mimizu Mitsua's living expenses were funded by her father's campaign money, and some rumors about her role as a shrine maiden. None of them were particularly flattering. Yukino Yukari could relate. She, too, had been ostracized in elementary school for being too good-looking. But looking at Mitsua now, she felt sympathy for her. After all, the girl had faced her own struggles. Yukino Yukari thought back to her own middle school days, when her teacher, Hinako-sensei, had saved her from feeling isolated. She had left Tokyo, returned to her hometown, and perhaps, she thought, She was here to help Mimizu in the same way Hangako-sensei had helped her. I'll be your Hangako-sensei. Yukino Yukari decided internally with a smile. Meanwhile, Kyajuke's attention was drawn to the chocolate-filled drawer Yukino had opened. How could she eat so much chocolate and still maintain such a slim figure? Would you like some? Chocolate can help you feel better, whether it's physical discomfort or just mental fatigue. Yukino Yukari offered, noticing his gaze. Kyajuke, who had always avoided sugary treats, quickly declined. No, thank you. I've already caused enough trouble today by using Mimizumitsu's body. If she comes back to her body tomorrow and finds she's gained weight, she'll probably cry. Mimizu-chan, can I call you Mitsuo? And you can call me Yukino. Yukino Yukari suggested with a smile, wanting to make things more casual and friendly. Of course. Kyajuke replied, still unsure of what Yukino was aiming for. Was this about something from Mitsuo's past? I know what it's like to feel excluded at school. I went through that too when I was younger. If you ever want to talk, I'm here to listen. Yukino Yukari said gently. Kyajuke was a bit taken aback. Was Mitsuo really being excluded at school? It didn't seem like it after all. She had a shrine and a powerful family. She had a male friend and a female friend, which was already a rare high school configuration. But the 3 classmates they had encountered earlier were a bit annoying, weren't they? Oh, well. Kyajuke decided to let it go. After all, he wasn't going to pass up the opportunity to interact with such a celebrity teacher. Thank you, Yukino-sensei. Kyajuke said enthusiastically, and just as the bell rang, he hurried back to the classroom. Hangako-sensei, are you watching? I'm doing the same thing you did for me, but now for someone else. As Yukino Yukari watched the way Mimizumitsu ran back to the classroom with a distinct, non-feminine stride, she thought to herself that she had a long road ahead of her. Time rewind to the morning, Tokyo, Chidori Maki 49th block, Kyajuke's apartment. Buzz buzz buzz. What's that? So annoying. With no sunlight in his eyes, Kyajuke realized it wasn't time to wake up yet. Mitsuo had always used the faint sunlight coming through the window to figure out when to wake up. Or rather, she was a heavy sleeper, never using an alarm. Trying hard not to wake up, Mitsuo reached out for the source of the annoying noise. Smack. Ouch. She groaned, rolling off the bed before she could grab the source of the noise. Wait, bed? Didn't I sleep on tatami mats? The buzzing continued, and Mitsuo turned her head to see it was her phone on the nightstand, vibrating. She grabbed the phone, turned off the alarm, and the noise stopped. The fall had jostled her awake a little, but everything around her seemed unfamiliar, making her wonder if she was still dreaming. She looked up at the strange ceiling, the strange bed, the unfamiliar surroundings. Oh wait. I've been here before. It's the night from that time. Suddenly, Mitsuo remembered and quickly glanced down at her chest. Muscular pectorals, deep abs. Why am I still sleeping naked? She quickly shut her eyes, embarrassed, but the image of that sculpted body was burned into her mind. So, this is a dream, right? Her face turned as red as an apple, and she realized her earlier actions touching her abs felt like they had no reaction, probably because the muscles were so developed. Once she processed the situation, Mitsuo stood up and grabbed the school uniform hanging at the foot of the bed. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she admired the handsome face of Hojo Kyajuke staring back at her in the mirror. Red-faced, she untied her belt and went to the bathroom. Back in the living room, she sat on the couch and pondered the ultimate question, who am I? What am I supposed to do? Wait. I remember what I wrote on my phone last time. She rushed over to the nightstand, grabbed her phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and opened the notes. She glanced quickly at the time. It was Wednesday. Why can't I see the date clearly? Mitsuo thought, not paying much attention, as she opened the memo. I am Hojo Kyajuke. What about you? Chapter 70. He's so impressive he really replied to me. Mitsuo felt a mix of excitement and a little shyness, like when you've done something wrong and get caught by the boss. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She opened the memo and started reading. The owner of this body is called Hojo Kyajuke. Based on his guess, the two of them would swap bodies while they were asleep, meaning their consciousnesses would enter each other's bodies. Huh? Why did this happen? As a seasoned shrine maiden, Mitsuo felt this was totally bizarre. She continued reading. He attends Higashi Junior High, so he's also a middle schooler. That night really scared me. Do Tokyo middle schoolers play like this? The leader of the delinquent gang rampaging angels, so it wasn't a joke? She chuckled awkwardly at the note that said, if someone bows to you and greets you, don't get scared. Kendo club instructor, rooftop lunch break. His only good friends were Kisaki Teta. And that was it? Just one friend? That's kinda sad. There was also the vice president and friend, Maki Hojo. If you run into any trouble, you can find either of these two. And if you get any messages, don't reply on my behalf. What the heck? He acts like I care about his messages, so full of himself. She thought, but couldn't help but open his inbox anyway. Akudramiki, Yamauchi Sakura, Nishimiya Shoko, Wano Noka, Kelty Sterlusen. What's going on here? Why are all these names girls, and even some foreigners? What a playboy. Mitsuo widened her eyes. She clicked on each one to check, and finally, she relaxed. None of them were romantic relationships, just close friends. Realizing her weird reaction, Mitsuo felt a bit embarrassed. Why should I care if he's a playboy? It doesn't have anything to do with me. I just don't want his personal drama to interfere with me. Then came the commuting instructions. If you know how to ride a motorcycle, you can take my Rocket 33. If not, you can take the subway. Here are the schedules. Hee, Rocket 33? What a cute name. Wait, the real problem is that I'm going to miss the subway if I don't hurry. She glanced at the time and immediately jumped off the couch. Thankfully, Kyajuk, though he commuted by motorcycle, had a habit of studying or doing morning exercises at home, so he had plenty of time. Otherwise, if Mitsuo had been daydreaming for much longer, she would have missed it. She quickly put on her shoes, grabbed her bag, and ran out the door. As soon as she stepped outside, the view opened up before her. Morning Tokyo greeted her with a sparkle. So this is Tokyo. The skyscrapers glimmered with shiny glass, the park nearby was lush with trees, and massive cranes and cars filled the streets. The unique sights of a big city made Mitsuo widen her eyes with excitement. No time to think about it, the elevator had arrived, and she reluctantly took her eyes off the hallway window and stepped in. Downstairs, she immediately spotted the striking black motorcycle. Is that it? In Kyajuk's memo, there was a picture of the Rocket 33. It's so cool. Though she'd never ridden a motorcycle before, just looking at it was enough to captivate Mitsuo. Dang it, why can't I ride a motorcycle? Suppressing her reluctance, she jogged toward the subway station. This body runs so fast. The continuous energy in her body shocked her again. How is Kyajuk so impressive? He's just a first-year middle schooler, yet he's the delinquent leader and a kendo instructor. She got distracted by the new city sights and wasted a little time, but fortunately, she made it onto the subway at the last second. She sighed in relief. Stretching her arm to grab the pole, she felt grateful for her tall height. At the station, with no experience of Tokyo's early rush hour, Mitsuo was pushed along by the crowd as she exited the train, feeling a bit lost in the sea of people. Right, Kyajuk told me how to get there. Quickly, she opened the memo and followed the navigation instructions. Even though it was a short distance, Kyajuk had marked out potential wrong turns and highlighted a few convenience stores where he frequently bought breakfast. This guy is so considerate. Even his home is so well organized, everything arranged exactly as it said in the memo. Even though we've both only swapped bodies once, he already figured all this out and prepared such a detailed life guide for me. I think that's what they call it, right? While thinking this, Mitsuo followed the directions and arrived at Higashi's school gate. Just like Kyajuk said, people kept greeting him, though it wasn't as exaggerated as that night. Since Kyajuk didn't tell her how to respond, Mitsuo could only keep smiling and replying. What she didn't know was that Kyajuk usually didn't respond because it was too much trouble, and his subordinates didn't mind. Greeting their boss was just a formality, and whether he replied or not was up to him. But today, seeing their leader smile and respond, his subordinates speculated that maybe he was in a good mood, and everyone was eager to ask for some advanced kendo techniques after school. Mitsuo had no idea what would happen after school. She arrived at the classroom door, feeling like her face was going to cramp from smiling so much. "Good morning, Hojo," said Kisaki Teta. "Good morning, Kisaki." Kisaki Teta, the strategist of the gang and also a close friend, was the one who had escorted her home that night. Kyajuk had detailed all of this in the memo, even including a picture. "He's sitting at the same desk as me," thought Mitsuo as she put down her bag. The difference in height caused a visual change, and the distance between the desk and her felt new and interesting. What was even more interesting was this unfamiliar school. Mitsuo turned her head to look out the window. Unlike the old school building in Itamari, Higashi, a prestigious private school, was obviously well funded. The middle school building was even renovated just last year. Huge windows with high transparency, gleaming hallways, metal railings, glass bridges. The entire building was spectacular, with a glass dome covering the central courtyard. Everything about it excited Mitsuo. She couldn't help but glance over at Kisaki Teta, who was seriously working on problems. "Kisaki, how much is the tuition to attend this school?" "Why are you asking that? Don't you know?" Kisaki asked, puzzled. Just tell me quickly. Mitsuo urged. You, just tell me? Kisaki shuddered. Sorry, hurry up and tell me. Mitsuo corrected herself. Hojo Kyajuk had told her that in situations like this, she should just be a little firm, and no one would dare question her. You're messing with me early in the morning. For the first year, including the entrance fee, tuition, and facility development fund, it's about 1.5 million yen. The next 2 years have additional fees, but you'll be notified about that later. Didn't you get the principal's scholarship and have free tuition? Why are you asking this? 1.5 million. Mitsuo lowered her head silently. Her pocket money for the year was only 20,000 yen. She turned away to hide her reaction from Kisaki and opened her wallet. Inside were stacks of 10,000 yen bills. She quickly counted about 100,000 yen. This guy is so rich. But isn't he a delinquent leader? How does he have such good grades too? A principal's scholarship. I've only seen that in dramas. Those are the top students every school competes to get. Chapter 71, 71 Is this really a middle school student? Hojo, how do you solve this problem? Kisaki Teta handed over a workbook. Upon hearing this, Mimizu Mitsuo instinctively felt guilty. On the way to school, she had briefly looked up some information about Higashi, and that long list of titles had left her in awe. But, since we're all middle school students just starting this school year, I should be fine, right? She took the workbook and glanced through it. It was a math problem. Fortunately, it was something she had already studied. As long as she followed the steps like this, then this, and... This isn't anything like what I studied before. The same topic, but the depth of the questions at this school is completely different. Are middle school students in Tokyo all monsters? Mitsuo forced a confident look and scolded Kisaki fiercely. You can't solve such a simple problem? Think harder. Is it really that simple? Kisaki scratched his head. He'd been staring at this problem for over 10 minutes, and only had a tiny bit of an idea, but he couldn't figure it out. Normally, if he showed Hojo a problem like this, his friend would glance at it and immediately come up with at least 3 different ways to solve it. After brushing Kisaki off, Mitsuo started observing the surroundings. Hey Sendo, let's go grab some fried after school. The new place opened up. This came from the guy sitting in front of her with the yellow poop-colored hair. Although his hair looked awful, the words made Mitsuo envious. Fried chicken? She really wanted to eat that. There wasn't any to be found in Itamari. Fried chicken. Her stomach growled. Oh no, I forgot to buy breakfast on the way here, even though Kyajuk had reminded me in the memo. Mitsuo clutched her stomach in frustration. Hojo, didn't you have breakfast? The guy with the yellow poop-colored hair turned around and asked. I forgot. Mitsuo answered. If you don't mind, take this. I haven't opened it yet. Hanagaki handed her a piece of bread. Thanks. Without hesitation, Mitsuo took the bread, ripped open the packaging, and began devouring it. Her manners were a bit embarrassing, but the overwhelming hunger made her too distracted to care. After all, this body belongs to a boy, right? Eating like this is normal, right? Besides, does this guy have an insatiable hunger? It's not like you'd be starving after missing just one meal. Here, eat this too. Kisaki on the right also handed her a sandwich and a carton of milk. No, I'm fine with just the bread. Mitsuo replied, though her hunger made her desperately want to take the offer. But she figured it was just a trick of her hunger, the eyes bigger than the stomach effect. After all, who'd still be starving after eating a big piece of bread? She looked at the guy with yellow poop-colored hair. She'd better stop calling him that. He had just given her his breakfast. The bread he handed over seemed to be their shared breakfast, and it was quite large. Are you sure that's enough? Kisaki eyed her strangely. If he remembered correctly, that big bread had been eaten by Hojo yesterday morning, along with a large carton of milk. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks, everyone. Mitsuo thanked them, then apologized for earlier when she said Kyajuk only had one friend. He seemed to get along with everyone, after all. Seeing Hojo Kyajuk enjoying his bread so happily, Hanagaki Takemiki turned away, satisfied. Ever since he was saved last time, he had wanted to repay him, but he hadn't found the chance yet. Hours of class left Mitsuo dizzy and exhausted, only keeping up with the language class. Wait a minute, why am I just sitting here and listening to class? Forget it, might as well listen. Maybe it'll improve my grades. Even if it's middle school, this is a prestigious school. Nope. I'm done with this. I want to go back to Itamori. Caught between studying and slacking off, the lunch break finally came, and Mitsuo, already starving, understood the meaning behind Kisaki's look. Kyajuk really is a bottomless pit when it comes to food. Following the memo's instructions, she went up to the rooftop, handed the lunch money to Kisaki Teta, and laid down on Kyajuke's exclusive lounge chair. Enjoying the breeze and gazing at the distant blue sky, the white clouds, and the towering skyscrapers. Having rarely seen so many buildings, Mitsuo found the square, orderly buildings very pleasing to the eye, giving off a strong metropolitan vibe. She could stare at them forever. Lunch is ready. Kisaki quickly returned with the food. Mitsuo sat up and saw that Kisaki was holding a huge plate of pork cutlet rice. His portion had only one pork cutlet, while hers had 4. Is this for me? Can I eat all this? She asked, stunned. Eating this much would definitely make her fat. Wait, but this body isn't even mine, so who cares? Just don't steal my pork cutlets later. Kisaki Teta said, setting up a folding table next to her. Mitsuo picked up 3 pieces of cutlet, tore them into strips, and shoved them into her mouth. She chewed casually and swallowed. The moment she ate, she felt a surge of hunger as if a switch had been flipped inside her. Before Kisaki Teta had even finished, she'd already eaten the entire massive plate. Done for. Now I'm a food monster too. Although eating felt great, the guilt of eating so much made Mitsuo want to cry. Another afternoon of lessons followed. After class, Mitsuo followed Kisaki to the kendo club. Boss. As soon as the door opened, the loud greeting nearly made Mitsuo step back. Usually, there wasn't this step, but after some discussion, the delinquents had agreed that since the boss was in a good mood today, they'd push it further, hoping that he might teach them some even more advanced moves. Does Kyajuke go through this kind of torture every day? Mitsuo felt a little sorry for him. She rubbed her ears and stepped back inside, only to find dozens of eager eyes staring at her. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Isn't his the kendo club? Shouldn't they be training? What do they want from me? Mitsuo's mind was filled with questions. Boss, these guys want you to teach them some cool moves. Kanaharataka was finally pushed forward. Cool moves? I wish I knew some. Mitsuo felt her head getting heavy. No choice, I have to use my secret weapon. You haven't even mastered the basics, and you want to learn advanced moves? Each of you, start by swinging your sword 300 times. Mitsuo said sternly. Yes, boss. Upon hearing her, the club members immediately ran to the center, lined up, and began swinging their swords. Haha, teaching kendo isn't that hard, after all. Mitsuo sat down at the edge of the training area and started playing on her phone. At first, she felt a little guilty about invading their privacy, but then she realized that Hojo Kyajuke had probably gone through her phone too, and maybe even other things. Besides, I'm doing this to better understand him and avoid slipping up. Thinking this, she confidently began scrolling through Hojo Kyajuke's phone. What a nightmare. He's not even dating anyone and already has to live like this. If only he knew, he'd probably lament too. She looked through his photos, seeing ones with Kelty, the foreign girl who looked so good in her leather jacket, and a photo with Yamauchi Sakura in front of a crane game, where Sakura was holding a cute stuffed toy. Ah, I want to try the claw machine too. Mitsuo screamed inside. There was also a message from Nishimiya Shouko asking if they could hang out in Shibuya this weekend. Of course, yes. Let's go. Mitsuo nodded wildly. She had seen Shibuya countless times online, where boys and girls in school uniforms would meet up after school to shop, drink coffee, watch movies, and play video games. She checked the text again, it only said this weekend. Without specifying a day. If her body-swapping schedule with Hojo Kyajuke alternated every other day, she might be able to spend the weekend in Tokyo. She hoped it wouldn't be on the wrong weekend. Wait, even if I miss it, I can go on my own. I can go wherever I want. Plus, I can wander around nearby after school since I'll be eating out anyway. Thinking of this, Mitsuo turned to Kisaki beside her. Kisaki, where are you having dinner later? Kisaki, still swinging his sword, looked at her cautiously. He hadn't forgotten the painful hit his wallet took last time at the Italian restaurant. Of course, I'm going home to eat. Okay. Why do you sound so upset about it? Just go home then. Mitsuo felt a bit wronged. She was just unfamiliar with good places to eat nearby and wanted to learn from others' choices. Chapter 72. It's so great to be in Tokyo. The vice president and the others are planning to have Korean BBQ later. They'd probably love to invite you. Kisaki said, eyeing his boss with a mischievous glint. I can't be the only one to suffer. Plus, Maki Hojo, that rich kid, probably won't mind the BBQ. Korean BBQ. Mitsuo's eyes lit up, and she let out a soft exclamation. Yeah. Kisaki was a bit puzzled at his boss's reaction. Was Korean BBQ really that exciting? After all, Kyajuke had been eating Italian dinners every night recently. I'm going. Mitsuo practically jumped at the idea. Her mind raced with images of sizzling meat and the delicious-looking kimchi she'd seen in food magazines and videos. She swallowed hard, eager for a taste. Korean BBQ wasn't that different from Japanese BBQ, the main difference being the heating method. Japanese BBQ used an open flame, while Korean BBQ relied on a more subtle heat. The meat preparation and sauces were also more refined in Japanese BBQ. But in Itamari, there wasn't even a decent BBQ restaurant, let alone a place serving Korean BBQ. If you're hungry, should I tell them to wrap up the club activities early? Kisaki asked, interpreting his boss's reaction as a sign of hunger. Yeah, sure. Just as Kyajuk had said, Kisaki really was a reliable friend. And Maki Hojo was pretty great too, inviting me to BBQ. What a nice guy. The club president gave the signal, and aside from a few people staying behind to practice for competitions, everyone else quickly dispersed. The Korean BBQ place wasn't far from the school, so the group walked over together. It's so expensive. Mitsuha clicked her tongue inwardly. A single dish on the menu could cost her an entire month's living expenses. Hojo, hurry up. Or are you too used to your family's wagyu beef to care about this meat? Maki Hojo teased, watching his boss stare at the menu without moving. Wagyu beef? Mitsuha asked, confused. Yeah, it's really good. You brought some for the kendo team before, remember? You said your mom sent it from your family's place in Hokkaido. Ecchi Onizuka added, sitting at the same table as Danmariji, Maki Hojo, and Kyajuk. Kanahara Takao had stayed behind to practice with the kendo team, while the rest of the group sat at another table. Oh, that wagyu. We've still got some left at home. I'll give you guys some next time if you want. Mitsuha recalled, remembering the memo on Kyajuk's phone where he'd said she could cook the beef if she got hungry. But don't you have to go to the Garden of Words tonight? Maki Hojo asked, referring to the place Kyajuk's mom had insisted he visit for dinner every night. Garden of Words? Mitsuha asked again. Yeah, didn't you go there last night? It's that Italian restaurant in Shinjuku. Mitsuha quickly checked her phone, and sure enough, there was an unread message. The profile picture was of a beautiful woman with brown hair. Hojo-kun, aren't you coming to dinner tonight? Mitsuha's instinct was to apologize, but then she remembered that Kyajuk had written in red text not to reply to messages for him. Fine, I won't reply. I'll make him apologize tomorrow. She pocketed her phone and looked back at the menu, then glanced up at Maki Hojo and asked, can I order anything from this menu? She needed confirmation, otherwise she might end up emptying Kyajuk's wallet just for dinner. Of course, I heard from Kisaki that you're a big eater. Order as much as you want. Maki Hojo assured her. Then I'll be polite and not hold back. Mitsuha rolled up her shirt sleeves and got ready to dig in. The sight startled even the usually composed Maki Hojo. The grill lit up, the plates heated, and the exhaust fans began to work. The first things to arrive were small appetizers, like boiled cauliflower. Even though she had these kinds of dishes every day in Itamari, this was cauliflower from a Korean BBQ restaurant in Tokyo. Excited, Mitsuha dipped a piece in the sauce and took a bite. It wasn't too soft or too hard, just right. Well, it was just ordinary cauliflower, and honestly, she thought the cauliflower from her neighbor's garden back home was even tastier. Next came the cold noodles. Mitsuha had high hopes for them. When the lid was removed, she was not disappointed. Creamy, white broth, thin, pale purple noodles topped with shredded meat, cucumber slices, and half a soft boiled egg. She clasped her hands in front of her, holding the chopsticks with her thumb and index finger, and bowed slightly toward the noodles as if offering a prayer. Then, she carefully picked up the egg and took a bite. The runny yolk oozed out, and she devoured the rest of the egg in one go. She mixed the noodles lightly, then picked up a bite of noodles with cucumber and brought them to her mouth. The cool sensation of the noodles, combined with the rich, slightly tangy broth, was refreshing and appetizing. Delicious. Mitsuha had to admit she'd been wrong about calling Kyajuk a glutton. If she were in his shoes, one bowl of these noodles would have been enough to fill her up. But now, after finishing 3 bites of noodles, she was still excited for the BBQ to come. Finally, the waiter brought the meat on a small cart. Mitsuha eagerly grabbed a thick slice of marbled pork belly and carefully placed it on the grill. The edges of the pork began to turn golden, curling up as the fat dripped down, sending up a cloud of smoke that was quickly sucked away. Mitsuha inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. Hojo, do you want your meat cut smaller? Maki Hojo asked from across the table. Mitsuha reflexively thought about asking for it smaller, since girls usually cut their food into smaller pieces to avoid looking rude. But then she remembered she was a guy now. No need. Mitsuha said firmly and flipped the pork with the tongs. As the pork turned golden and crispy, a wave of hunger hit her. She prepared a perilla leaf in her left hand. Finally, the pork was ready. Mitsuha picked it up with her chopsticks, as if performing a ritual, and placed it on the perilla leaf. She spooned some dipping sauce over it, topped it with kimchi, and put it in her mouth. Eating with big bites is so satisfying. Mitsuo hummed contentedly as she chewed. The slightly rough perilla leaf complemented the rich, oily flavor of the grilled pork perfectly. The kimchi added a refreshing crunch, balancing the flavors and making the meal even more enjoyable. "Do you want some beef tongue?" Makihoda asked. Although Kyajuk was his boss, Makihoda often felt like he should take extra care of him. Especially since he was the one who had pushed Kyajuk into the position of the group leader. "Yes." Mitsuo nodded eagerly. She raised her bowl, allowing him to place the beef tongue directly on top of the rice, then scooped up a big bite of rice with the beef tongue and stuffed it into her mouth. Bliss. The BBQ lasted until it was dark outside. Mitsuo turned down the offer from her underlings to have them escort her home and instead took the subway alone. While others might start feeling lonely or down riding the subway alone at this hour, Mitsuo, who had grown up in Itamari where there were only 2 trains a day, felt nothing but curiosity as she sat on the subway, watching the city come to life around her. As she gazed out the window, the night deepened, and the lights of Tokyo shone bright. Next time, she promised herself, she'd go out and explore more. Yawning, she thought happily to herself. Back at her place, she had planned to take a look at Kyajuk's home, but sleepiness overtook her. She collapsed onto her bed without even changing clothes. Summoning all her willpower, she opened her phone and quickly typed a few words into her memo before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 73, Thursday. Hoja Kyajuk woke up to the intense sunlight shining directly into his eyes. He felt on the verge of a mental breakdown. How many days has he been woken up by the sun now? Sitting up in frustration, he glanced at his wrinkled clothes. Why didn't I take my clothes off before sleeping again? Wait. Why did I say again? That's right, 2 days ago. Or was it yesterday? Kyajuk realized something was off with his memory. Yesterday, he seemed to have gone to the countryside, and there was even a girl. He could recall some blurry images, but as he tried to think back, they vanished completely. But then he remembered. Yesterday, he must have swapped bodies with a girl, and once he returned to his own body, he lost all memory of the exchange. Right, the memo. Although his memories were gone, Kyajuk had made a note in his phone's memo app. He had planned to jot down everything that happened after the body swap, so that the girl who had swapped bodies with him could understand the situation. She'll probably do the same thing when she reads my memo, right? Kyajuk thought, uncertain as he opened the memo. I'm Mimizu Mitsuo. That's it. Nothing else. Kyajuk was at a loss for words. That's it? He checked the last memo, where he had meticulously prepared information about his life, his food, living arrangements, and routine, all for the girl who used his body. God, I can smell grilled meat all over me. How did she fall asleep like that? Did she want to dream about it? Sigh. It's fine. She's a beautiful girl, I'll let it slide. Kyajuk took off his school uniform and tossed it in the laundry, then headed to the bathroom for a shower. Since he woke up earlier than usual, he had plenty of time and decided to make himself breakfast. He took out a pre-sliced piece of tenderloin from the fridge, cooked it to medium rare, and paired it with black pepper sauce from the convenience store downstairs. Simple but tasty. While eating, he checked his inbox for messages from the previous day. Hojo-kun, are you not coming for dinner tonight? Akudramiki. Kyajuk had considered this situation when writing the memo. He wanted the girl who swapped bodies with him, Mimizu Mitsuo, to handle this on her own. He was concerned that Miki might notice something was off, but he didn't want to micromanage Mitsuo either. In his memo to Mitsuo, Kyajuk didn't tell her exactly what to do. He simply provided information that would help her understand his life better and use his body effectively. It wasn't a life guide, but more like a Hoja Kyajuk user manual. I've given you the info. It's up to you what to do with it. He thought. Just like when I was in Itamari, Mitsuo wouldn't just knock that guy, Shania, down. But if she asked me not to do something like that, next time, I'd strike back even harder. In any case, Kyajuk didn't feel like he had the right to ask Mitsuo to do anything for him. Anyway, Mitsuo will be able to see the message. If she wants to go, she can make it. But should I find a couple of part-time jobs and schedule them for the days Mitsuo uses my body? That way, I can enjoy time in Itamari with Yukino-sensei, while Mitsuo can earn some money. It would solve my financial issues and keep her occupied. Kyajuk chuckled at the thought, then quickly dismissed it. Better not make things difficult for that poor girl. He replied to Miki simply. I had something come up last night, but I'll definitely be back for dinner tonight. Got it. Should I change the menu? Akudra Miki. Kyajuk was surprised by how quickly Miki replied. Isn't she supposed to be asleep? No need. How are you already awake, Akudra-senpai? Kyajuk asked. It's not that early. I already finished my morning run. You didn't just wake up, did you? Accused Miki. Of course not. I'm almost done with breakfast. Kyajuk took a photo of his nearly finished steak and sent it to her. That sauce, did you get it from the family mart? Accused Miki seemed focused on the details. Yes. I'll bring you a bottle of my homemade sauce tonight. It's perfect with steak. I plan to make it a signature dish at the restaurant I want to open after graduation. Kyajuk remembered that Miki had mentioned opening a small restaurant, so he replied with a smile, sounds great. As an investor, I can't wait to try your cooking. Meanwhile, in Miki's apartment. As Miki had said, she had just finished her morning run and was now wearing a light sports tank top, doing some body slimming exercises on her yoga mat. Sweat dripped down her long neck, glided over her collarbone, and disappeared into the deep valley of her chest. For girls with a flat chest like Miki, chest exercises were essential, as they helped create a subtle cleavage. And for someone as naturally gifted as Miki, a little chest training would help prevent sagging and make her look more upright. If Kyajuk were there, he might be more interested in the sauce than in the steak. Although Miki was still doubtful if Kyajuk would invest in her somewhat unrealistic dream, hearing him say so made her happy. Women are dreamers at heart. Often, they don't care what men do, but they love to immerse themselves in the beautiful fantasies men create for them. Kyajuk's words expressed support for her dream, and that was enough for her. They exchanged a few more jokes before Kyajuk had to leave for school. Miki reluctantly ended the chat. Kyajuk still had some other messages from other girls, but there was no time to reply. He put his plate in the sink to soak and decided to clean it later. Cycling to school, he met with Shouko before class to confirm their plans to visit Shibuya on Saturday, with Shouko's sister, Nishimiya Yuzuru, joining them. Another day of hard studying. Kyajuk didn't know that during his time at Itamori, he wasn't wasting his class time either. He had been studying Japanese, geography, and history with enthusiasm, but once he returned to his body, all of it was forgotten. At least today, he remembered this. It seemed like when he next swapped bodies, he shouldn't try to study. He'd treat it like a vacation instead. After school, he went to the kendo club and noticed that the members were looking at him with a bit of fear. Curious, he asked Kisaki Teto what was going on. Didn't you scold them yesterday? Kisaki Teto asked. Yesterday, they asked you to teach them some advanced techniques, and you said their basics were too weak, so you made them do 300 swings as punishment. Oh. Right. I totally forgot. Kyajuk couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Memizu Mitsuya is pretty competent after all. He walked to the center of the dojo and clapped his hands. The club members quickly gathered around. Just like the nickname you gave me, the only sword technique I know is the cutting hand. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. The members exchanged glances, unsure why their leader, who had just criticized their basics, was suddenly offering to teach them. Kyajuk knew Mitsuya had said that to handle the members' requests. In reality, the kendo club had solid basics. During the national high school kendo competition 2 years ago, they didn't win, but they did earn a respectable rank. Today, Kyajuk was here to clean up the mess Mitsuya left behind. Chapter 74, 74 Tasting my sauce here? Hojo Kyajuk glanced at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. Maki Hojo had invited him out for yakiniku, claiming it was 100 times better than the Korean BBQ place they visited yesterday. Now, Kyajuk finally understood why he had woken up smelling like grilled meat. He wasn't sure if the scent had lingered on his bedsheets, but he hoped it would fade by night time. He turned down the invitation without hesitation. If he was going to get a free meal, why would he choose to eat with a bunch of muscular guys instead of a stunning senior? After taking a shower and changing clothes, he grabbed a coat out of habit. With his current physique, he didn't actually need one even at night, but he still wore it every time. The reason? Akudra Miki might have a clue. Riding his bike at full speed, Kyajuk made his way to Garden of Words. By now, he knew the route by heart. Although it was a straight shot down the main avenue from his school, he used to rely on navigation at intersections. Now, he no longer needed to check. As he stepped into the restaurant, his eyes immediately landed on Akudra Miki, who was taking an order at a nearby table. She wore her usual gentle smile, her full lips moving gracefully as she spoke, reflecting a soft sheen under the restaurant's lights. She heard the usual welcome from the host but noticed there was no follow-up. Typically, the greeter would hand customers off to another server for seating and orders. Given the current situation, there was only one possible explanation. Hojo Kyajuk had arrived. Just as she had been hoping, she turned her head and spotted him. She momentarily hesitated before making a recommendation to the customers, but the warm, reserved smile on her face instantly transformed into a radiant grin, revealing her perfect white teeth. Kyajuk, Seeing that she had noticed him, pointed to a table near the edge of the restaurant, signaling that he would wait for her there. Miki nodded enthusiastically before returning to her polite, professional smile as she continued taking the order. "You're here." After handing off her order slip to another staff member, Miki wasted no time in coming over to Hyuga. She had so many things she wanted to say. She wanted to ask if something had happened last night since he didn't come to dinner. She wanted to bring out the sauce she had prepared for him to taste. She wanted. But when she stood in front of him, all that came out was a simple three-word greeting. Maybe that was the difference between a mature woman and a young girl. "Yeah, I couldn't wait to taste senpai's sauce," Kyajuk replied. Since he usually had steak and pasta for dinner, her sauce would be a perfect addition. "Here? You want to try it right here?" Miki hesitated. It was a bit nerve-wracking to have a novice like her present her homemade sauce in an Italian restaurant, pairing it with dishes prepared by a professional chef. The thought was oddly thrilling. "Of course. I trust that your sauce won't lose to a professional chef's. And if it's really as good as I expect, I'll recommend it to the manager. Maybe the restaurant will start sourcing from you. That way, you can earn a little money while refining your recipe," Kyajuk suggested. "No way, I can't compete with professional chefs. The head chef here, Mr. Yamanaka, trained at a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Italy." Miki waved her hands frantically. After all, sauces were the heart of Western cuisine. Not to mention, healthy food often had an unfortunate downside: it either lacked flavor or had an odd taste. That's why sauce was crucial to making dishes delicious. She had been researching sauces ever since she decided she wanted to open her own restaurant. But no matter how confident she was in her own creation, she wasn't arrogant enough to think it could compare to a recipe crafted by a chef trained at a world-class restaurant. "Relax, senpai. Just get the food out already, I'm starving." Kyajuk ended the conversation there. "I already had Tanaka put in the order. But are you really going to try my sauce now?" "Of course. You brought a steak sauce, right?" "Yes, it's made specifically for steak, but it can work with pasta too." "Then tell the chef to skip the sauce on my steak," Kyajuk instructed, leaving no room for Miki to refuse. "Alright, I'll go arrange it." Seeing how firm he was about it, Miki set aside her nerves and felt a surge of excitement. Sooner or later, he was going to taste it anyway. Why not here? The food arrived quickly. The steak and pasta were plated beautifully, with the sauces served separately in small bowls. "Senpai, why are there 2 bowls of sauce?" Kyajuk asked, noticing the slight difference in color between the two. "One is mine, and the other is the restaurant's. You get to decide which one is better." Miki grinned mischievously, her tone light-hearted, as if she had just set up a little prank. Kyajuk was speechless. Damn, this was a trap. He quickly tried to recall the flavor of the sauce he had eaten here before. He had said all those encouraging words. What if he ended up picking the restaurant's sauce instead? That would be a disaster. The more he thought about it, the more he realized his memory was blank. All he could recall was the mass-produced black pepper sauce he had at home this morning from the convenience store. Honestly, weren't most steak sauces pretty similar anyway? "What's wrong, Kyajuk?" Miki leaned on the table, her fingers interlocked, resting her sharp chin on top. She smiled at him playfully. "Nothing, I was just deciding which sauce to try first. I don't want the second one's flavor to be overpowered by the first." Kyajuk replied casually. "I got you a glass of soda water, it should help reset your palate." Miki pushed a glass of fizzy water toward him, bubbles still rising to the surface. "Alright, then. Itadakimasu." With no way out, Kyajuk grabbed the left side bowl and poured the sauce over his steak. This time, he didn't invite Miki to eat with him. He couldn't. She no longer looked like someone nervously waiting for feedback, she looked like a judge on a cooking show. He cut a piece of steak, making sure to coat it evenly with the sauce before taking a bite. Huh? The moment his tongue touched the sauce, he immediately noticed something different. Even though he couldn't recall exactly how the restaurant's usual sauce tasted, he was sure it wasn't like this. Unlike the thick, peppery sauces he was used to, this one had a rich depth from the red wine and a subtle sweetness from the vegetables. But what stood out was a fresh, almost airy flavor that somehow enhanced the taste of the beef itself. Still, it wasn't as good as the homemade sauce his mom had sent him. Not even close. "This one's yours, right, senpai?" Chapter 75, 75 Your sauce is amazing. Kyajuk swallowed the piece of meat in his mouth and confidently spoke. "I can tell from the taste, this sauce is far superior to any I've ever tasted," he said with a smile. Earlier, he'd mentioned how his senses had sharpened as his abilities grew, to the point where he could even smell each person's unique scent. He had initially been worried about distinguishing Okudra's sauce, but once he tasted it, he instantly recognized it. "How did you know?" Akudra's small mouth parted slightly, and her olive-colored eyes were wide with surprise. Well, because this sauce is far better than any I've ever had. Kyajuk replied, cutting another piece of beef and popping it into his mouth. That's not it. Tell me, how did you know? Akudra leaned forward, grabbing Kyajuk's arm, her voice trembling with excitement. Could he really have tasted the special touch in her sauce? Akudra-senpai, you added something special, right? I can taste a refreshing hint in the sauce. Kyajuk observed. It's green pepper. Akudra exclaimed. He had really figured it out. The excitement that surged within her was almost overwhelming. While the black pepper sauce was a classic, she had substituted it with green pepper. Despite the change in the main ingredient, both sauces were based on a similar base demi-glace made from vegetables, red wine, and other ingredients. Most people would find it difficult to distinguish between black, white, or green pepper in the mix. That's why the beef tastes so much more vibrant now. But why does just switching to green pepper make such a big difference? Kyajuk asked, his curiosity piqued. He knew that Akudra's aunt ran a large Italian restaurant, and it seemed like this sauce was a perfect fit for their menu. Ordinary green pepper doesn't have this effect. I used fresh green pepper from Chiba Prefecture. Akudra replied quickly, her eyes shining with excitement. When I started working here, I wondered how to make Western cuisine more suited to Japanese tastes. You know, Japanese food focuses on preserving the original flavors of ingredients. But sauces are the soul of Western cuisine, so I thought, is it possible to find a sauce that enhances the flavor of ingredients while still highlighting their natural taste? Akudra spoke rapidly, her plump lips moving in rhythm with her words. Kyajuk, meanwhile, kept eating, his attention divided between her words and the food. He wasn't sure whether he was tasting the steak or Akudra's enticing lips. And then, one day, I tried some green pepper my classmates' family had sent from their hometown, and I knew I'd found it. Akudra clenched her fist, as if reliving the moment she created the recipe. You're amazing, Akudra-senpai. Kyajuk said, dramatically shielding his eyes with his hand. You're radiating the light of a true dreamer. Huh? Akudra blinked, confused by his sudden comment. You're shining with the idealism of someone striving for their dream. Kyajuk elaborated, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Oh, stop it. Hearing the sincerity in his voice, Akudra brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, feeling slightly embarrassed. From now on, I'll make sure this restaurant uses Akudra-senpai's sauce. I'm confirming it tonight. Kyajuk declared. Really? My sauce? Akudra's voice trembled with disbelief and joy. Of course. But I heard from the manager that the restaurant owner is your relative. Won't that cause you trouble? If it's too complicated, we don't have to do it. Akudra hesitated. Not at all. You're doing the restaurant a huge favor. Kyajuk replied. He then explained the situation about his aunt, who ran a large farm and had opened the restaurant to showcase their beef. I see. Akudra said, her eyes sparkling with realization. She hadn't expected her sauce to be such a perfect match for the restaurant's concept. Not all restaurants prefer a sauce that highlights the ingredients. In some places, the sauce itself is the star, and the main dish becomes secondary. But here, her sauce worked seamlessly to enhance the beef. Alright, I'll let you know the result tomorrow, Akudra-senpai. But now, let's eat. I see the restaurant is getting busier. Kyajuk gestured around the restaurant. Hearing that, Akudra quickly looked up. Sure enough, the servers were beginning to bustle with activity. She quickly grabbed 2 pieces of cake and stuffed them into her mouth, washing them down with the soda water. I need to get back to work. As for tonight. Akudra hesitated, blushing slightly. She had been about to suggest they go home together after work but suddenly felt unsure. What were they to each other, after all? I still have a few things to discuss with the manager, Akudra-senpai. Don't worry about me. Kyajuk noticed her embarrassment and reassured her, standing up and heading toward the manager's office. Watching his retreating figure, Akudra smiled to herself, her heart light and happy. In the manager's office, Kyajuk called his mother to briefly explain what had happened. Hojo Mikiko, I'll ask your father to pass the message to your aunt. It's not guaranteed to succeed. However, your aunt's daughter, Magi Toyoko, mentioned recently that she was going to Tokyo for business. How about I send you her contact info? You can talk to her directly. Kyajuk recalled what Magi Toyoko looked like. She had 2 pigtails and was 3 years older than him but still shorter and much slimmer. Okay. He replied, curious how she might look now. She had to be a beautiful girl, considering the Hojo family's good genes. After that, Kyajuk also reported a few updates on his situation. Now that you two aren't in the same school anymore, I'm worried Shouko might be bullied. His mother expressed concern. Don't worry, Mom. Naoka will take care of her, and I talk to her every day. Kyajuk reassured her. But if something happens, she'll probably just deal with it alone. Don't worry, Mom. I've made plans with her to hang out this Saturday. I'll keep an eye on her. He added, amused at how his mother seemed to consider his schoolmates as future daughters-in-law. After hanging up, his mother sent him Toyoko's contact info. I'm Kyuk. He typed, and quickly added her as a contact. The request was accepted almost immediately. Hello, I'm Magi Toyoko, your cousin. Came the reply. Looking at her profile picture, Kyajuk was surprised she wasn't using a picture of herself. The avatar featured a very chubby person, which seemed odd. In Japan, most people use real photos for messaging apps, so he assumed this couldn't be Toyoko. Trying to recall her from his childhood, Kyajuk thought that the little girl couldn't possibly have grown into that person. Hello, cousin. Here's the situation. He then explained everything about the sauce to Toyoko. If what you say is true, I can represent the family to acquire this recipe. Toyoko replied. The recipe isn't for sale. It's available for licensing. Kyajuk clarified, knowing the sauce was something Akudra had created for her future restaurant. I'll visit the restaurant on Sunday. Let's meet then. Toyoko replied. Alright. Kyajuk responded. Her tone was strong and authoritative, almost like a business meeting rather than a conversation with a relative. Kyajuk reflected on it, thinking that she definitely didn't sound like someone he could casually chat with. She was more like a CEO talking to an employee. Chapter 76. 76 I used you Thursday morning, Itamari, Mimizu Shrine sis. Wake up. A loud voice jolted Mimizu Mitsuo from her sleep. She let out a sleepy mumble, snuggling deeper into the warmth of her futon. The sunlight streaming in through the window only made her more comfortable, encouraging her to stay in bed. Breakfast is ready. Seeing her sister still refusing to get up, Mimizu Yotsuba shouted again and slammed the door shut with extra force. Mitsuo, still curled up in her blanket, wiggled a little before reluctantly opening her eyes. Blinking in confusion at her familiar room, she lowered her gaze to her pajamas, her hand instinctively reaching down beneath the covers. Halfway through the motion, she suddenly snapped awake. What am I doing? And why do my shoulders hurt? Glancing at her phone, she realized she had overslept again. Not that it was unusual for her. She tossed aside her blanket and walked over to the wardrobe. Wait, did I leave my uniform here last night? Oh well. Not important. Quickly getting dressed, she rushed to the dining area, where her grandmother and sister were already eating breakfast. Sorry. I'll make breakfast tomorrow to make up for it. Mitsuo said, scooping herself a big bowl of rice. Geez, sis, you overslept again. And you promised to braid my hair today. Liar. Yotsuba pouted. Mitsuo paused mid-bite. Huh? When had she ever promised that? Don't tell me you forgot. Yotsuba set her chopsticks down, glaring at her sister with puffed-up cheeks. Of course not. I'll do it right after I eat. Though completely confused, Mitsuo instinctively agreed. Normally, she avoided braiding Yotsuba's hair because she was always rushing in the morning, and besides, Yotsuba's hair was still short. She looked cuter with little twin buns anyway. Humphrey. That's more like it. Satisfied, Yotsuba picked up her chopsticks again and happily continued eating. Mitsuo sped through her meal, already pressed for time and now adding hairstyling to her list of morning tasks. The ceremony is tonight. Their grandmother, Mimizu Hitoa, suddenly reminded her. Are you ready? I still have some kumihimo cords left to finish, but I'll have them done before the ceremony. Mitsuo responded while carefully braiding Yotsuba's hair. She spoke with confidence, but inside, she was full of questions. Wasn't the ceremony supposed to be tomorrow? Had she really miscounted the days? But her grandmother never made mistakes about such things, so Mitsuo didn't question it further. Good. Now hurry off to school. Hitoa said, smiling as she watched her granddaughters interact. It looks so pretty. Yotsuba admired her reflection in a handheld mirror. Alright, time to go. Mitsuo quickly styled her own hair, parting her thick, dark locks into two fishtail braids and securing them at the back with a ceremonial cord. After parting ways with her sister, Mitsuo walked along the mountain road to school, still mulling over the strange things from that morning. Mitsuo. A familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, she smiled. Good morning, Sayaka, Teshi. Her two childhood friends pulled up beside her on a bicycle. Teshigawara Katsuhiko, with his thick eyebrows, and Natori Sayaka. Small towns had their perks. The slow pace of life meant that despite Mitsuo oversleeping and helping Yotsuba with her hair, Sayaka and Teshigawara had still ended up behind her on their bikes. You guys are slow today. Mitsuo teased. Not my fault. I had to wait forever outside her house. Teshigawara grumbled. Hey. I didn't do it on purpose. Sayaka protested. Alright, Alright. Mitsuo chuckled, watching them bicker as usual. The three of them had grown up together, and Sayaka and Teshigawara had been at it for as long as she could remember. As they neared the school, more students joined the road. Wait a minute. Isn't that Shunya? Ugh, that annoying guy. Mitsuo noticed a classmate of theirs Shunya flinch when he saw her. He immediately clutched his backside, grimacing in pain. Why is he holding his butt? Mitsuo raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his reaction. Sayaka, what's up with Shunya? She asked, noticing that both her friends were barely holding back their laughter. PFFT. Sayaka finally burst out laughing. Yesterday, after you knocked him over, he landed right on a rock. Huh? I knocked him over? Mitsuo blinked in disbelief. She glanced down at her arm, slim, delicate, and smooth. There was no way she had the strength to send a guy flying. Serves him right for always making snide remarks. Teshigawara grinned. Wait, hold on. When exactly did I knock him over? Mitsuo asked, completely baffled. Yesterday morning, at that empty lot. Your dad was giving a campaign speech, and he even called out to you. I thought he was going to scold you, but you just bowed and smiled, and he didn't say anything. You were so cool. Sayaka gushed, eyes sparkling as she mimicked Mitsuo's supposed actions. And my dad just let it slide? No way. If she had really caused a scene, her father would have definitely lectured her for hours. What the hell is going on? Mitsuo screamed internally. Oh, right. You told us yesterday to remind you to check your notes today. Teshigawara suddenly remembered. Notes? Yeah, you wrote a ton of stuff in your phone's memo app. And me? Writing notes? Feeling an odd sense of dread, Mitsuo hurriedly pulled out her phone and opened the memo. Hello, I'm Hojukyuk. Today, I used your body. The moment she read the first line, Mitsuo's face flushed bright red. Mitsuo? What's wrong? Sayaka asked, noticing her sudden reaction. And nothing. Mitsuo stammered, forcing herself to keep walking as she read on. We switch bodies in our sleep. When I'm in your body, you're in mine. Who taught this guy how to write? Does he have to phrase it like that? Her embarrassment deepened, but she continued reading. When we wake up, we return to our own bodies, but we forget what happened during the switch. This would explain everything. Yotsuba's comments, Sayaka's story, Yamaoka Shunya's reaction, it all made perfect sense. Chapter 77, 77 Wait till I call someone to beat you up. Mamazu Mitsuo stepped into the classroom. Shunya and his two female followers were already there. The moment their eyes met, all three of them quickly turned away. Hey, not bad. This feeling isn't too bad at all. Mitsuo grinned to herself, feeling a wave of satisfaction. In a good mood, she decided to let go of the grudge against Hojukyuk for making her shoulder sore. That evening, Mamazu's shrine dressed in her brick red yukata, Mamazu Mitsuo carefully wove a sacred rope. This was meant to tie up the wooden box that would hold the ingredients for the sacred Kachikami's Ecchi. She finished the knot quickly. Thanks to Kyajuk's explanation, she understood if her body hadn't been taken over twice by that guy, she would have completed this ages ago. With the help of her grandmother and younger sister Yotsuba, Mitsuo tied up her hair, changed into her red and white shrine maiden attire, and adorned herself with a golden headdress. Her lips were painted a deep crimson. Once she was ready, she helped dress up Yotsuba the same way. Holding the ceremonial Kagura bells, Mitsuo walked toward the ritual site, feeling a sense of resignation. Why wasn't there a body swap today? If Kyajuk were in my body, he could have danced the Kagura instead. Suppressing her frustration, Mitsuo took a solemn step onto the stage. The stage was actually a high, wooden pavilion. Fires burned on both sides, and as the night breeze swept through, tiny embers floated toward the center, giving the scene a dreamlike quality. The pavilion was supported by tall pillars, forcing the spectators to look up at the shrine maidens, an act of reverence for both the gods and their servants. Since this was a quiet, rural shrine, there weren't any live musicians. Instead, the ceremony music was played through speakers. As the sounds of bells, flutes, and taiko drums filled the air, Mitsuo and Yotsuba raised their Kagura bells. Their wrists twisted gracefully, causing the bells to chime in a crisp, lingering melody that echoed through the night sky. Torchlight. Drums. The sacred dance. Shrine maidens. For 1,000 years, the Mamazu family had upheld this festival, its origins long lost in the flames of the Great Fire of Kangaroo. No one remembered who they worshipped, why they performed the ritual, or why the Mamazu family had been chosen. Following the rhythm, Mitsuo spun, her sleeves billowing as she moved through the intricate steps of the sacred dance, dedicating her every motion to the gods. Nearby, Nitori Sayaka leaned against the railing, watching Mitsuo intently. Mitsuo always found this ritual embarrassing, but to Sayaka, she looked breathtaking, so beautiful it was almost unbearable to watch. Yo. Teshigawara Katsuhiko walked over, He was supposed to help out at home, but he had rushed over just in time to catch the performance. "She's stunning," Sayaka murmured, eyes fixed on Mitsuo. "Yeah." Teshigawara nodded in agreement. Sayaka's tone shifted. "You're even more beautiful," Teshigawara quickly added. "Forget it. Mitsuo is so beautiful that it's impossible to feel jealous of her." In Sayaka's eyes, Mitsuo danced among the embers, her silhouette flickering against the crimson glow of the flames. Teshigawara wisely decided to keep quiet. As the performance neared its end, Mitsuo took small, deliberate steps toward Yotsuba. Their hands met, left hands lifting the kagura bells while their right hands pulled on the crimson strings attached to them. The ritual dance was over. Now came the part Mitsuo dreaded the most. She glanced down and spotted Shunya and his two lackeys waiting at the edge of the stage. "Dear gods, please let me swap bodies right now. I can't deal with this for another second." Sighing, she walked behind the curtain and retrieved the items for the Kachikamize ceremony. Steamed glutinous rice was placed on white paper. Mitsuo knelt, her back straight. She held the sleeve of her wide garment with her left hand and, with her right, picked up a small handful of rice, bringing it to her lips. As she chewed, she glanced around, stealing a peek at her surroundings. Why are Sayaka and Teshigawara staring so closely? It's embarrassing. Didn't I tell them not to watch? And Yamaoka Shunya, that idiot, his butt was injured. Why didn't he just stay home? Minami Manika, I heard you call this gross. Just wait till the next body swap, I'll have Kyajuk teach you a lesson. With her thoughts running wild, Mitsuo continued chewing. Once she reached the required number of bites, she picked up a porcelain bottle filled with pure spring water from the mountains behind the shrine. This water, known as mamizu, was considered the best for brewing sacred sake. She took a sip, letting the cool liquid mix with the chewed rice in her mouth. Slowly, she chewed again, blending the two into a smooth paste. "Kachikami's ache," Teshigawara muttered, watching with fascination. "They say it's the finest sake in the world, made by chewing rice with spring water, then spitting it out to ferment. Some believe it carries divine power. Others think it's just gross. Would the gods really like something like this?" Sayaka mused, just as intrigued. Mitsuo's long lashes trembled, and her crimson lips parted as she continued the ritual. "Maybe it's not even meant for the gods," Teshigawara murmured. By the time they finished their conversation, Mitsuo had completed the process. She lifted the wooden box to her lips, covered the lower half of her face with her sleeve, and gently spat the milky white liquid inside. Under the firelight, it shimmered faintly. "Ugh, I could never do this. I'd never be able to get married after this." A disgusted voice called out from the audience. Mitsuo didn't even need to open her eyes. "Minami Manika again? Just wait till tomorrow. You're getting a beating." Covering the box with white paper, she secured it tightly with the sacred rope. As the taiko drum slowly ceased, Mitsuo and Yotsuba carefully carried the wooden box toward the shrine's inner sanctum, where it would be stored until the offering was complete. Afterward, Mitsuo changed and washed away the sweat from her performance. Carrying her shrine maiden outfit, she walked home with Yotsuba. Crossing the first torii gate at the mountain's peak, she ran down the stone steps. That idiot Yotsuba even suggested selling Kachikamize online along with a photo set of herself. Just imagining it made Mitsuo's face burn with shame. Reaching the second torii at the mountainside, she gazed at the dark town below and the moonlit waters of Lake Itamori. Thinking about the embarrassing ceremony and the dull life in this small town, she couldn't help but shout, "I've had enough of this village. I've had enough of this boring life. Let me be a handsome Tokyo guy in my next life." Her voice echoed beautifully through the night, carrying away her frustration. Then, she thought of the notebook. And of Kyuk. Wait. Isn't this already happening? That guy's from Tokyo, right? Is he even handsome? Is this a gift from the gods? Just like that, her mood lifted. She wiped away her tears, a brilliant smile spreading across her face. Behind her, Yotsuba watched her sister go from heartbreak to joy in an instant and sighed. What an idiot. Chapter 78, 78 No one can refuse them. Friday. Hojo Kyajuk woke up to the vibration of his phone. Though the sudden buzz startled him as usual, he felt a sense of satisfaction when he opened his eyes to a dimly lit room. Finally, he wasn't being woken up by the morning sun. So, the body swap didn't necessarily happen every other day. His day consisted of school, kendo club, and a visit to the Garden of Words. He also updated Akudra Senpai on the sauce recipe and finished the day by taste testing new dishes at Akudra Miki's place. When he got home, a message from Shaoko had just arrived. "Good evening, Kyajuk-kun." Since Shaoko had a severe hearing impairment, she used a behind-the-ear hearing aid. To make phone calls, she had to place the phone's microphone near the hearing aid's neck, which wasn't very convenient. Because of this, she usually preferred texting when talking to Kyuk. Kyajuk casually tossed his jacket onto the coat rack at the foot of his bed and flopped down. He always felt like he could shake off the day's exhaustion just by doing that. Looking at Shaoko's profile picture with her gentle smile, he replied, "Good evening to you too, Shaoko." Meanwhile, in the shared apartment of Shaoko and Noka, the two girls were in their bedroom, or rather, the single room they had split in half with a folding screen. Lying on her bed, Shaoko received Kyajuk's message. Instantly, her mood lifted, and she started kicking her legs up and down under the blanket, unable to contain her excitement. "Shaoko, are you really that happy chatting with Kyajuk?" Noka teased from the living room, where she was sketching something on a sheet of paper. The soft thump-thump sound from Shaoko's legs on the bed was impossible to miss. The only person who could make Shaoko this happy was Kyajuk. Hearing Noka's teasing, Shaoko's face turned bright red as she buried her face in her blanket. After a moment, she remembered she hadn't replied to Kyajuk yet and, still blushing, lifted her head. "So we're definitely going to Shibuya tomorrow?" After sending her message, she turned to Noka. "Noka, are you really not coming with us tomorrow? I won't intrude on your little date. Have fun," Noka said, still focused on her drawing, outlining the curve of a dress with precise strokes. She genuinely meant it. Of course, she wanted to go, but she had work. She admired her late parents, who had sacrificed their lives in service, and their uniforms still shone brightly under the morning sun. But for those left behind, life had to go on. The compensation they received wasn't enough to support 3 younger brothers and her education. Her grandfather was already struggling. She had to share the burden. In fact, it wasn't just Kyajuk who had received a scholarship. Both Noka and Shaoko, who attended Okanimizu Girls' Middle School, were also beneficiaries of special financial aid due to their excellent academic performance. "Yuzuru's coming too. It's not just the two of us," Shaoko quickly clarified, her face heating up even more at the implication. Noka chuckled. "Oh? Then why don't I invite Yuzuru to my workplace? I'll take care of her so you and Kyajuk can have some alone time." "Noka," Shaoko protested in a hushed, embarrassed voice. All right, I'll stop teasing. "So, how's Yuzuru getting to Tokyo tomorrow?" "Kyajuk-kun said he'll ride his bike to my house to pick her up, and then we'll all meet at Shibuya Crossing," Shaoko explained. Shoko House was only 20 kilometers from Tokyo, less than a 30-minute ride by motorcycle. The route followed the Capital Expressway, the same one the Bausa Angels often used for their midnight rides. Kyajuk had even ridden with them a few times, making trips to her house. If it wasn't too late, he would have liked to stop by and visit a few of the girls he knew there. "Sounds good." Noka nodded before returning to her sketch. The outlines of a dress were taking shape on the paper. "See you tomorrow in Shibuya. I'll make sure to bring Yuzuru safely." Reading Kyajuk's message, Shoko smiled and started kicking her legs again. "See you tomorrow, Kyajuk-kun. Good night, good night." Shoko stared at Kyajuk's profile picture for 2 minutes before humming a soft tune and hopping out of bed. She opened her wardrobe, searching for the perfect outfit for their outing. Noka, hearing the familiar melody, glanced up with a grin. "Wow, you really love Monsters Ballad." "Huh? Of course. You and Kyajuk-kun taught me this song together. If I ever become a singer, this has to be the first track on my album," Shoko said as she held up 2 t-shirts, comparing them in the mirror. "You can't wear that. It's a rare chance for a date. You have to make sure Kyajuk won't forget you for a whole week." Noka set down her pencil and walked over, taking the cutesy t-shirts from Shaoko's hands and putting them back in the closet. Instead, she pulled out a white, long-sleeved t-shirt from the very back. "Wear this. You bought it, why not wear it?" Shoko shook her head. No way. You have to show off your best features. Put it on, and I'll help you pick the rest." Noka shoved the shirt into her hands. Hesitating, Shoko blushed. This was the tight, high-necked shirt they had bought while shopping together. It clung to her figure in a way that made her self-conscious. Noka sighed. "Come on, hurry up." With no other choice, Shoko pulled the folding screen closed and changed. Noka tossed her a pair of tight black jeans. "Wear these." Minutes later, Shoko emerged, her arms crossed over her chest in an attempt to cover herself. Her voice trembled. "Noka. This is too embarrassing." The tight-fitting t-shirt highlighted her curves, and since she wore a light bralette, the shape was even more noticeable. Combined with the skinny jeans, her silhouette was as perfect as Noka's design sketches. "Your hair's wrong." Shoko had left her hair to air dry after her shower. Noka grabbed a hair tie and put it into a high ponytail. "There, much better." Seeing Shoko looking like a fashionable city girl, Noka nodded in satisfaction. Even if she couldn't go with them, at least she had a hand in making Shoko's outfit perfect. "One more thing, change your bra tomorrow." You should show a little skin. Noka. Shuko's face turned red again. She wasn't used to wearing such revealing clothes. The only reason she had even bought this outfit was because Noka had convinced her by saying, "Don't you want to wear something nice for Kyajuk?" "Ah, I just can't do it." Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt her face burn. It did look good, but she only wanted Kyajuk to see her like this. She quickly changed back into her pajamas and held up a skirt. "I think I'll wear this instead." Meanwhile, in Sendagaya, Kyajuk noted everything down in his memo, just in case he swapped bodies with Mitsuha the next morning. If that happened, he needed her to contact Shouko and take the train together to Shibuya to pick up Yuzuru. Chapter 79. Everything is getting better. Even though it was the weekend and there were no classes, Hojo Kyajuk still set an alarm and got up early. Today, he had plans to go out with Shouko and Yuzuru, meaning he wouldn't have time for training in the evening, so he had to fit it in during the morning. For most people, intense morning workouts would leave them exhausted for the rest of the day. But Kyajuk wasn't like most people. Thanks to his gift, training made him temporarily tired, but it also further developed his abilities, making him even stronger. The fatigue and growth balanced out, leaving him more energized than before. After finishing his training, he could feel power surging through his body. He downed a large glass of fruit and vegetable juice, feeling refreshed. Following a quick shower and breakfast, he dressed in a crisp white shirt and black casual pants, perfectly complementing his tall and lean frame. When he stepped outside, Satoshi Katagiri was already waiting for him. Originally, Kyajuk had planned to ride his motorcycle to pick up Yuzuru in Shibuya, but he realized that letting a fourth grader ride on the back of a bike wasn't the safest or most practical choice. So, the night before, he'd put out a request in the Rampaging Angels chatroom, looking for someone with a car and a driver's license. Katagiri had been the first to respond. "Good morning, boss." Katagiri greeted with a respectful bow as soon as he saw Kyajuk. "I've told you a million times there's no need to be so formal. Just call me by my name." "Yes, boss." Katagiri's expression remained serious, but there was a hint of amusement in his voice. Kyajuk laughed. "You never change, huh? Thanks for helping out on your day off." "It's no trouble at all. I'm happy to assist you. If you ever need a favor, don't hesitate to ask." Kyajuk never took his subordinates' support for granted, even though, in many ways, he had already provided them with protection and guidance. "Well, if possible, I'd love it if you could visit Kaijihai and help coach our kendo club." Katagiri replied without hesitation. Kyajuk chuckled and patted the broad-shouldered man beside him. "So that's what this is about, huh? Sure, no problem. I'll set aside 2 days next week to stop by Ikebukuro and train with you guys." "Thank you, boss." "You guys are aiming for the nationals, right?" Kyajuk asked. "Yeah. Last year, we got eliminated in the first round of the Tokyo preliminaries because we were unlucky enough to go up against Higashi High. Maki and the others crushed us," Katagiri said bitterly. "This year, with your training, Higashi is probably even stronger. But Kaijihai is going to fight our way forward, no matter what." Kyajuk couldn't help but laugh. "That's rough. Higashi is practically invincible in Tokyo, whether it's individual or team competitions. That's why we're counting on you, boss. Don't worry. As long as you don't face Higashi, I guarantee you make it to the final round of the preliminaries." As they talked, they made their way to the underground parking garage. Katagiri wasn't from a wealthy family, so he had borrowed a car from the repair shop where he worked part-time. "Not bad," Kyajuk remarked as they approached a silver Mitsubishi SUV. "It belongs to my boss. I just asked, and he let me borrow it." Before Kyajuk could open the door, Katagiri quickly stepped forward and opened the passenger seat for him. "Let's fill up the gas tank when we get back," Kyajuk suggested as he fastened his seatbelt. "No need. It's less than 50 kilometers round trip. It won't even use that much fuel." Katagiri started the car and pulled out of the lot. "All right. I've sent you the address. Drive safely." The 20-kilometer drive passed in no time. They arrived at the apartment complex in Suiman City, which was located near the largest river in the area. A left turn after the bridge led straight to the building's entrance. Kyajuk pressed the intercom button for the Nishimiya household. "Hello, this is the Nishimiya residence." A lively, somewhat tomboyish voice answered. "Yuzuru, I'm downstairs," Kyajuk said with a smile. "Oh. I'll open the door right away." Nishimiya Yuzuru sounded excited. "Katagiri, mind waiting here for a bit?" Kyajuk said before stepping into the building. Kyajuk. Just as he reached the landing between the 6th and 7th floors, a cheerful voice called out from above. Looking up, he saw Yuzuru. Unlike Shouko, whose mother had forced her to cut her hair short, Yuzuru had cut her own hair after hearing her mother tell her to be strong. While Hueco had since grown her hair out again, Yuzuru had kept hers at a medium length. "Yo, Yuzuru." Kyajuk smiled at the energetic girl. "You're finally here. I've been waiting forever." Yuzuru exclaimed as she ran down the stairs and jumped into Kyajuk's arms. "Careful. You shouldn't run on the stairs," he said, catching her easily and lifting her up. She was only in 4th grade, barely reaching his waist. At this age, she was at her most adorable and affectionate. Yuzuru giggled happily as she clung to him. It had been a while since they'd last met, and she had missed him a lot. "Alright, Yuzuru, let Hoju come inside first." As they played around, Nishimiya Yuko appeared at the door, smiling warmly. "Good morning, Nishimiya-san." Kyajuk greeted her politely. "Come on in." The once strict woman now seemed much more relaxed and cheerful. "Excuse me," Kyajuk said as he stepped inside. Out of habit, he looked for the indoor slippers he used to wear when he visited as a child. "Kyajuk, wear these." Yuzuru handed him a new pair of slippers. "Mom said you've grown a lot since starting middle school, so she bought these in advance." Kyajuk felt a warm sensation in his chest. He looked up at the mother and daughter, smiling. "Thank you. I'll put them to good use." After a brief chat, Kyajuk finished his drink and got ready to leave. "Nishimiya-san, I'll have Yuzuru stay over at Shalgo's place tonight. I'll bring her back tomorrow." "You're as reliable as ever," Yuko said with a smile. With Yuzuru excitedly pulling him along, they said their goodbyes and left the building. As the car drove away, Yuko turned on the television, ready to enjoy her rare day off. "Katagiori, let's make one more stop." Kyajuk sent him the address of Yamauchi Sakura's house. Since he was back, he couldn't miss visiting her family. "Understood, boss." "Kyajuk, why does this big brother call you boss?" Yuzuru asked curiously from the back seat. It's kind of like how you call Shalgo Shajan. It's just a way of showing we're close." "Oh. Then I'm going to call you boss too." Katagiori burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Nope, this is a title just for the guys. You should keep calling me Kyajuk." With that, their journey continued. Chapter 80. The date begins after returning to Tokyo. Hojo Kyajuk made a quick stop at Shire Yuri Academy at the request of Sakura's mother. After handing the package to Yamauchi Sakura, she simply said, "Have fun with Shalgo," before dashing back into the school. Though he was about to go on a date with Shalgo, Kyajuk didn't feel guilty in the slightest. After all, he had invited Sakura first. However, she and the other students were required to attend a special lecture from an unknown lady over the weekend, making it impossible for her to join him. Upon arriving in Shibuya, Kyajuk dismissed Katagiori. Driving through the area would be slower than walking anyway. "Wow, it's so lively here," Yuzuru exclaimed, holding onto Kyajuk's hand while turning her head constantly, taking in the bustling cityscape. They were now near the famous Shibuya Scramble Crossing, just a few steps away from the subway station where Shalgo was waiting. "Let's go find Shalgo first." "You must be hungry, right?" Kyajuk asked with a smile, noticing Yuzuru acting more like a typical girl for once. "MMHMM. Kyajuk, what are we eating later? How about conveyor belt sushi? Genki sushi in Shibuya is really popular." "Yes. Let's go there." Yuzuru cheered in excitement. As they talked, they approached the subway entrance. Despite the crowds, Kyajuk immediately spotted Nishimiya Shalgo standing elegantly with a small handbag, glancing around expectantly. After some ineffective fashion advice from Ueno Naoka, Shalgo had settled on a white dress. Though choosing the dress had been a single decision, it came after much deliberation. She had barely slept the night before, tossing and turning with excitement. This morning, she woke up before her alarm, her mind swirling with anticipation. She was going on a date with Kyajuk-kun. Just thinking about it made her feel like she was floating on pink clouds, her cheeks burning with heat. Scenes of the upcoming date played out in her mind as she struggled to decide on accessories, lipstick, and even socks. Eventually, a sleepy and irritated Neka took over, giving her a complete makeover. Her long brown hair had been curled slightly at the ends, cascading over her shoulders. The dress featured lace puff sleeves and delicate pleats on the chest, though those pleats had long since been stretched flat. The cinched waist accentuated her figure, making her upper body more eye-catching, while the skirt flared out with intricate cutout patterns, ending mid-thigh. Her pale, slightly curvy legs stood out, making her presence all the more striking. "Wow, Nei-chan, you look so beautiful today," Yuzuru gasped, running up to her and circling around before eagerly raising the camera hanging from her neck. "Kyajuk, come here. I'll take a picture of you too." Alright. Kyajuk chuckled, stepping forward. Seeing Kyajuk approaching, Shalgo couldn't help but lower her head in embarrassment. This was her first time dressing like this, and standing here waiting for him and her sister had made her incredibly self-conscious. She could feel people staring at her chest, at her exposed thighs. The attention made her fidget uncomfortably. Several people had even approached her, including someone claiming to be a talent scout. Terrified, she had run into a convenience store to hide. Only after receiving Kyajuke's message did she muster the courage to return to the meeting spot. Still, despite her nervousness, the excitement in her heart hadn't faded at all. After all, waiting was part of the date too. The anticipation of seeing him, of spending time together, had only made her joy grow sweeter. Kyajuke-kun, do I look weird dressed like this? She asked shyly, her face still flushed. Now that her speech had improved, the unique quality of her voice was fully evident. It was clear and soft, carrying a pure, transparent tone like a gentle stream flowing through the mountains, soothing and refreshing. Like snowflakes in winter, light and crystalline, cool yet carrying a faint warmth. At this moment, with her voice tinged with shyness, she sounded like a startled little creature from the woods, adorable and enchanting. Weird? No way. You look absolutely stunning, Nei-chan. Before Kyajuke could respond, Yuzuru jumped in with an exaggerated exclamation. Ignoring her sister, Shaoko lifted her gaze slightly, eyes filled with expectation as she looked at Kyajuke. You look incredible. You could walk onto a fashion magazine cover right now. This dress is going to be a bestseller. Kyajuke declared without hesitation. If Sakura had asked him, he might have teased her with a joke. But with Shaoko, he knew how sensitive she was, so he gave her an immediate and sincere compliment. Really? Shaoko's face lit up, smiling brightly as she looked at him again. Absolutely. Kyajuke nodded firmly. Ah, sis, come on. Your eyes are completely glued to Kyajuke. Did you even notice your cute little sister standing right here? Yuzuru teased. That's not true. Yuzuru, you look really lively today too. Shaoko hurriedly said, though her face remained red. Alright, let's go already. I'm starving. Yuzuru grabbed her sister's hand and started walking aimlessly. Wait, weren't we supposed to? Shaoko mumbled, still blushing. Yuzuru, let's take a picture together first. Kyajuke interjected. Though she didn't say it outright, Kyajuke immediately understood what she wanted. But if we use the timer, people might walk into the shot. Yuzuru said, adjusting her camera as she searched for a good angle. In reality, taking a picture in this location worked best with the backdrop of the busy crowd. The contrast between their stillness and the moving mass of people created a striking image, separating them from the bustling world around them. No worries, I just spotted a couple of friends. Kyajuke smirked and waved towards two familiar figures. Boss. The duo greeted in unison. It was the infamous Onizuka duo, Ecchi Onizuka and Dan Maruji, who, as usual, were in Shibuya trying to pick up girls. Onizuka, how's your photography skills? Kyajuke asked. Top notch. The great F-sensei once said, master photography, and girlfriends will come to you. Ruji and I have been training hard. Onizuka boasted, pulling out a magazine and flipping to a page featuring a camera model. The ad showcased a Sony RX1R with the text, capture every moment. Kyajuke sighed. That's just an advertisement. Nonsense. F-sensei is a dating guru. His words are gospel. Boss, if you want, I can lend you this book. Just return it next week. Onizuka continued enthusiastically. Idiot. Like the boss needs dating advice. Ruji smacked him on the head. Arg. Damn you, Ruji. Onizuka groaned, rubbing his head before noticing the stunning girl beside Kyajuke. Blushing furiously, he immediately bowed at a full 90 degrees. Sorry, boss. We didn't mean to interrupt your date. Enough with the nonsense. Just take our picture. Kyajuke sighed, noticing people staring at them after Onizuka's loud outburst. He grabbed the camera from Yuzuru and shoved it into Onizuka's hands. Make it look good, or it's 50 sparring rounds next week. Onizuka gulped and got into position, while Ruji blocked off the area, their delinquent aura effectively dispersing the crowd. Chapter 81, 81 Shibuya Crossing. Alright, look over here. Ecchi Onizuka crouched down, positioning himself like a seasoned photographer. Boss, why are you two standing so far apart? Come on, get closer. Onizuka smirked mischievously as he directed them, noticing the shy tension between the boss, Kyajuke, and the girl who had attended the gathering, Shaoko. Hearing his words, Shaoko hesitated before glancing at Kyajuke, a bashful smile tugging at her lips. Then, she took a small step closer. Kyajuke, amused by Shaoko's adorable demeanor, smiled and decisively closed the gap with a single stride. Their arms were now touching. Yuzuru grinned, wedging herself between them, her mouth curling into an exaggerated, delighted arc. Feeling the warmth of Kyajuke's arm, Shuko's heart began to race. She hesitantly reached out, her small hand gently brushing against his long fingers. But the moment she made contact, she retracted her hand like a startled little animal, her cheeks burning as she sneaked a glance at him. Sensing her movement, Kyajuk turned to look at her, and their eyes met. For a fleeting second, Shuko felt an electric jolt run through her body. She was overwhelmed with shyness but forced herself to hold his gaze. That was when she felt that her hand was suddenly enveloped by his, warm and strong. Secure. Reliable. Unwilling to ever let go. A whirlwind of emotion surged through Shuko's mind, her eyes shimmering like a spring lake, fixed unblinkingly on Kyajuk. Kyajuk-kun. This feels like a date. She whispered, her voice barely audible. It is a date. Kyajuk responded just as softly, his gaze drawn to her delicate, ruby-red ears. Kyajuk-kun. Look at the camera, Shuko. Kyajuk chuckled and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Her hand was soft, warm, and smooth, making it difficult for him to let go. Feeling his reassuring grip, Shuko's heart melted. She quickly looked toward the camera, subtly leaning closer to him. Kyajuk reached out his free hand and placed it atop Yuzuru's head. She was just the right height, too tempting not to give her head a little pat. Alright, say cheese. Just as Yuzuru was about to protest, she heard the command and immediately beamed a wide smile. Alright, all done. Boss, we're heading out. Ecchi on Izuka jogged over, handed the camera to Kyajuk, and disappeared into the crowd. Something felt off. Kyajuk watched Onizuka vanish, a nagging suspicion creeping up on him. He quickly flipped through the camera, only to realize Onizuka hadn't taken just one picture. He had also captured the moment when Kyajuk and Shuko locked eyes. In the photo, Shuko's slightly baby-faced cheeks made her look adorably innocent. Her bashful expression was evident, her eyes glistening under the sunlight, filled with a love so pure it seemed ready to overflow. Anyone who saw it would instantly recognize the deep affection in her gaze. As for Kyajuk himself, he had a gentle, indulgent smile like someone gazing at their most cherished treasure. Let me see. Yuzuru stretched her hands up, trying to snatch the camera, but Kyajuk held it out to Shuko instead. Kyajuk-kun. You look so handsome. Shuko's face turned even redder. She was embarrassed, yet her mind was already made up this picture would be her new wallpaper. No, better yet, she'd print it and place it by her bedside. That way, she could fall asleep looking at Kyajuk-kun every night. Then, her eyes shifted to focus entirely on Kyajuk in the image. His tousled hair, sharp facial features, and effortlessly cool aura made him look like a model. The white shirt revealed just a hint of his collarbone, exuding both masculinity and charm. No matter how she looked at him, Kyajuk-kun was simply perfect. Seeing his affectionate smile in the photo, Shuko felt warmth spreading through her chest. You too. Yuzuru, still failing to snatch the camera, planted her hands on her hips, pouting in frustration. Haha, you can look later. For now, let's head to the sushi place. Kyajuk said, handing the camera to Yuzuru before gently nudging her forward. Watching them walk ahead, Shuko couldn't help but smile blissfully as she quickly caught up. Wow, there are so many people. Yuzuru exclaimed, her jaw dropping as she saw the long queue outside the sushi restaurant. Shuko frowned slightly. If it were just her and Yuzuru, she wouldn't have minded waiting. But since Kyajuk-kun was with them, she felt guilty about making him stand in line for so long just because she wanted to eat at Genki Sushi. I'll handle it. You two wait here for a moment. Kyajuk said, grinning at their troubled expressions. He strolled toward the front of the line, knowing from past experiences that long queues always meant scalpers were around. Sure enough, after just a few steps, someone discreetly called out to him. Unfortunately, none of them had a three-person table available. Boss. Kyajuk turned at the familiar greeting. Normally, he found these formal salutations cringeworthy, but today, they felt oddly pleasant. He spotted a group of boys members of the Higashi Haikendo Club. He vaguely remembered sparring with them the other day. Hey, what's up? You guys are all hanging out together on the weekend? He asked. Not exactly. We're helping Tsukaze get a new exhaust for his bike, so we decided to make some quick cash as scalpers. One of them replied. Got a table for three? Kyajuk asked. Just so happens we do. Here, take it, boss. How much? Kyajuk pulled out his wallet. No way. Consider it our thanks for all your guidance. Besides, we're about to get in soon anyway, it'd be a waste to just leave. I can't just we're off. Without waiting for Kyajuk to argue, they shoved the voucher into his hand and ran off. Haha, those guys. I guess I'll add extra training next week as a thank you. Kyajuk chuckled. TL note, in what universe does extra training count as a thank you? He had no idea that, Regardless of whether he was rewarding or punishing his subordinates, it always resulted in extra training. Would those boys regret their generosity next week? Hueco, bring Yuzuru to the entrance. Rather than shouting, Kyajuk calmly made a call. Whoa, Kyajuk, how did you pull this off? Yuzuru asked excitedly as she took the voucher from him. Ran into some friends who had to leave, so they gave me their spot, he said, ruffling her hair. No need to explain scalping to the young and innocent Yuzuru. Hueco found it all too convenient but chose to simply smile and stand closely beside Kyajuk, trusting him completely. Before long, they were seated inside the restaurant. The interior, once a plain white, had been transformed with an adorable cherry-themed decor, a special edition featuring chibi Maruko-chan characters scattered across the walls and pillars. Overwhelmed by the cuteness, Yuzuru immediately lifted her camera to snap pictures, but Hueco quickly tugged her toward their seats, reminding her they were here to eat. Chapter 82 Genki Sushi. The layout of Genki Sushi resembled a bar, with a counter where the chefs prepared food. Once a dish was ready, they placed it on a small plate and set it on a constantly moving conveyor belt. Kyajuk and his two companions sat in a row at the counter. In front of them was a small divider displaying various signature sushi dishes and other menu items. Each seat was equipped with a touchscreen for ordering. After placing their orders, all they had to do was wait. Once their food reached them on the conveyor belt, it would briefly stop, allowing them to take their plates. Much like single-serving hot pots or capsule hotels, Kyajuk felt that conveyor belt sushi perfectly embodied the efficiency of Japanese culture, eliminating even the need for servers to bring food to the table. Since this was their first time experiencing it, both Yuzuru and Kyajuk were engrossed in exploring the digital menu. Kyajuk-kun, here's some tea for you. Hueco handed him a cup of green tea. Nei-chan, what about mine? Yuzuru, seated between them, called out. Be patient, Yuzuru. Hueco smiled gently as she prepared another cup, scooping green tea powder into it before filling it with hot water from the tap built into the counter. The tea powder was stored in small jars on the table, while the water taps were integrated into the bar. Oh, it even has foreign language support. Kyajuk took a sip of the perfectly warm tea and looked at the screen in surprise. I remember you occasionally using English proverbs before. Hueco said as she leaned over to glance at his screen, which had switched to the Chinese interface. Wait, Kyajuk-kun, you can actually read an entire menu in English? Yuzuru stretched her neck between them, eager to see. For something like this, yeah, no problem. Kyajuk pointed at a few sushi options and pronounced their names in English. Wow, that's amazing. Yuzuru whispered in awe, impressed by his fluent pronunciation. Haha, it's nothing. If you're interested, Yuzuru, I can teach you later. For now, let's focus on ordering. You kept saying you were hungry, remember? Oh, right. I got distracted by everything around me. Yuzuru scratched her head before turning back to her tablet to place her order. Hueco leaned in beside her, making selections as well. Ah, everything looks so good. I don't know what to pick. Yuzuru frowned, overwhelmed by the choices. How about the kids' meal? Kyajuk pointed at a large advertisement hanging above them. It even comes with a Maruko-chan toy. The kids' meal included mini udon, tamago sushi, flying fish roe, inari sushi, crab stick rolls, and a small orange juice perfectly filling for someone Yuzuru's size. But I want sushi. Yuzuru was torn, eyeing the cute Maruko-chan plushie in the ad. No worries. You order the kids' meal, and Hueco and I will order sushi. You can have anything you want from ours. Kyajuk made the decision for her. With that settled, the ordering process became straightforward. Kyajuk was already familiar with most of the common sushi varieties, and Hueco knew his preferences well, so they quickly placed their orders. Now, they just had to wait a perfect time for taking photos. Since this was a popular spot, the restaurant's unique decor attracted a constant stream of customers snapping pictures. Fortunately, the space was spacious enough to avoid feeling overcrowded. Hueco, take a picture of me. Yuzuru stood in front of a Maruko-chan figure sticking out its tongue and mimicked the pose, her own tiny tongue poking out playfully. Hueco, not used to handling cameras, fumbled a bit. I'll take it. After Yuzuru's turn, you should do the same pose, Hueco. I bet you'd look adorable. Kyajuk took the camera, ruffling Hueco's hair with a smile. Okay. Hueco grinned and ran over to hug Yuzuru. The sisters stuck out their tongues together, making silly faces at the Maruko-chan figure. Kyajuk laughed, unable to resist capturing the moment. He pressed the shutter, freezing the image in time. The photo showed Hueco bending down, her soft arms wrapped around Yuzuru from behind, resting her head atop Yuzuru's. Her eyes squinted tightly, tongue out in an exaggerated attempt at a goofy expression. However, no matter how hard she tried, She still looked adorably innocent. Yuzuru, on the other hand, was a pro at making funny faces, pulling down her lower eyelids with both index fingers, revealing part of the whites of her eyes. Her tongue even wobbled slightly, leaving a blur in the photo, with tiny droplets of saliva visible mid-air. Alright, next spot. Kyajuk gestured for them to move aside for the next group of customers. They then found another photo spot featuring a Maruko-chan cutout where visitors could poke their faces through. Ha ha ha. Nei-chan, you look hilarious. Yuzuru burst into laughter as she watched Shouko peering through the cutout, her baby fat cheeks making her expression even funnier. Kyajuk snapped several photos as other girls nearby excitedly asked to take pictures with Shouko. Her round face, squeezed into the cutout's space, paired with the spiky, jagged hairstyle of Maruko-chan, made her look even more endearingly silly. The cuteness was irresistible, and soon, a small group of girls gathered around, requesting photos. Kyajuk took a few shots of Shouko looking slightly flustered as she was surrounded. Though she was still a bit shy, she quickly adapted, striking cute poses for the camera. She's really grown, Kyajuk thought. Back in middle school, she would have just watched from afar, too timid to join in. Now, she naturally attracted people around her. Maybe I haven't been paying enough attention to her school life lately, he mused. I should ask her about it later. Our Shouko is amazing, he said as the group of girls thanked her and left. Hee hee. Shouko tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks flushed pink. Though still shy, she was clearly happy that so many strangers liked her. You're awesome, Nei-chan. Yuzuru gave her a thumbs up. Alright, let's head back. Our food should be here soon. Kyajuk reminded them. Hearing this, Yuzuru, who had been distracted by the fun, suddenly remembered her hunger and quickly dragged Shouko back to their seats. Although it was sushi, the place was known for being budget-friendly. Classic options like tuna, salmon, and snapper sushi were all priced at a uniform 110 yen per plate. Even someone on a tight budget, like Kyajuk, could eat his fill here. Of course, the restaurant's popularity wasn't just due to its decor and low prices, the quality was excellent. The ingredients weren't high-end, but they were incredibly fresh, living up to the name Genki, meaning energy or vitality. Just as he was thinking this, Shouko placed a large black pepper salmon sushi on his plate. Though he could eat raw fish, his past life habits made him less fond of it. But this one was different, topped with a dollop of mayo, chopped scallions, and a generous coating of black pepper. He took a bite, and the rich, fatty salmon melted in his mouth, smooth, flavorful, and without any of the unpleasant textures of low-quality raw fish. Whoa, this is amazing. Shouko, try it. Kyaju's eyes lit up. Shouko hesitated under his gaze but then opened her mouth wide and stuffed the entire sushi in. Her cheeks puffed up as she chewed. How is it? He asked eagerly. Delicious. She struck a serious pose and gave him a big thumbs up. Kyajuk laughed, satisfied. Ugh, I wanna try it too. Yuzuru pouted. We'll just order another one, he said, swiftly placing another order on the tablet. At Genki Sushi, the food kept coming, plate by plate, keeping the energy and their appetites going strong. Chapter 83, 83 Meiji Shrine. The trio's next destination was Meiji Shrine, nestled within Yoyogi Park. As the largest green space in Tokyo, it was an essential stop for anyone visiting Shibuya. The park wasn't exactly close to Shibuya Station, so the ever-lazy Kyajuk suggested taking the subway and getting off at Harajuku Station, which would leave them just a short walk away. However, his proposal was met with firm opposition from both Shouko and Yuzuru. Shouko reasoned that after a big meal, they needed to walk to avoid gaining weight. Meanwhile, Yuzuru simply wanted to soak in more of Shibuya's bustling atmosphere. Since her mother often worked late and her elderly grandmother wasn't suited for long trips, Yuzuru's world had always been limited to their small hometown. Now that she finally had the chance to explore with Kyajuk, she wasn't going to miss a thing. Resigned to his fate, Kyajuk warned them that there would still be a considerable amount of walking once they reached Yoyogi Park. But neither of the girls were deterred. Thus, their leisurely stroll began. Nearly every store they passed managed to capture Yuzuru and Shouko's attention, leading to multiple detours inside. Fortunately, they had left early that morning, and despite their frequent stops, they arrived at Yoyogi Park's entrance right at noon. The Meiji Shrine outer garden was lined with lush ginkgo trees on both sides of the pathway. Though it wasn't peak season, walking through the greenery was still a refreshing experience. Kyajuk walked on the left, Shouko on the right, with Yuzuru sandwiched between them. Hey, Yuzuru, don't you want to take a picture here? Shouko, watching as Yuzuru focused solely on capturing the street scenery, hesitated before speaking, her cheeks flushing pink as she did. Huh? But I am taking pictures. Yuzuru replied, confused. She had just snapped a shot of a vintage car parked along the road with the ginkgo trees in the background. She was still admiring her own excellent composition skills. Hueco pouted slightly, her lips moving as if to say something, but in the end, she stayed silent, her face growing even redder. Kyajuk, amused by her shyness, chuckled internally and took the initiative. Yuzuru, why don't you take a picture of me and Hueco together? Oh, so that's what you wanted. You should have just said so. Yuzuru said in realization. Hueco, still blushing, stayed quiet. Now that Yuzuru wasn't in front of her, she felt too shy to reach for Kyajuk's hand, instead gripping her purse tightly with both hands. Kyajuk thought for a moment, then casually positioned himself slightly behind Hueco, his body turned at an angle, hands tucked into his pockets. She stood there in her elegant white dress, looking poised and gentle, while he wore a crisp white shirt and black casual pants, radiating an effortless charm. The asphalt path beneath them was flanked by rows of towering ginkgo trees, their branches intertwining overhead. The tranquil atmosphere, combined with the familiar presence of Kyajuk behind her, helped Hueco relax. A serene smile graced her lips, and Kyajuk mirrored her expression as they both faced Yuzuru's camera. Click. The moment was captured forever. With that, the three continued on their way. Following the southern approach, they eventually arrived at a grand wooden torii gate where the southern and northern paths intersected. The enormous structure stood tall, with its thick pillars large enough to require 3 people to encircle them, rivaling the nearby towering trees. They say this is the largest wooden torii gate in Japan, standing at 12 meters tall with a 9-meter gap between its pillars. Kyajuk casually shared the information he had looked up in advance. Wow, that's huge! Yuzuru exclaimed, while Hueco eagerly nodded in agreement. In Japanese culture, torii gates serve as entrances to sacred grounds, marking the boundary between the mundane world and the divine. Passing through one signifies stepping into a sacred space, where visitors are expected to conduct themselves with respect. Let's go. Kyajuk, ever the pragmatic thinker, wasn't particularly moved by spiritual symbolism. After a brief moment of awe at the gate's sheer size, he stepped forward, leading the way into the shrine grounds. The main path was paved with asphalt, with stone-paved pedestrian walkways on either side. Despite the number of visitors, the atmosphere remained hushed and reverent. The most distinct sound came from the cawing of crows. Yoyogi Park was home to a massive crow population, and even in the bustling Shibuya crossing, they were a common sight. It was only natural that this lush park would be teeming with them. Suddenly, the soft murmur of flowing water reached their ears. Hueco paused in the middle of the path and closed her eyes. She adjusted her hearing aid's volume slightly, focusing all her attention on the sounds around her. The rustling of leaves in the wind, the fluttering of birds' wings, the distant chirping of insects, the gentle splashing of a stream cascading over rocks. And then, Kyajuk's voice. She couldn't hear something as faint as his breathing, but his voice that was something imprinted deep within her heart. With her eyes closed, she could almost visualize everything around her through sound alone. Kyajuk took out his phone and snapped a photo of her at that moment standing there, eyes closed, immersed in the world of sound, looking as ethereal as a forest nymph. Come on, we need to hurry. There's a wedding at Meiji Shrine. Hueco was pulled from her reverie by the excited voices of 2 girls dressed in school uniforms, running hand in hand past them. Apparently, a famous baseball player is getting married here today. Kyajuk explained after noticing Hueco's puzzled expression. Hueco's eyes widened, sparkling with curiosity, and she turned to Kyajuk with a hopeful gaze. I want to see it too. Yuzuru voiced Hueco's unspoken thoughts. Then we'd better hurry. Shindo weddings usually start at 1 o'clock. Kyajuk glanced at his phone. 12:45. Go, go, go. Yuzuru cheered softly, grabbing her sister's hand with one and Kyajuk's with the other. Her short legs moved at an impressive pace as she led the charge. Before long, a white stone torii gate loomed ahead, marking their arrival at Meiji Shrine. Since they were in a rush to see the wedding, Hueco skipped the traditional purification ritual at the entrance. Passing through the gate, they reached the South Shrine Gate, where a small crowd had already gathered, some holding cameras. Phew, we made it in time. Hueco sighed in relief, patting her chest, a movement that didn't go unnoticed by Kyajuk. They quickly moved past the prayer area and arrived at the main shrine building. A sizable audience had already gathered on both sides, and uniformed personnel were stationed around the area to maintain order. Kyajuk listened in on the surrounding conversations, picking up details about the wedding. The groom was a professional baseball star named Seijun Ishiyaka, while the bride was a moderately well-known celebrity. Chapter 84, Hueco, Yuzuru, and me, led by a priest in a light pink ceremonial robe and a shrine maiden, the bride in a white shiromako kimono, the groom in a black hakama with a haori jacket, and both families walked together into the main shrine courtyard. The white shiramaku symbolizes purity and signifies that the bride can adapt to any family after marriage, symbolizing a new beginning. The groom's haori jacket, traditionally called Montsuki haori hakama, is usually adorned with 5 family crests, but since this baseball star likely doesn't have one, he wore a plain black haori. Wait, regular people can have their wedding at Meiji Shrine too? Shoko asked, eyes wide with admiration as she watched the bride walk alongside her husband under the red umbrella, her voice full of longing. Shoko, you'd look even more beautiful than her in a white kimono, Kyajuk said, taking Shoko's hand gently. He knew that whenever Shoko saw something so beautiful, it made her feel fragile, because it was something she once longed for but couldn't reach. Feeling the warmth from his hand, Shoko turned away from the wedding scene, her doubts quietly dissipating. Yuzuru, on the other hand, was busy snapping pictures, excited to witness a traditional shrine wedding for the first time. As the priest performed a purification ritual for the newlyweds, Shoko leaned forward, almost as if she wanted to join in the ceremony. When the priest began his wedding blessings, Shoko listened intently, her expression serious, as though she had become the bride herself. As the priest prayed to the gods for their blessings, Shoko smiled shyly, feeling both anticipation and happiness. But when she heard the priest's report to the gods, she no longer felt envious of the bride. Because she knew her own god had already appeared and was always by her side. With this thought, Shoko turned her gaze from the ceremony and looked at Kyajuk. As long as Kyajuk was with her, she was the strongest. After the ceremony, the 3 of them left Yoyogi Park. Since Yuzuru was tired and Kyajuk had to carry her on his back, they decided to skip shopping and sightseeing. Instead, they went to a place Shoko had already picked out, Harajuku's Mame Shiba Cafe. Walking out of Yoyogi Park, they were immediately on Takashita Street, one of the most popular spots for girls. The street was filled with cute items, fashion stores, crates, photo booths, and 100-yen shops, creating a completely kawaii atmosphere. Although Yuzuru's legs were sore, she still tried to squirm off Kyajuk's back to join in the fun. But Shoko stopped her, reminding her to rest before playing more. Midway down Takashita Street, they reached a pink building. The tickets were arranged by Kyajuk's subordinates who worked as scalpers, so they didn't have to wait in line. As a thank you, he planned to give them extra training next week. They received their tickets from the subordinates at the entrance, 780 yen for adults and 580 yen for children, offering 30 minutes with a drink included. Inside the cafe, they took off their shoes and stowed their bags before entering a room with tatami mats. A bunch of adorable black, white, and yellow dogs immediately appeared in front of them. So cute! Shoko exclaimed, raising a hand to cover her mouth in excitement. She eagerly walked in, carefully approaching a pure white dog. While Yuzuru was also enchanted by the dogs, she immediately raised her camera to take photos. Shoko, now sitting on the tatami, adjusted her skirt around her hips and sat cross-legged, smiling contentedly as she gently stroked the white dog's head. Other dogs gathered around her, causing her to be surrounded by joy. The Mame Shiba Inu is a miniature version of the Shiba Inu, each wearing a triangular scarf with their name on it. The cafe was cozy enough for the dogs to crowd around the guests. Kyajuk found a corner and leaned against the wall, feeling no fatigue himself, but, seeing Shoko so healed and at ease, he was tempted to just take a nap. But before he could close his eyes, a white and yellow Mame Shiba Inu trotted over and sat directly in front of him, staring up at him. Kyajuk met its gaze without speaking. Shoko, noticing from across the room, couldn't help but smile. When Kyajuk interacted with a dog, their stare-off was amusing. She grabbed her phone to capture the moment. After about 5 minutes, the dog finally relented, lying down and offering its head to Kyajuk. Good dog. He praised softly. Time passed quickly, and Yuzuru was feeling much better after a rest. The 3 of them then headed to the lower level to visit the owl forest, which was included in their ticket package. The owls in this exhibit were the exact opposite of the fierce birds people often imagine. These were all adorable and tame, with soft, fluffy feathers. It was even more soothing to pet them than the dogs. Shoko, who had been reluctant to leave the Mame Shiba Cafe, now lost herself in the experience of petting a brownish-gray Indian eagle owl named Young. After another half-hour, Kyajuk led the now reluctantly departing Shoko and Yuzuru out of the owl room. An owl with a smiling face hooted softly at Shoko, almost making her want to buy another ticket. Maybe I should open a cafe like this and have Shoko run it as the owner. As for the owls, I could just send my subordinates to catch some in the mountains and have them bring the dogs from home too? No. That's too much like something out of a fantasy novel. Kyajuk chuckled to himself, dragging Shoko and Yuzuru out of the cafe as he entertained his thoughts of opening a business. Once outside, they were once again in the crowded Takashita Street. It was so packed with people, with street vendors calling out to attract customers, and throngs of people filling the space. Earlier, Kyajuk had cut through the crowd quickly with Yuzuru on his back, but now, accompanying Shouko and Yuzuru, he felt overwhelmed by the crowds. "Let's go," he said, determined, as he led them into the sea of people. Later, after Kyajuk had dropped Shouko and Yuzuru back at their apartment and returned home, it was already 8 p.m. He studied for a while, had a late-night snack, and got ready for bed. Lying down, he pulled out his phone and went through the pictures he had taken of Shouko and Yuzuru that day, picking out 2 to send to his mom in Hokkaido. Even though Shouko would send them too, he had to send them or else his mom would bombard him with messages. That silly woman, always saying she'd die if she didn't see Shouko Sakura soon. He wrote down the plan for sending Yuzuru back home tomorrow and jotted down Satoshi Katagiri's contact info, preparing for the possibility of needing it when Minazumitsu might need him. And with that, Kyaju's day came to a close. Chapter 85, 85 Sawamura Spencer Ariri Sunday, Kyaju's single apartment. No alarm clock, no blinding sunlight, no strange object pressing against his chest. Kyajuk opened his eyes with satisfaction. Finally, he had slept well for the first time in a long time. He got up, washed his face, went for a run, practiced his swordsmanship, and had breakfast. He contacted Satoshi Katagiri and sent Yuzuru back to Mizuman City. When he returned home, Kyajuk sat at a low table in the living room, holding a pen, leaning against a couch, and staring seriously at the blank sheet of paper in front of him. Slowly, he wrote down 4 characters, Fighting Breaks 20. That's right, Kyajuk had decided to follow the path of the celebrated literary plagiarists. After some careful consideration, he set his sights on this novel. Classic tropes, arrogant enemies being slapped in the face, beautiful women, adventures, comebacks, all the ingredients were there. First, an outline, fighting energy, potion making, rings, elderly mentors, a wounded beauty in the mountains, strange fires. He wrote an entire page, then put down his pen in satisfaction. But what was he even doing? Given that his Chunabiu, adolescent delusions, made him cringe just thinking about a handless demon. And his grammar was at a middle school level, there was no way he'd be able to write something even remotely readable. He needed to think this through more carefully. Maybe he should just open a cat and dog cafe. Even so, he picked up the pen again and tried again, switching to a different novel idea. Chinese and Japanese novels. He jotted down everything he could think of. Thankfully, this world was quite different from the last one, so he didn't have to worry too much about accidentally plagiarizing anything that had already been published. He wrote about a boy with small grass and a hammer who could turn into an orphan. A boy with cat whiskers who could transform into a fox. A boy with a yellow straw hat who became the sun god. A boy with a green hat who became a born sufferer of misfortune. A boy with a mechanical spine who turned into a second-rate Flash, and so on. After half a day of writing and drawing, Kyajuk glanced over his chaotic creations. He put the pen down again, took a few deep breaths, and stood up. He opened his closet, put on his clothes, and grabbed his motorcycle keys. Just to clarify, he wasn't depressed or defeated. He was simply going out to gather some material. Downstairs, he hopped onto his Rocket 33 and sped toward Akihabara. It certainly wasn't because he lacked the ability, definitely not. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived in Akihabara, which was in the Chiyoda district, right next to Bunkyo, where his apartment was. It would only take a 30-minute walk to get there. He parked his motorcycle outside and, due to losing some time earlier, it was already 1 p.m. on Sundays. Akihabara turns into a pedestrian street starting at 1 p.m. and from April, people could walk around freely on the streets until 6 p.m. without any vehicles passing by. Sunday afternoons in Akihabara were the busiest. As he entered, he saw a giant blue sign Jigo Arcade. While he would have loved to go in and have some fun, Kyajuk resisted the urge. He remembered the reason he was there. He quickly found a shop selling manga and light novels. Surrounded by otaku dressed in shirts featuring cute anime characters, he knew he was in the right place. Entering the store, he was immediately greeted with a display of recommended works by the staff, and that was exactly what he was looking for. He wasn't an expert otaku, so to get a sense of current tastes, he had to check out the most popular books. Standing in front of the shelves, he looked at light novels with covers featuring various beautiful girls and fell into thought. This girl is strong, but too cautious. Had a cover featuring a beautiful girl in armor holding a large sword. The description read, transported to another world, max level at the start, but I'm still afraid. It was a ridiculous type of novel, not really for him. Pass. Why did I become a vampire but have to sunbathe every day to recharge? Had a cover that seemed to feature a... Well, it might have been a guy, or maybe it was another beautiful girl. The premise was confusing, so he skipped it. Next, he saw a popular book with a cover featuring an androgynous, beautiful creature. Kyajuk gave up on it. It wasn't something he could imitate. Then, He found one that caught his attention. I only want to drive, but I was forced to become a light novel writer. Perfect. A story about driving and light novels. It was tailor-made for him. Kyajuk quickly grabbed that book, but then kept browsing through more novels. He ended up passing on the strange and overly intense novels, leaving only one remaining. The Love Metronome had a cover of a JK in black stockings with a man beside her. The author was Kasumi Yutako. Love Metronome? It must be a guide on how to manage the pace of a relationship. He thought about how Kisaki Teta had found the right path in love with his guidance and confidently picked up the book. If this book sold well, then as a self-proclaimed emotional mentor, he was sure the single men in Japan would buy it in droves. He also grabbed the latest issue of Weekly Shonen High, the most popular manga magazine in Neon. If he wanted to follow trends, this was all he needed. After paying, Kyajuk felt a little pain in his wallet, but if it weren't for his limited funds, he would have bought even more light novels. The beautiful girls on the covers were just so tempting, maybe looking at them would help him recall more memories from his previous life. As he stepped outside, a blue, indistinct object suddenly crashed into him. With his reflexes, Kyajuk could have easily dodged it, but he noticed that if he did, the person would collide with the door behind him. So, he chose to stay still. To his surprise, the person who collided with him was unexpectedly small, and they bounced back, tumbling away from him. Ah! A girlish voice of surprise came from the figure who had fallen back. Oh no, if I hit the back of my head on the ground, I could bleed to death, right? Dying in ugly overalls in front of a manga store in Akihabara, tomorrow's entertainment news will say the diplomat's daughter is a hardcore otaku. The voice lamented in a dramatic tone. The figure, none other than Ariri, raised her hands reflexively as she tried to grab something to break her fall. Her brown beret flew off, revealing her golden hair spinning in the air. Wait, maybe I won't die, but I could end up paralyzed. But why would I keep drawing after I'm paralyzed? She muttered, her mind spiraling with thoughts of her future wheelchair-bound life, surrounded by her art. All because of this guy. Why's his body so hard? She complained, annoyed that the collision hadn't pushed him back and instead sent all the force back into her own body. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, my unfinished Jinshai. Goodbye, the manga and novels I haven't finished reading. She mused melodramatically, preparing herself for the worst. Chapter 86, 86. You call this a bystander? As Ariri braced herself for the impact, she suddenly felt a hand gently supporting her from behind. Are you okay? The voice, as clear and cold as the wind on an icy plain, rushed into Ariri's ears, cooling down her overheated brain. But the voice was so close that the breath hitting her face made her cheeks flush with warmth. Tentatively opening her eyes, Ariri saw exactly what she had imagined. Just 20 centimeters above her face was a handsome face, one she could never draw herself, looking down at her with a worried expression. This will be the protagonist for my next story, she thought, gazing at his gentle, water-like eyes. Are you okay? Seeing the girl in his arms dressed in blue overalls, large black-framed glasses, with golden hair that seemed like a work of art, and porcelain-like skin, Kyajuk couldn't help but feel concerned. Was she stunned from the collision? Oh, I'm fine. Ariri replied, snapping out of her dazed state as she regained control of her body. She placed one hand on the arm that was around her back and, with an effort, tried to stand. Ouch! Before she could fully stabilize herself, a sharp pain shot through her left ankle, causing her to stumble again. Fortunately, the person still had his hand around her, keeping her from falling. My foot, I think I twisted it. Can you help me up? Blushing, Ariri looked up at him, speaking in a soft, almost shy voice. Looking into her beautiful blue eyes and hearing her delicate voice, Kyajuk found it hard to say no. There was also one other significant reason, the glowing marker above her head. How to raise a boring girlfriend, Sawamura Spencer Ariri, protagonist, would you like me to help you to that cafe over there? Kyajuk asked, applying a bit more pressure to his arm to help steady her. He pointed to a nearby cafe with a manga theme. Yes, if you don't mind. Ariri replied, quickly nodding. She gripped his strong arm as she tried to walk. Ah! As soon as her left foot touched the ground, Ariri winced in pain again. It hurts. Tears welled up in her blue eyes as she looked up at the man helping her. Ugh! With a deep sigh, Kyajuk bent down, his right hand reaching under her legs, and with a firm push from his waist, he lifted her entirely off the ground. Eh? What are you doing? Ariri had expected him to just offer a little more support, but she hadn't imagined that he would suddenly pick her up. Her eyes, already filled with tears, overflowed as she let out a small shriek. The sight of her crying and helpless, combined with the suddenness of the action, made her appear like a damsel about to be swept into an alley. Do you want to keep standing here for everyone to watch? Kyajuk asked, holding her securely, unfazed by her struggles. He lifted his chin toward the crowd that had gathered around. "Ah, let's go, let's go." Ayuri quickly looked around, then buried her face in his chest, trying to hide from the eyes of the onlookers. The cafe he had chosen was the busiest in the area, and they had been standing at the door long enough that a crowd had gathered behind them. The onlookers, mostly otaku, were momentarily taken aback by their striking appearances, retreating to observe the real-life anime scene unfolding before them. Kyajuk had quickly realized that the girl in his arms was desperately trying to conceal her identity. Despite her stunning beauty, she was wearing baggy overalls, large black glasses, and had hidden her golden hair under a wide beret. But now, with the hat fallen to the ground, her golden locks were impossible to ignore. It was no surprise that the eyes of the surrounding otaku were now gleaming with interest. Because of all this, Kyajuk had decided to act quickly and carry her into the cafe. Without further delay, he carried her inside, crouching down by the fallen beret to pick it up. "Pick up your hat," he said, keeping her securely in his arms as he bent down. Despite holding a young girl in his arms, his breathing remained steady, a sign of his well-trained physique. No matter the posture, he could handle it effortlessly. Ayuri still hadn't lifted her face from his chest. The subtle scent of his cologne, combined with the warmth of his embrace, made her head spin. How could she possibly reveal her face now? What if someone recognized her for coming to Akihabara alone? She extended a small hand, groping around the ground. Kyajuk gave a silent sigh as he adjusted his arm to help her find the hat. With a quick flick of her hand, Ayuri snatched the hat and immediately pulled it back to her chest, determined to avoid any further exposure. Standing up, Kyajuk walked further into the cafe, carrying her carefully. Inside the cafe, it seemed to still be the peak shopping time for otaku, so there were hardly any customers inside. He chose a corner table, bending over carefully to place Ayuri onto the sofa. "Are you okay?" As he began to straighten up, he noticed that she hadn't removed her face from his chest yet. She was still gripping the hat in one hand while holding onto his t-shirt with the other. "Are we safe?" Ayuri's voice came from his chest, muffled but still clear, with a faint hint of a soft, melodic tone. "Yes, we're in the cafe now. There's only me and you here." Kyajuk replied patiently, though he couldn't help but feel a bit pained at how tightly she was clutching his t-shirt. Hearing his reassurance, Ayuri finally loosened her grip, slowly lifting her head. She quickly glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to her before she hastily shoved her golden hair back into the beret. Seeing her treat her beautiful golden locks so roughly, Kyajuk felt a pang of regret. Such beautiful hair. It deserved to be styled into twin tails. After a moment, he pulled his gaze away, sitting down at the table across from her and calling for a waiter. "I'll have an iced cola," he ordered. Once the drink was ordered, he looked across the table at Ayuri, who had already managed to conceal most of her face with her beret. "What would you like to drink?" "I'll have an iced cola too," Ayuri replied without hesitation, naming her favorite drink. After a short wait, the drinks arrived. "You like cola? You've got good taste," Kyajuk said, taking a sip of his own. "Yeah, cola is the best drink in the world," he added, feeling satisfied with his choice. Although it might be unfair to Sakura, he would sneak cola when she wasn't around. Right? Right? Cola is the best. Tomoya, still Ayuri, excited by the unexpected agreement, started to talk about her childhood friend who always argued against cola. But as soon as she started, she stopped. How long had it been since they last argued about the superiority of cola? She lowered her head, taking a small sip of her own cola. Chapter 87, 87 Coffee Shop, The Girl, and Bare Feet. "If you don't mind, let me take a look at your foot. If it's serious, you might need to go to the hospital immediately." Seeing the girl's expression change so suddenly, Hoja Kyajuk thought it might be due to the pain from her foot. However, as soon as he mentioned the hospital, Ayuri suddenly felt her foot's pain, which she had been ignoring in the midst of her worry about being recognized. "Hospital? Isn't it just a sprained ankle? Don't I just need to ice it?" The mention of a hospital brought back unsettling images of her injury becoming worse, even possibly leading to paralysis. She immediately became nervous again. If it's a sprain, it could also result in fractures or other complications. "We'll need to check for any deformities," Kyajuk said, not to scare her but because he'd seen much worse injuries at his swordsmanship club. He didn't want to go into details to avoid making her uncomfortable. Thankfully, from the way she was sitting and drinking soda, he figured it wasn't too serious. Fractures? Deformities? Ayuri shivered at those words, her mind racing. She quickly looked down at her foot. Despite knowing it was a little rude to remove shoes in a cafe, she couldn't afford to care right now. Carefully, she took off her shoes, staring intensely at her fair, delicate foot. Fortunately, nothing seemed deformed. Still feeling unsure, she turned to the boy, who seemed knowledgeable. Could you take a look at it for me? Her face flushed bright red as she shyly asked. She wasn't sure why she was asking this of a complete stranger, but maybe it was because he had seemed so reliable earlier. She was the one who had bumped into him after all, so it felt rude to keep asking for help. She tried to suppress her embarrassment and keep her true feelings in check. One moment. Kyajuk replied. He finished the last sip of his cola, then placed the empty cup back on the table. He stood up and walked over to the sofa where she was sitting, crouching down beside her. What the? She's probably not worried about dirty feet, right? After all, it was his fault she sprained her ankle in the first place. Harry, seeing him approach, briefly thought he was worried about hygiene, but then her frustration faded. She knew it was her fault, and he wasn't obligated to help. Trying to suppress her embarrassment, she raised her foot and extended it towards him. What she didn't know was that the cafe employees, who had just served them, were watching them closely from the counter. The manager had even been stopped by one of the waitresses from intervening. They were totally captivated by the scene. The girl's elegant and shy demeanor, combined with the handsome boy carefully handling her foot, made it impossible to break up. The scene was captivating, and some even began fantasizing about the storyline unfolding in front of them. Kyajuk carefully cradled her foot, treating it with the care one would give to an artwork, despite the redness creeping up Hariri's face. After a brief silence, he said, "It's nothing serious, just ice it for now." Hariri let out a sigh of relief and quickly retracted her foot. "Do you want to contact someone to come pick you up? While there's no fracture, it's best to avoid walking, and ice would help immediately." Kyajuk asked as he wiped his hands with the towel from the table. Hariri thought for a moment, then replied, "I'll call my mom. My dad is at work, and my mom is at home preparing for an event. But she is still waiting for my dad to return home before coming to get me. Alright, I'll take you to a place where vehicles can pass, and you can wait there while icing your foot until your family arrives," Kyajuk suggested, clearly resigned to the delay. At the counter, Kyajuk bought some ice cubes and also asked to take the towel he had used to wipe his hands. The waitress, beaming with a smile, insisted that the ice and towel were free with the drink. After paying and thanking the waitress, Kyajuk returned to the table, carefully putting the ice and towel into a bag. "On my way here, I saw a game store with private rooms. Shall we go there?" Kyajuk asked. "Sure." Hariri responded eagerly, extending her hand to take the bag from him. He passed her the bag with the ice and towel and then crouched down slightly to signal that she should hop onto his back. Blushing, Hariri hesitated but then carefully climbed onto his back. She felt his strong arms steady her, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Hold on tight, I'm about to stand up," Kyajuk warned. With that, he stood up, his hand firmly supporting her. Hariri was light enough that he could easily carry her. As they walked through Akihabara, the crowds grew thicker. Hariri quietly leaned her face to the side, watching the people part as Kyajuk moved confidently through the crowd, carrying her on his back. She felt a strange stir in her heart. As someone who normally drew provocative scenes, she suddenly wondered what it would be like to be part of a pure love story. Sigh. Even though Kyajuk had to push through the crowd while keeping her safe, he finally let out a relieved breath once they emerged. He made his way to the game store and led her into a private room. After carefully setting her down on a tatami mat, he took off his shoes. Chapter 88. My name is Hariri, what about you? With her legs bent and tucked to the left, Hariri wrapped an ice pack in a towel and pressed it against her ankle. "If there's nothing else, I'll be heading off now." Seeing that everything was under control, Kyajuk was ready to leave and get back to his grand financial plans at home.